Today is another super product for you guys. A young man from the 21st century suddenly travels to a magical world, working as a fortune teller to make ends meet. The good news spread far and wide. While he was telling fortunes as usual, the most powerful and beautiful demon in the world came to see him. What's more surprising is that Kuang Gak predicted that she would become a mother in the future, and the baby's father would turn out to be him. As soon as she heard his fortune, the female demon immediately became angry and wanted to destroy him so that the prophecy could not come true. Fortunately, Kuang Gak still kept the protection talisman with him and temporarily escaped, but the female demon still did not give up and ordered to urgently search for him. What will happen? Let's start the series with me. The story takes place in an ancient time when people still had citadels, men had long hair and people wore traditional costumes. This was the Qin country of Luzhou Chiangcheng Dongcheng, their male protagonist. I am Kuang Gak, originally an elite young man of the 21st century, yet how did he travel back to this era, and also travel in time as a boring fortune teller, he is still wondering. Why did he travel to a world with demons, fairies and awaken some kind of destiny system? This system allowed him to see other people's past and future, but he needed to spend points, had to search for great treasure geniuses everywhere to make offerings to it, and he could only tell other people's fortunes. Can even change other people's destiny but cannot tell fortunes for himself. Moreover, even though he understood that, he still felt that there was a problem with this system, so he kept sighing deeply. While he was sitting and thinking, a voice made him realize, "Hey, can divination tell people about fate?" He quickly replied, "Ten dong." The customer was a bald man with a big belly carrying something on his shoulder. With such a normal appearance, he immediately thought with boredom, is he immortal? Probably not. Is there any treasure that I can give to the system? The other man sat down and frowned, is that right? It's so expensive, and of course you haven't gotten rich enough to cheat others. Hey, if my fortune telling isn't right, you can just knock down my stall. On a small circular carpeted table containing the 2 yin and yang poles and a few coins, tools commonly found with fortune tellers, he held out a piece of paper and a pen and asked the other person to write a word or two. You can draw anything. I don't know why this big man drew a turtle that looked so stupid. Perhaps he was also uneducated, so instead of writing words, he drew a turtle. However, no matter what shape it is, it has an effect. Holding the paper in his hand, he felt an aura emanating from the painting. Could it be that he was divining True Dai Bao's destiny? This time he used up 1 point. Integral. Then the other person's life began to appear clearly in his mind. At 0 years old, a baby boy was born, in Gudao village. His father True Ni Ka named him True Dai Bao. At only 16 years old, True Dai Bao became a dirty pervert, inciting his friends to peek at Lu Guofu's bath, and was beaten on a tree by Lu Guofu's lover as punishment. At the age of 30, True Dai Bao's reputation in the village was very bad. None of the girls in the village were willing to marry him. At the age of 50, True Dai Bao had an accident, died at the hands of bandits, and could not establish a family for the rest of his life. The 7th. Both the past and future of this person were already in his mind, but he was pondering, ending the simulation, would he change his destiny? Changing his destiny would consume 10 of True's merit points. Dai Bao, his current merit is only 3, but you can choose to spend your merit points with the number of points you possess being 89,539 points. And maybe he had wasted his time, so he sighed in relief and decided, stop joking, I'm just a passerby, why should I waste merit points to change his fate? The host interferes with the destiny, can choose to conceal the destiny. The reward includes a negative merit of 100 points and curse 3 calamities. He interferes with the destiny. If he chooses to reveal the destiny, the merit will be severely punished. 10 points in virtue, and choose one of the following punishments. 1. True Dai Bao's peeping experience. 2. True Dai Bao's blacksmithing skills. 3. Lu Guofu's bib. Now he's pale, not only deciding whether or not after that strange echo in his head, he had a bunch of more options to think about. What's so strange? I said there's a problem with this system. Normal fortune-telling can't reveal heavenly secrets. Only it can force me to tell the truth. If I say it, I'll gain more merit and special rewards. If you don't say anything, you'll be rewarded with 3 disasters and death without a place to bury your body. He was having a headache thinking until his chin was worn out when the man across from him hurriedly urged him. Is that okay? and he had no choice but to speak. Have you heard the frog croak yet? His question successfully made the other guy ask again, what did you say? Maybe he had decided. He raised his finger, shook it back and forth and said croak, 2 words that rhymed with the word lonely, he affirming that means there is no cause and effect. This guy really craved a piece of love. Hearing him say that, he became even crazier and rampaged. He was frustrated and shouted to death and threw his fortune-telling table over. Tools fell everywhere. He didn't know what to do no matter how upset he was. People in this world, why are they so impatient? Just said it vaguely like that, not revealing everything, but that virtual system determined that he revealed the heavenly secret, received punishment, merit plus 10 points, true die bows forging skills, fortunately. That you get a skill that is more useful than the other 2, even so, you won't be willing to wave your hands, stop it, what about the other 2? It turns out that in his mind, the system appeared, and seeing his frustration, it immediately disappeared, making him even more tired, pretending to be dead, forcing me to tell fortunes for 3 people every day. In his mind, having to deal with this world's deceitful system that doesn't even let him find someone else to tell his fortune, he has to find someone else to tell him his fortune. Because of this fight, he packed his things and put it on his shoulders to go somewhere else. He was also afraid of his mouth that could tell the truth. I was afraid that no one would come to him for fortune-telling. He could only go to the western city to try his luck. Luckily, there were many people there, and somehow someone couldn't figure it out and had to go see a fortune-teller. The scene changes to another place where the sunlight is also bright. Here there are more houses and the houses are also built higher, close together with many layers of tiled roofs, extremely convenient for the movement of a red-haired girl. With her thigh-high cutout dress, she's the demon rabbit Zitong Dan. Even though her hair color and eyes were so red, she had a rosy face like that of a child. She didn't expect that she could easily have the treasure of 1,000 patriots, and even more so, she didn't expect the demon lord Du Sun. Lam was hiding a secret like this. It seemed like she had just returned from a challenging expedition. While she was having fun with her victory, looking down from the roof, something caught her eye. It turns out she paid attention to the sayings on the billboard of our male lead Kuang Gak, only speaking reason, not saying half-hearted nonsense, and she found this saying sounded familiar. She immediately remembered that in the past, the elders of the clan had personally invited him to come, and at that time, in the bamboo basket he was wearing, there were also these 2 pieces of cloth. I still remember that he is a fortune-teller. I didn't expect to meet him here. I couldn't waste this opportunity. Thinking about it, she immediately jumped down from the roof in front of Kuang Gak. Mister, still please stop. Not only did she block his way, she also tried to stand in a shy position, making him turn away, not forgetting to have thoughts. Her courage was also huge. She dared to step into the human citadel in broad daylight. He also immediately recognized her as a lover. And Kuang Gak's few whispers reached this girl's ears, making her a little panicked. This Hong Dan considered herself the best at controlling her aura. Thanks to that she was able to take the heavenly devil's treasure, but he saw through it clearly. She was indeed a master. She opened her mouth. I'm a fortune-teller. I wonder if I can read a hexagram for you. If you want me to see it, it's very expensive. You're quite hesitant to accept. This is clearly a demon. Read the hexagram for her. If I speak rudely, I might make her mad. Otherwise, the business will go down, or even my life might even be gone. Damn, this system has to have someone proactively find me to tell the fortune for it to be valid. It doesn't even give me the right to refuse. It really wants to kill me. No matter how hesitant he was, it was as clear as day that he couldn't refuse. Plus, this demon girl always showed her face as if she wanted to seduce people. I already knew that, but I still hope the little sir will take a look. 100,000 spirit stones, he immediately bid, thinking that this was not a small number, hoping that she would know that it would be difficult to withdraw. Even if you're a monster, you'd be stunned by this number. It's so expensive. Even if you've cultivated to the spiritual level, you'll have to save up nearly 100 years to get that many spirit stones. Ordinary people can't come to you. I don't know what a spirit stone is. He dares to say that. I'm sure I'm not looking for the wrong person. Even the elders must respect this person. 100,000 spirit stones is not considered expensive. Seeing the demon girl standing still for a long time, he tried to leave, but she stopped her and said loudly, "Let's see." Little sir, wondering if she could use this high-grade magic weapon Red Flame Pearl to pay, she showed another item and offered to bargain. Red flame pearl, how many points can this thing be exchanged for? 100,000 spirit stones can be exchanged for 20,000 points. Of course, you are waiting for the system to appear to convert the points, then decided, the high-grade magic weapon Red Flame Pearl can be exchanged for 22 points, more than 2,000 points. As soon as he heard that, he happily held up a pen and paper, inviting his lover Hong Dan to write one word, leaving all his previous thoughts aside and just aiming for 3 words to get rich. I don't know if she has any intention, or if it's a monster's habit to seduce others. She constantly shows her sexy face, and even gets close to Kuang Gak. I'm bothering you, I want to see the future. The system confirmed Hong Dan's question and spoke up. Did you do a fortune-telling for Zitong Dan? This fortune-telling requires 10,000 points to be consumed. His answer was yes, and he also grasped the information. Fortune-telling for monsters is not the same as fortune-telling for ordinary people. That guy only lost 100 points or gained 10 points, but this demon rabbit is different. Down to a few zeros. At the age of 0, a rabbit was born in Ko Huin Lin of the 10,000 demons. At 300 years old, the rabbit absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, transformed into a human, took the name Zitong Dan, and was the bold girl standing in front of him now. At the age of 500, Zitong Dan joined the Manhwa Quoc, submitting to General Huin Min, at 600 years old, and showed no signs of stopping. He was extremely surprised that she dared to steal even the things of the demon master. It turned out the demon lord also has this secret. Wait, this is it. The announcement is still the same. Those who interfere with the destiny of heaven can choose to reveal the destiny, punish the merit plus 1,000 points in one of the following punishments. 1. The enlightenment of practice of Zitong Dan. 2. The top-grade martial arts seduction technique. 3. 100 ways to attack men. On the contrary, you interfere with the fate of heaven. You can choose to hide the fate of heaven. The merit reward is negative up to 10,000, punishment triangular. This system certainly puts you in a difficult position. Done. This also means that I know the secret of that heavenly demon master. That heavenly demon master has nothing he can't do. I'm afraid I will also be implicated. Her rosy face showed extreme anticipation. Little sir, how is my future? It was very difficult and tiring for him to make a decision. The future, haha, people were about to die. What else could he say about the future? Maybe he wanted to somehow prevent something. And 1 second this demon girl had a rosy face, the next second her whole body was cold and stiff. Some force interrupted her neck and separated her body. All she could do was let out a cry. The head flew off and blood splattered, making Kuang Gak extremely scared. He was numb. Blood even splashed all over his body. He didn't look confused or scared. Perhaps this was quite familiar to him after living in this world for many years. It was normal for monsters to kill each other. Because this was a place in broad daylight, it didn't take long for someone to pay attention. That person was trembling, sweating profusely and was speechless, killing him. After killing someone, everyone was terrified. Some people didn't even look at the situation and quickly and cowardly ran away. People screamed at each other, quickly ran away. Maybe they saw something terrible, but everything fell into someone's cat ears. It was so fast, it was impossible to see what it was, leaving only streaks of light on the path and traces of mortals with their throats cut. All those who intended to escape died cruelly. The group's bodies fell to the ground before the figure stopped under a large red umbrella. It was a female fox in half-human, half-beast form with 2 subordinates behind her, the Supreme Van Demon Nation, the Demon Master of Du Sun Lam. One subordinate quickly cleaned up the corpse at the scene and another received the red umbrella from the Demon Master's hand. She was looking at Kuang Gak and moving towards him. After a while of cleaning and rummaging, a subordinate gave this fox a red box. My lord, found it. He was very helpless here and felt a little sorry for his recent guest. He was really hurt by that rabbit. He even touched the Demon Master's things and even dared to come to him for fortune-telling. Even more tragic. More. In front of him now was the heavenly demon master Du Sun Lam. He could not have imagined that as soon as he opened his eyes, he would see Miss Ho Lai standing right next to him. If Zitong Dan had already looked for Mr. Check out a hexagram for me, how about it? No need to think too much. He quickly pulled out the advertising sign on his back, immediately broke it, and pretended to be stupid. What are you looking at? I don't understand at all, I'm just a passerby. He thought about turning around and running away, but he looked extremely miserable. It seemed like she had come a long time ago. I shouldn't have said those damn words, but if I hadn't, the system wouldn't have forgiven me. It's good now. Still have to tell her fortune. You really couldn't run away. The two subordinates saw you leaving for a long distance and quickly stopped you. The master didn't say let you go. Moreover, he blocked the two swords that had just beheaded those people in front of him. Even though he was scared, he still said something that made people stay on the road, making it easier to talk in the future. Of course, this fox girl is not that easy, she gets whatever she wants, and is still easygoing when responding to him with a calm expression. She redefines the idiot in front of her, but I am love, you had the courage to say that sentence and your whole body was drained of energy and trembled, right? You still stubbornly reason, in fact the price to read my hexagram is very expensive, but this demon lord Du Sun Lam stopped me right away. It's okay, I have money. In fact, there are many taboos about revealing heavenly secrets to others, so he decided to tell them to the end so that this fox girl would no longer tell fortunes. But she has already made up her mind, and will not be subdued for any reason, and is about to run out of patience. She darkly gives a warning, tells me my fortune, or dies. Seeing that expression, he immediately understood the situation, pulled out a pen, and used both hands to offer it to the demon lord, inviting him to write. Sigh, never mind, even if it's the demon lord or the system, I can't refuse. Life or death is up to God, just think ahead like that to be sure. Meanwhile, this girl had already wiped out a few lines of ink that were the words, murder. The system asked again, did she read the hexagram for Du Sun Lam? This hexagram reading consumed 100 million points. When he heard the end of the announcement, his whole body froze. 100 million points. He had been coming here for 5 years and this was the first time he read a hexagram for someone else. It cost the same amount of points, and his points. It's not enough to see one corner either. Looking at the letters on the piece of paper, his face turned pale. Today he met two unusual guests. That's right, the subjects of the hexagram reading system have higher cultivation levels, stronger natural qualities, and achievements in the hexagram reading system. The more futures there are, the higher the difficulty. She is the demon master, her cultivation base and nature are also the second strongest, so how can she waste so many points? Seeing that he was silent for a long time, the demon master was anxious to speak up. Her fortune was not good. She originally thought that if he could clearly explain the life and death story of Zitong Dan, he would have some skill, but instead she saw the word, kill. To be threatened like that, it's useless. As the heavenly demon master, she quickly made the decision for her waiting subordinates to kill him. The blade of the sword was only a few centimeters away when he quickly said loudly, who said I couldn't tell, I'm afraid I guessed it, but the devil master couldn't hear it. Seeing him say that, she quickly changed her mind and stopped her own person. How much did the little sir want? If my lord agrees to return the 10,000 patriots to me, maybe even after reaching this point, Kuang Gak still has the courage to be a lobster. The demon lord is probably free today so he's standing here with you until now, you liar, kill him for me. He had to wait until the knife tip was close to his nose before saying, wait, even though the heavenly demon lord cannot pay me back, I can see a part of the future for you. Does the heavenly demon lord not want to know thousands of things? What will we have next year? Don't you want to know if thousands of years from now, people will still be people? Stop, but this fox girl is easily swayed, this is the second time she has changed her mind, you see what I have done 1,000 years later. The truth is that you haven't seen it yet and you haven't answered yes or no to the system, so you can only answer to the demon master to try. Let me see how powerful this demon emperor will be thousands of years from now. Du Sun Lam insisted that I tell my fortune, not only because I wanted to know my secret, after all, when I told Zitong Dan's fortune I already know that secret, but, what should I say, if I say something I shouldn't say, she will definitely stab me to death. Notification system, you have chosen the fate reading segment for Du Sun Lam, you have chosen to see 10 years of fate in the next 1,000 years, this time consuming 1 million points, listen to the notification from the other system. I also have to negotiate a condition with the heavenly demon lord, pay first, a low-grade weapon or 5 million spirit stones. Okay, she quickly dropped an item that looked like a golden gourd in Kuang Gak's hand. The system immediately displayed information, 1,000 years later, Du Sun Lam and Zitong took care of his child, even he had to keep an eye on his mouth. How did he take care of his child? The leader of the Van patriotic nation, the nightmare of humanity, 1,000 years later, is taking care of his child with such a happy face, who is that evil demon king, who has such bravery. 1001 years later, Du Sun Lam had a headache with the problem of educating his eldest son. This boy did not want to follow her path of killing, but wanted to learn his father's useless fortune-telling profession, which this made her very angry. 1002 years later, Du Sun Lam began to seriously educate his second daughter. Her daughter's cultivation made her very appreciative. 1003 years later, when the fourth son, choosing clothes for his first birthday, chose 2 flags that said only speak reason, not the half-hearted nonsense of his father before, she was very angry, clearly had prepared all the magical weapons and magical treasures like axes, swords, and halberds, yet there were 2 foolish children who followed their father's footsteps. 1004 years later, in just 4 years she gave birth to 5 litters. The 5th child in Du Sun Lam's belly still shows no signs of being born, making her very worried. 1005 years later, he listened to what the system said and wrinkled all his facial features, as if something was wrong. 1010 years later, Du Sun Lam's husband Kuang Gak finally returned from Hong Tuan Fu, making her very happy. The image of the 2 of them hugging each other appeared. But during intimacy, she sensitively realized that her husband had the scent of another woman on her body. Hearing this part made the current fortune teller Kuang Gak completely stunned. My husband. Du Sun Lam, you still can't believe what you just heard. You are clearly the husband of this demon lord, no wonder you dodged 2 sword cuts that cut your neck. As if he hadn't realized that Kuang Gak was the only one, he repeated, Du Sun Lam's husband, Kuang Gak. And when he became more alert, his mind was shocked, realizing that it was his name, someone else's future and also his future, someone else's child and also his child, which always scared him. Made a loud sound. At this point, his attitude changed from fear to pride. I was thinking who had such great ability to be the demon master of this heinous crime and willing to be a good mother. It turned out to be me. Then it's okay. The simulation ends. Will Du Sun Lam's fate change? Check the hexagram again from the beginning. Review the request to consume 1 million of Du Sun Lam's merit. Du Sun Lam's current merit, negative 11,250,000. You can choose to spend your merit to exchange for Du Sun Lam's destiny. Current merit, 89,539. Expression when hearing the secret of this demon master, always in a daze and sweating profusely. He also thought that the future was not good. He could spend a little merit to change her fate so that she wouldn't kill her. More than 10 million merits, female. What cruel things has this devil done? Why is he not punished by God to death? The merit I have accumulated over the years is not enough to change a part of her fate. Did Mr. Tu tell you the truth? The heavenly demon lord has been patient all this time, but he can only mutter in his mind. If he told the truth, he would definitely be killed by Du Sun Lam's subordinates. If you interfere with the fate of heaven, you can choose to conceal the fate of heaven. The reward is 100,000 negative merit points. You will be punished to death by 9 punishments. If you interfere with the fate of heaven, you can choose to reveal the fate of heaven. Merit penalty plus 10,000 and choose one of the punishments below. According to common sense, choose to hide the fate. Even though the punishment is 3 disasters, the system does not say death, but this time the system makes it clear to you. If you don't tell me, you'll definitely die, and the 3 rewards the system gives are 1. Du Sun Lam's experience raising children, 2. 1,000 ways to train a husband, 3 half pieces of jade. Kuang Gak is extremely miserable, there is no other way, choose the 3rd option. This ordinary jade pendant does not have any spiritual power. For some reason, only half is left. It is infected with Du Sun Lam's aura. It must be hiding a secret related to this woman, the owner of the jade pendant. Keep this half of the jade pendant. You can ask Du Sun Lam to do something at will. With this jade pendant, you are saved. Du Sun Lam's face turned black again, his tail kept moving. Why didn't Mr. Sun say anything? You're not lying to me, are you? Thinking and receiving information for a while, Kuang Gak raised his hand in front of his face and repeated twice, congratulating the demon master, but the heavenly demon lord asked what was worth congratulating. Kuang Gak replied, 1,000 years later, the demon lord has the fate is good, giving birth to 2 boys and 2 girls, there is also happiness in the belly. Before he could finish speaking, the demon fox master's eyes lit up, not knowing whether it was due to anger or not. But Kuang Gak at this time did not pay attention and continued to say, the eldest young master was intelligent from a young age, knowledgeable about the 8 trigrams and the I Ching, knowledgeable about yin and yang and the 5 elements, knowledgeable about many things from ancient times to the present. Second young lady Tan Tu. They are twin sisters, with excellent natural qualities. From birth they have had incredible strength, are knowledgeable about killing and punishing, have been proud all their lives. The fourth young master is still young, has never practiced but was born. He has the appearance of a saint, his body is clean and free of dust, the 5 fairies protect his body, and the 5 ghosts pave the way. Fifth son, the 5th child is still in the womb but has the death energy from the mother's womb, surrounded by dragon veins, is the dragon path, is the emperor destined by heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, he also took a hit from the demon master Sun Lam. The hit was not the type that just made his face turn blue, he almost vomited blood from his mouth. This demon lord was so angry that she had to be beaten first and scolded later. In a cold voice, she said, "Do you know the price you will pay for talking nonsense?" It seems that although the blow just now was painful, it did not harm Kuang Gak at all. He quickly replied, "If I say the wrong thing, I will be punished by heaven." Yet God really prepared thunder and lightning as if to strike him down any moment he said something wrong. If that's the case, why don't you tell me clearly, what kind of man can make me willing to give birth to his child? Heavenly Demon Master Sun Lam crossed his arms over his chest but seemed interested. And curious because her tail was wagging all this time. Very happily and without any hesitation, our fortune teller answered quickly and concisely, "It was me." At this time, the Heavenly Demon Lord did not know if he had already had feelings for Kuang Gak, but his face and ears turned red. He did not immediately protest. Only the subordinates next to him took the stance of beheading and shouted loudly, "You! It's worth dying for." But the heavenly devil turned out to mean nothing, she was simply shy in front of the person for whom she would later give birth according to Kuang Gak's words. Of course, that was just a temporary feeling when she was gathering strength in her hands and raising her voice, "Little sir, I'm afraid it's not being read correctly. It's up to you to decide whether it's true or not. I still hope the Demon Master will look at this object." This time, having learned from previous times, Kuang Gak quickly put up a defense line with half the piece of jade pendant he just got from the system. That. Exactly like the system said before, the Demon Lord was stunned and looked at it with hungry eyes. "This piece of jade, how did you get it? I heard that the person holding this piece of jade pendant can make the Demon Lord promise something, is this true?" Kuang Gak is also gradually taking the initiative. Now the one approaching the other person is you, even your demon. It's okay to ask to become friends with me, and the answer, although a bit forced, is okay. It was so fast and so easy that it made Kuang Gak extremely surprised. Even getting married, what is so important and terrible about this piece of jade pendant? It seems that Du Sun Lam wanted the piece of jade so much that he personally approached him and raised his hands to caress Kuang Gak's face. If you look closely, you will see that he is handsome. But, this hexagram belongs to the little boy. "Sir, I'm afraid the fortune-telling was wrong." "Why is that so?" he asked again. "Because I will bring you back to the kingdom of 10,000 demons to get married, but I only agree to get married to you. On the night of the wedding, it is better for you to die. There can be no mistake, this is a cunning trait that all veteran foxes possess." In an instant she managed to smuggle Kuang Gak's piece of jade, not forgetting to firmly confirm, "But after all, the date of your death is only this year, sir. Look at this hexagram of yours, right or wrong. Just now I just took this piece of jade pendant and asked a question. I didn't really intend to do so. I hope the Ghost King will return the jade pendant to me so I can take a closer look. Having been bullied like that, of course it's in my heart." He was extremely scared. This woman relied on strength to bully the weak. But the fox doesn't compromise that easily. She really wants the piece of jade and the power, so she has no intention of giving in. She finds a slave and brings him back to the land of 10,000 demons. Even though in this world she has power, it is still unpredictable that Kuang Gak is the main character. At this point, Kuang Gak pulled out a piece of golden amulet from his hand and loudly scolded the demon lord in front of the female devil. "In your family, whoever marries you will be unlucky. If I accumulate merit in the future, I will definitely escape this fate. Two subordinates rushed forward, but Kuang Gak was able to finish scolding before saying goodbye and leaving in a beam of golden power. His talisman, is it from that old dragon, this fortune teller, can actually make the dragon at Sun Moon Lake draw a protective talisman for him. In the end, what kind of god is he? That is the surprise that appears on Du Sun Lam's face as soon as he witnessed the scene just now. Demon Master, do you need your subordinates to capture someone back, save his life, take him to Manhwa Kwok? Du Sun Lam doesn't believe that she can't catch a fortune teller like Kuang Gak. While leaving, Du Sun Lam also remembered something. Zitong Dan stole her Huin Bang Nok Fach Pearl. They must be the old dragon subordinates. Who exactly are they? While traveling, there was a subordinate. He still stayed with her, took care of the umbrella and asked the Lord if he wanted to return to Van Kwok Kwok or where to go. At this time, Du Sun Lam said no, to Sun Moon Lake. She might be trying to say goodbye to the three sides. Dragon. The scene changes to the place where the mountains and rivers flow, which is Wei Kwok Tien Nam Sun Lin Nok Hoa River. Here there is a small peaceful stream, the water is clear, you can see down to the bottom. Suddenly, something seemed to fall down, causing the water to lose its original appearance, making waves and water splashing. It turns out the thing that just fell was Kuang Gak. He was crying, "Oh my, what bad luck." Climbing up to the shore and sitting against a tree, he was lost again. His amulet had only been taken from that old dragon in Sun Moon Lake for half a month. He only had this one amulet. He didn't expect to have to use it today. So, unwillingly, he clenched his fist and swore, "Du Sun Lam, you wait 1,000 years, I will become invincible, I will definitely not forgive you." Not long after that, his expression changed to one of relief, but according to the system's divination results, 1,000 years later, Du Sun Lam will marry me and give birth to 5 more children, a way to get revenge. This isn't bad. But he wasn't the type of person to be blindly stupid. He had already imagined himself being strangled by Du Sun Lam's tail. He shook his head vigorously. No, that was a monster killing people without blinking an eye. Forget it, you can't do this even if you want, you should still work hard to accumulate points and change this destiny. But because he had just transferred to this place, and also did not live in this world, he quickly had the question, where is this place again? Go around and see, what if there is a treasure, the forest is safe, and that is your decision, take action immediately and not stay in one place or be afraid of the new land. Yet only half a month later, the strange forest became familiar. He was familiar with and visited every corner of the forest. The animals all knew Kuang Gak and now he was sitting on the back of a fierce tiger. Giant. Sitting on the tiger's back, he carried a pile of food and a large piece of paper rolled up in his hand. He was finally about to leave the southern mountain range. What he was holding was a map showing the way. He did not expect that the old dragon's talisman would take him to the Wei Kingdom, and he was not satisfied with this transfer. The reason he was dissatisfied was that this fake country was so close to the 10,000 demon country. Of course he didn't dare to return, he couldn't let that female devil catch him. It turns out that this tiger is not completely an animal, it can communicate and ask Kuang Gak, or because Kuang Gak has the ability to talk to animals. Where do you want to go now, sir? He humbly replied, I'm still here. It's better to go to China. Speaking of this place, he immediately realized that if he wanted to go to the Qin country, he would have to cross the Nok Hoa River, but I don't have a boat. It was obvious that this was not a good thing, but he slapped his hand as if he had come up with a big plan. Don't worry, sir, I have a way to help you cross the river. Luckily for you, this tiger is so powerful. Really? Then thank you very much, tiger brother. Holding a large basket of items in his hand, including food and money, he couldn't help but be happy. This half-month has not been in vain. Who knows that there are many virtuous monsters here, not only helping him complete his tasks every day. The day of fortune-telling for 3 people, I also got so many treasures. Yet the residents here don't think they are your saviors. On the contrary, they are extremely polite and give us a grand send-off, sir. I know that in the future there will be a righteous God here. Everyone wants to send him off, so why don't you agree? He smiled brightly and waved his hand. It was clear that both sides benefited, not just him bringing blessings to them. It's just a small matter. There's no need to bother everyone. It's not necessary. Wait until that God appears in the world. As long as you do many good deeds, you will definitely become gods that people will respect. These monsters are not stupid, if it weren't for me to predict Tian Nam Mountain in the future. There will be a righteous god appearing, these monsters will also have a part of the benefits, and finally enjoy some incense, they will not save their face like that. I also don't know who the master is. This is a heavenly secret, a divine secret that cannot be revealed. I still don't know who this god is, maybe he hasn't been born yet. Once I escape Du Sun Lam's spear, I'll come back and see. You yourself are extremely curious about the future of this place. They got off Tiger Brother's back and waited for him to say they only needed to come here and go home before they bowed. In front of you now is a water gate that is not easy to cross. The river water is dangerous. Even if you have a boat, it will be difficult to cross. Brother Tiger, do you really have a way to help me cross the river? Without saying a word, the tiger roared loudly, causing the boy nearby to be terrified and have to cover his ears before his eardrums ruptured. Yet after that roar, a tornado of gas was created that pierced through the great water. He was no exception, catching a wave of water in front of the tornado when it was super strong. Becoming more and more powerful and terrible, making the water color even more scary and muddy. Yet the water actually receded to reveal a scene of large, towering mountains. There was also a giant brown rock full of thorns appearing in the middle of the river, and the sky was now pitch black. Witnessing this entire spectacular transformation in the blink of an eye, his pupils widened to show extreme surprise. It turned out that the large rock in the middle of the dark water was a sea creature that looked like a turtle. It raised its head full of hair and white beard, its roaring voice, it was someone who was disturbing the old man's rest. It turned out the dark transformation was due to the appearance of this creature. Tiger Brother simply called it up. Kuang Gak immediately classified it. It could speak human language, it must be a monster with profound morality. I heard that recently a man who was good at divination came here and opened the minds of many little monsters in the area. Tian Nam Mountain, is that you? Although that creature is huge, it speaks very politely. It stepped out of the water and approached Kuang Gak, not knowing how to address Mr. Kuang. My name is Kuang, Mr. Kuang, I don't know what business you have come to this place. Every movement of that creature caused a loud growl that shook all directions. It turned out that Mr. wanted to cross the river. This is just a small matter. If Mr. did not pay attention, the old man could take him to the river, right away. Even a sea creature has thoughts. This Tian Nam Mountain is very difficult for a noble person to come. This old man must marry him. If that's the case, I won't be polite anymore. After settling down on the sea turtle's back, Kuang Gak did not forget to turn around and wave. Brother Tiger, see you later. The dark clouds began to expand, many birds flew in the sky, an extremely majestic scene that not everyone could see. Sitting up high, enjoying the wind blowing from the cliffs, he responded to the turtle's question where he wanted to go. He wanted to go to China. Every time it was mentioned, he remembered that this Wei kingdom was temporarily uninhabitable. The turtle heard the answer and asked again, is it urgent for you to go to Qin country? In fact, there is nowhere I want to go. These years I have been wandering in all four directions, always wondering where to go. Once there, if that's the case, the old man advises you, it's best not to go to Qin country these days. What's wrong? He was a bit confused, but actually he hadn't researched this place thoroughly. If you know how to tell fortunes, why don't you try to see what Qin kingdom is doing now? The fate of an entire dynasty, it's better not to get involved. Even though you say that, you're defending yourself. How do you understand the appearance, the carriage, the luck, the 6 lines and the 6 lines? These divinations have always relied on that system of destiny. Mr. is right, this old man has said too much. Indeed, divination must suffer a lot of harm, and when involved in the destiny of heaven, many things must be avoided. The Qin kingdom was still good a few years ago. Although the monarch was not a man of strategic talent, he was still very cautious. In addition to establishing a relationship with the Dragon King, in recent years the weather had been good and windy, life was good. Bach's record is also very good, but 7 years ago. The monarch of the Qin country was fascinated by the demon girl. In order to welcome the demon girl into the palace, he abandoned his virtuous and kind queen, indulged in alcohol, neglected the government, and collected heavy taxes and exploited the people. I heard that in the palace, the lake, the wine, the meat, the forest, it can be compared to the fairyland of the human world. In short, the Qin country is no longer peaceful, chaos is everywhere. If you don't have anything urgent, it's better not to go. Thank you for pointing this out. Please remember, this turtle is also very enthusiastic, both letting me cross the river and kindly reminding me, but I still have to cross this Nakhoa River. After all, I will return to Wei Kwok. Wei this country borders the Van Yu nation. If Du Sun Lam's people are still in Wei Kingdom looking for me, then I definitely have no way to escape. After that, the turtle also asked Kuang Gak a lot of trivial things, but he felt that it wanted to ask something but it was inconvenient to say anything. After only walking for half an hour, it reached the middle of life. While moving on the still surface of the water, it suddenly fluctuated violently, making him immediately realize what it was. Then a large group of crabs appeared. They were gray and surrounded the old turtle. These are not normal animals, they are all virtuous monsters. Why are they gathered here? Sir, don't blame me, these are all my disciples and disciples. I just heard about the things you did on Tian Nam Mountain and wanted to come and ask you for advice. If you don't like it, I will tell them. Dissolution. Kuang Gak is happy because his goal of fortune-telling for 3 people today has not been completed. He can only rely on them. It's nothing, meeting each other is fate, but this fate is not necessarily as expected. I don't beat around the bush, but saying this also puts a bit of a barrier in front of myself when I see a future that doesn't go as expected. They are all veteran monsters, and it's not like they don't understand what you mean. Since you said so, then this old man has the shame to bother you and cast me a hexagram. I told him why he was willing to take me across the river, but he was still so polite. After beating around the bush for a while, he finally made the request. He rubbed his chin and was satisfied that he had untied the knot in his heart. Say it out loud and you can't stammer it forever. Don't blame me, sir, I know these things are reckless, but there is one thing that has bothered me for more than half of my life. If I had met a noble person like you, if I missed this opportunity, I'm afraid I would regret it for the rest of my life. But sir, rest assured, this old man has been roaming the Nakhoa River for 1,200 years, and I also have all kinds of treasures, and I can completely return them to you. Hearing this, Kuang Gak also went about his business, not knowing what was bothering him. After the question from him, the turtle began to tell the story. Since the old man became conscious until now, he has practiced for 1,200 years, a lifetime of doing good deeds and accumulating virtue, not doing any bad deeds, on both sides. Nakhoa River, more or less, has a temple to worship the old man. It was all built by the villagers who were helped by the old man. It also seems to have some incense fire. But for thousands of years, the old man's cultivation level has not improved at all. Anyway, my vitality and blood begin to weaken, and I will never have the chance to become a dragon. The old man's request is just about turning into a dragon. I would like to ask, sir, can the old man turn into a dragon or not? Faced with this question that cannot determine the timeline, Kuang Gak has a bit of difficulty. Something's wrong. This turtle should be about to reach the realm of dragon transformation. It should at least have some dragon characteristics, but other than its size, it has no dragon characteristics at all. Clearly, obviously it hasn't reached the level where it can turn into a dragon. The feeling is not very good. With my experience over the past few years, the result this time will not be very good. What if the result is not satisfactory? This old demon has practiced for thousands of years. With his strength, he will definitely not be able to defeat him. Now I'm still on someone's back, while I'm taking precautions. Let me tell you, fortune-telling isn't too expensive, sir, just say so. At this time, he also realized something, and was about to use it as an excuse, but it seemed to be unsuccessful, because everyone who came to him for fortune-telling were people with a lot of money. The system also appeared and asked, did you read the fate of Oh Boy Seong in Nakhoa River? This time you need to spend 30,000 points. In your hand you also hold 300,000 spirit stones, which can be exchanged into 60,000 integral points. However, as long as it's a hexagram that you don't want to see, the waste will be doubled. At this time you are also hesitating. I must say first, fate is decided by God. If fate is not good, it will be a waste. This will not be refunded. I think it's better not to watch it. The turtle heard you say that and was startled. The fee to watch this is really expensive. Although I have collected many treasures over the years, it is still worth it. I don't have that many spirit stones. But in the end, the turtle was still extremely curious about his fate. Moreover, all his money was of no use if he couldn't turn into a dragon, so he spit out a green pearl in his mouth. Although small, the value is great. This jade lotus is a 10,000-year-old elixir, enough to pay for it. Sir, take the item back to your hand. At the same time, the system also informs you that the strange jade lotus can be exchanged for 80,000 points. Stool. Nothing has changed compared to previous customers, no matter how difficult it is. As long as he earns a lot of points, he will happily agree immediately. At this point, there is no way to refuse anymore. Hurry up. The pearl returned and he smiled and said, enough, then, please cast the hexagram for the old man. At the age of 0, a turtle was born in the Nakhoa River in Tien Nam Mountain. At the age of 60, the turtle swallowed Jade Lean 2 by mistake, accidentally opened his spiritual mind, and was named Oh Boy Tuong. At 200 years old, Oh Boy Tuong became storming the Nakhoa River, drinking the blood of living people. The progress of his practice increased rapidly. At the age of 500, Oh Boy Tuong was instructed by a master. Wanted to wash away the demonic energy, and began to capture the people of the two Qin countries. Wei forced them to build a temple. 800 years old, the little dragon king of the Taiqing River passed through the Nakhoa River, discovered what he was forcing Oh Boy Tuong to do, got angry and took action. Oh Boy Tuong was lucky to escape but was trapped. The opportunity was seriously damaged. From then on it was difficult for his cultivation to progress. At the age of 1000, Oh Boy Tuong never got the chance to turn into a dragon, scheming to gain the throne, colluding with the demon concubine of the king of Qin. Kidnapping poor refugees, refining pills from human blood. 1204 years old, Oh Boy Tuong met a fortune teller who wanted to be guided by him, but was told that he had to die. His anger pushed that person to the bottom of the Nakhoa River, suppressing him for 10,000 years, but the master destroyed the temple of incense and fire, and as a punishment from heaven, he died. Hearing the life of this seemingly good-natured but sinful turtle, he became helpless and had difficulty guessing how he had practiced for 1,200 years and still had not turned into a dragon. He originally did not dare. He always used the temple of incense and fire to hide the heavenly secrets, avoid the heavenly tribulation, kill karma. How can you turn into a dragon? The system continues to announce as always, you interfere with the destiny of heaven, you can choose to conceal the fate of heaven, the reward is minus 30,000 merits, punish 9 karma, you interfere with the destiny of heaven, you can choose to reveal expose the mechanism, merit punishment plus 3,000, choose one of the punishments, understand Wu Boixiang's incense fire to become a god. Mastery of the blood pill refining technique is water bending. He believes that incense fire to become a god is originally righteous path, but Oh Boy Tuong built a temple to practice. His perception was more or less a bit cruel. Blood pill refining was an evil practice. He could only choose to master water bending. After working with this system for a long time, he didn't really think about the plan to hide the secret. Seeing that he had been silent for a long time, this guest also spoke up, "Sir, does this old man have a chance to turn into a dragon? Maybe you've underestimated my abilities too much. You still dare to ask me for fortune-telling despite your karma. Oh Boy Tuong, your courage is really big. You quickly turned against those ruthless murderers, including the last time. The same goes for Du Sun Lam. Sir, I only asked about the opportunity to turn into a dragon. As for other things, I have never asked you to look at them. You have already accepted the fortune-telling fee. I still keep calm to get the answer, but deep down, mind, this turtle is also planning. How does he know the old man's name? But this year in order to escape the little dragon king of Tai Tan River, I have acted very modestly. I have never met this person before. Why? He knew his name. Could it be that this person's fortune-telling skills have reached the highest level? How can he tell? He can't wait too long. He laughed out loud as if sarcastically, a chance to turn into a dragon. Since you asked for the opportunity to turn into a dragon, then I will give you the chance to turn into a dragon. Do you dare to save me? You have mastered water bending from the system, so you no longer have any respect for that shameless murderer. This too. What do you mean by this? I am willing to destroy my own merit and write a heavenly book for you, offering it to the sky, giving you a chance to turn into a dragon. The turtle already has bad blood in it. At this moment, your eyes were filled with the fire of hatred. This old man had the kindness to help you cross the river. How dare you repay kindness with hatred? Are you humans so ungrateful? Disciple Kuang Gak prayed to Huin Tien Loi Fap Tien Tun, Today I heard that oh boy Tuong has been cultivating in Nak Hoa River for more than 1,200 years, accumulating virtue and doing good deeds, cultivating diligently. Before he could finish speaking, Huin Tian Loi Fap Tian Tun, the god in charge of punishing the heavenly tribulation, had clearly understood everything and immediately appeared straight down on the turtle with a thunderbolt. Rotten boy, this old man helped you, yet you dare to confront him. Treating me like that, he actually knows how to call God, even Huin Tian Loi Fap Tian Tun. Who is he? He is indeed the main character. Before leaving, he always makes the other person ask questions. Who am I? He was practicing calling to the sky, but the turtle was still stupid. It was about to come back and swallow him. While calling to the sky, his eyes were truly fiery and resilient, not wavering at all. Even though he had just seen the turtle's future, seemingly mentioning himself, he was not afraid, just repeating the heavenly Lord above. Merit is in me, no one dares to harm me. Seeing the boy's brilliant aura, the turtle immediately wrinkled his already distorted face. He couldn't eat him. He was calling him when he transformed into a dragon. If he ate him now, the old man would definitely die. After reading everything, he pointed to the sky and concluded the last sentence. A lifetime of kindness, you will definitely benefit. A lifetime of doing evil deeds, you will definitely be punished. I hope you consider it. Don't forget to PR for yourself. Oh boy Tuong, didn't you ask me to tell my fortune? In my entire life, I have never said a wrong word in fortune-telling. Today, here, you will be buried under fate. In this life of becoming a dragon, the way of heaven is clear and the retribution is appropriate. He quickly jumped off the turtle's body to avoid being hit by the lightning that was intended for this evil turtle. Lightning bolts of all shapes, sizes, and strengths continuously rained down. As for him, after rushing into the water, he was a little scared and kept waving his hands. It's over, it's over, it's over, quickly end it. And at this time the system also announced that you revealed the destiny, revealed the fate of heaven, and received public punishment. Virtue plus 3,000, mastery of water bending. The announcement ended and he sank into the water and a stream of power entered his body. He began to feel the water, cope with the situation in front of him, and that was probably enough. The great immortal of immeasurable merit, the Bodhisattva incarnate, the turtle struck by lightning and its past killings clearly visible in the evil fire. But the situation is not very positive when lightning keeps striking and it is difficult to fight against the tortoise's shell that is more than 1,000 years old. These incense burners are all things that I have accumulated for hundreds of years. I did not expect that today I would consume so much. Having been punished by heaven continuously for a while now, the turtle is still healthy and has a clear consciousness. He also thought that if he could pass the dragon tribulation, everything would be worth it. Kuang too, this opportunity, this old man accepts. The turtle now stood up, he couldn't retreat, he couldn't avoid it, the only way was to face him directly. Seeing such an arrogant turtle, Kuang Gak thought it was really bad. Unruly burning incense at the temple is also a cruel way. Our generation cannot forgive. Go away, you continue to cast some spell on the turtle. This golden light is the result of all my merits and virtues. It is dedicated to destroying evil spirits, so you didn't think much and changed all your cumulative points in the past time to decide to destroy the turtle. Hey, otherwise you'll die miserably under it. The power rushes right in front of the turtle, this power cannot avoid death. Yet that evil turtle had time to spit something out of his mouth. Old man, 1,000 years of old man's incense fire. It thought that just the incense fire was enough, and it was not the people's volunteers. You stand on the water and say, without the incense fire temple to protect you, I see how you can overcome the disaster. This heavenly tribulation has already become a heavenly punishment. I must surely die. He looked up in front of him and looked up at the sky. How could he escape? Seeing that it could not live, it also did not want to let the person who caused it to die live in peace, so it released a flashy red hidden gas. Kuang Gak, even if I have to die, I will absolutely not let you go. 3 red arrows rushed towards him with the same speed as the attack he had given them. He immediately recognized them and restrained them. And then he had to jump into the water to find a way back. The turtle was now laughing out loud before dying. This bloody arrow is already a lock on your mechanism. I'll see where you're hiding. That Kuang family, with you as a cushion, this old man will die happily. Then a terrible force fell, and the turtle was truly destroyed. I don't know how Kuang Gak's situation is, but just a few days later at the Nak Hoa River on the Qin Kingdom border, the river returned to its original peaceful appearance, and there were dragon boats walking on the river. The owner of this boat is Mr. Tu, a handsome young man standing on the bow of the boat. A few days ago, the Yuhua River suddenly flooded, causing damage that caused more than half of the fertile land in Xianyang near the emperor's feet to be swallowed up. This is the most fertile land in Qin country, which is on this strip along the Nakhua River. This year the flood occurred just at the time of sowing seeds, fields were destroyed, people drifted everywhere. After the flood, migration was inevitable. But now the most worrying thing is not the refugees but the fact that there is not much food left in the national treasury. If the food stored in the national treasury is not enough to support during this time, there is a possibility of having to poverty. At that time, the Qin country's territory will definitely be hell on earth, causing people to become food. It is also very possible. Thinking back, after that white demon girl entered the palace, the Qin kingdom was plunged into darkness and chaos. It was truly a national casualty and evil. While I was thinking about the situation in my hometown, someone came up to the bow of the ship to call my son. Our boat picked up a person, who seemed to be still breathing, and it was a bit strange. It was obvious that he was picked up from the river, but there wasn't even the slightest bit of moisture on his body, even his clothes were still clean, and that was Kuang Gak. He was picked up immediately. They also thoughtfully took him to the room to lie down. When he woke up, he had a slight headache but immediately realized that he was on a boat. Who picked him up from the Nakhua River? While it was quiet, there was a small box in the room that shook violently. I didn't know what was inside. He immediately touched his body, feeling as if a strong force had hit his body from behind. It turns out he was so worried and panicked because of the protective item. Even though he had saved up, he could only get so much, and having it broken like that made him turn to stone. From the time I traveled through time until now, my practice speed has been very fast. Even the disciples trained by hidden immortals cannot compare with my practice speed. I don't know why, but I don't know why. This year, I can always encounter powerful opponents. In addition to the broken system, there are certainly many godfathers who want to hack me to death rather than people who have a good opinion of me. So success magic, it's very possible that I chose the dog fate magic weapon. I also chose the dog destiny. Even if it's magical magic, my best skill is all escape techniques. Am I too easy? He thought for a moment, while still sighing deeply. Oh my god, the peace fragment, that old Nakhua River turtle, is also considered a great monster, has a cultivation base of thousands of years. The fatal blow before it died only broke my protective object. Now I still intact, no loss. However, why do I always feel an uncomfortable feeling? Isn't there something dangerous that hasn't been resolved yet? Could it be that the old turtle's palm at death's door is for me? Did he have an internal injury? He meditated for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Checking around did not reveal any injuries on the body, so why is there always a premonition of a major disaster? And he finally remembered, what day is it today? As soon as I remembered, the system also came to my senses, discovering that the host had not been able to figure out human destiny for 3 days. 3 small natural disasters were about to strike, and I was able to be in a coma for 3 days. I was just lucky. 3 small disasters, that's not right. Even 3 small disasters I can't overcome. You're so scared that you can only hold your head. You're a little monk and a level 8 foundation person, even if you have tricks, but how can one overcome the disaster of lightning? Not becoming a level 4 monk, the 5 chi in the belly does not gather. It is difficult to overcome this tribulation. He finally lowered one hand and calmed himself down. I knew that this day would come sooner or later, so avoiding the tribulation was not the way. I had already done enough research. You have great merit. A blessing from heaven can also be considered as a response to a disaster, and the natural tribulation will also be much weaker. The second is the path of cultivating incense, like the old turtle living in the Nakhua River relying on incense to avoid the disaster that should come. This is a truly special method, but it only pollutes the incense fire of the temple. That is the path of evil. There are many limitations, but if it is the orthodox path of incense and fire, it needs to go through the consecration of the divine position. Once the divine position is achieved, there will be an additional layer of shackles, as well as it's not a simple matter. Over the years, based on deducing my destiny, I have also accumulated a lot of merit. It's just that my cultivation base is there, and this heavenly tribulation is letting go again. I'm afraid it will be difficult to overcome it, and it won't be easy for me. What did it take to accumulate some merit? As a result, because the old Nakhoa River turtle wrote a letter to heaven, inviting the righteous Taoist god Xian Tian Loi Tian Tun Dharma, it still consumed quite a bit. While contemplating extreme despair, the system gave him some news that seemed to be quite happy. His current merit was 100,054, the host punished evil to promote good, and eliminated river monsters. Nakhoa, merit plus 50,000, merit reaches 100,000 God-given blessings, magical powers manifest themselves. Congratulations to the host for opening the heavenly eyes, understanding that magical powers are false energy. The magic of false energy can see the dragon veins of mountains and rivers. As Mr. Fate, he is more and more worthy of this position. Originally, if he could use the magic of false energy to find the place where the dragon was hiding, he could also avoid it. Heavenly tribulation, but before our eyes the heavenly tribulation is right above our head. Unless the place where the dragon hides is within reach. Otherwise it is useless. At this important moment, how can we meet that destined person on time? If another headache passes, there's another problem to deal with. That's it, this is the kind ferry boat that saved me. I survived the accident and couldn't involve anyone else. Thanking the owner, I quickly left. I thought I'd do it right away. Except for him, he stood up and opened the door. Room door to go outside. Maybe it was because he was still more dizzy, or maybe it was because the waves were pushing and shaking the boat that he had already tripped over the kid from before. Both of them stood still for a moment and had to raise their hands to rub the spot where they were touching each other. He also made a quick guess. Overall, at first glance, this person is a noble person. But you were so careless that you looked at the other person's body. It's flat. This man looks like a lady. I thought he was meeting a woman disguised as a man. I misunderstood and misunderstood. Thank you for your help, sir. I still have things to do. Say goodbye here. That is indeed your style of working, polite and straight to the point. Your fate is right before your eyes. Impossible you pay too much attention to polite greetings and etiquette. As soon as he passed by, this young master's close subordinates grumbled, "Young master, this person is very disrespectful. The kind-hearted young master who was kind enough to help him is being so rude like this." The two of them didn't immediately force him to come back, but just quietly observed, "This person is somewhat strange, not to be underestimated. Let's go up and take a look." As soon as he reached the front of the boat, he was met with thunder and lightning, while just now the sky was clear and blue with no signs of storms. He looked up at the sky. The three small natural calamities were not thunder and lightning, but savings meant hunger, illness meant sickness, and finally the three calamities, three small natural calamities, were not exactly instantaneous. The eyes want to kill people in that powerful way, but they are like larvae in the instep bone, making life impossible, unable to die. Just now it was clear that the sky was clear. Why is it raining already? The floodwaters haven't calmed down yet. Another heavy rain. I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist the dike construction that has just been completed. This year's harvest must be counted. Why, that was the first thing that gentleman thought of when he saw the unusual change in the weather. The young master still hasn't said a word or learned anything more about you, but you jumped into the water. This person just got out of the water. Why did he jump back in? Just then, the young man's close subordinates shouted in surprise and pointed into the distance, "Look at you. Truly a miraculous person." Yet he dared to show off his abilities in front of civilians. I don't know if it was because he left or not, but the thunder and lightning then disappeared. The sun rose brightly again. Oh, the sky is clear and cloudy. I don't know where he got to. He was surrounded by darkness. After raising his hands in front of his face and shouting the command to open his eyes, a strange yellow eye appeared on his forehead. It seems like he wants to probe for some information in this water. He closes his two normal eyes to focus on the third eye. This is fate. If we can find the hidden dragon feng shui of the land of prosperity, then we can borrow the hidden dragon feng shui to hide heavenly secrets and avoid these three calamities and fires. Oh my, in this world, there really is no coincidence like that. The place where dragons hide is not that easy to find. After a while of trying, he could only sigh. It's a pity that this place is so far from Sun Moon Lake. I was afraid that my old friend wouldn't be able to help me, but it turned out that he and that dragon had long considered each other friends. Even though I couldn't find the place where the dragon was hiding, at least I found a place with very good feng shui as my burial place. I really don't know if this is a good omen or a good omen for you. you're still alive and healthy. Found the ideal burial spot. Suddenly there was a bright light behind him, making him feel even though he was behind him and had to turn his head. His eyes opened wide, it seemed to be a yin and yang circle, what a warm aura. Returning to the boat from before, it was still gliding across the water. The young man is talented and virtuous, if I can help or be of any help to you, will I send someone to chase that person back? That's fine, I'm a noble person, if I make things difficult for you. On the contrary, although in my heart I really want to value talented people, I cannot force them, so I sighed. However, the iron bar behind him made a strong collision sound as if someone was trying to climb onto the boat. It was Kuang Gak, but he seemed to hear their hearts and turned back. Hearing the noise caused by the erratic intrusion, his close subordinate, although old, quickly drank in front of the young master. Thank you, we met again. He politely knelt down on one knee. This time he returned. He was wearing something orange in his hand that looked extremely outstanding. The boat has been moving steadily on the river all day without landing. Perhaps this will be a long journey. This brave man, looking at his extraordinary appearance, I might as well tell you a hexagram. I don't understand how things are going, but there are now so many people gathered on the bow of the boat. Past lives can be calculated, karma can be calculated, your mother will always be able to calculate it in her grave. Don't you really want to see a hexagram? It turns out Kuang Gak is struggling to make offers, but it seems no one wants to try this type of service. No need, and no need, we don't choose you, that's what you heard, and everyone's vehement avoidance when offering too enthusiastically. And now the bow of the ship is back to its deserted state as before, the wind is blowing and you can clearly see him with his hands on his hips and getting irritated. Sigh, a bunch of people who don't know how to look at the goods. Mr. Kuang, if they could hear 2 good words from your mouth, they wouldn't avoid you like that. Luckily, someone promptly gave you advice on how to sell. Chui Dao Truong, perhaps that is the name of this person, he respectfully greeted. Mr. Kuang has only arrived for a few days, and almost all of the people around Mr. Kuang have been offended by Mr. Kuang. If the hexagram comes out like that, I'm just telling the truth. This uncle saw that you were a bit stupid and smiled kindly and said, the most difficult words in the world are the honest words. If you tell the hexagram, sir. If it's not good for others, you can also say words of comfort. Just talk about mysterious secrets, don't say half a normal sentence. The Taoist doesn't need to advise. He scratched his head shyly and replied, not forgetting to think in his mind, I also want to learn from those wandering Taoists who deceive and deceive people. I've been talking until it's cloudy, it doesn't sound good or bad, but there's no other way, I have to tell the truth, otherwise I will be punished by the system that always monitors your every word. Young master wants to see you, sir, please go there quickly. Turns out this is the main reason Chui Dao Truong came to Kuang Gak. Sir, are you back? So let's go now. It's been half a month since I overcame 3 heavenly tribulations, and now I can stand here unharmed, thanks to this young master. Although I haven't found the place to search for dragons, I can still borrow a little bit of luck. Gas, before I have the ability to overcome 3 heavenly tribulations, it seems I still have to stay by this young man's side. Is the disaster relief already over, sir? Please sit down, sir. You step into the slightly dark room where the gentleman is already waiting at the tea table. During these days, I have been investigating detailed information about this young master. This person has a lot of luck surrounding his body. He is obviously not a normal person. He is the rogue brother of the king of Chen. According to his identity, he is a prince of Chen. The country, under 1 person per 10,000 people, is known as a benevolent king who likes to make friends with others, has countless guests, they are talented people, and are kept in the house by feudal nobles. This young man looks extremely pure, his eyes are clear and blue, he always has a gentle smile. He was originally self-appointed as an idle prince, but in recent years the king of Chen has not been worried about government affairs. Was temporarily living in Dai Luong by the current court master, and his recent trip to Nakhoa River was also to alleviate floods and distribute food for natural disaster relief. When both of them settled down to sit at the tea table, the young master opened his mouth to speak. I heard that he is very good at divination, he can tell 3 hexagrams every day. Today can you tell 1 hexagram for me, he said. I also thought to myself, this person is a spiritual person, he is a great person, he can also help me tell hexagrams, maybe he can help me solve difficult problems. Hearing this, he was quite shaken. This gentleman actually went to pray for a hexagram. Most ordinary people's luck is an invisible fog. We can look at the color to predict the bad luck. This gentleman has the shape of a golden eagle. It is golden in color, just an eagle. This eagle is not enough. This luck is weak. This is clearly the appearance of a woman. This young man is really a woman, but can a woman also be called a king? After all, the person sitting in front of him could be a king. Female disguised as male. As expected, each era has a lot of innermost secrets. Staring at each other and evaluating each other also makes the young man somewhat question his actions. I don't know if it was because he felt sorry for the truths that were always buried or because he felt sorry for something else, but his eyes then became strangely sad. Seeing his change, the young man groaned a few times and thought for some reason, but felt his gaze felt a little pitying. Returning to the normal state, I still want to be by your side to earn money. I don't want to count, but if you force me to, I can also calculate a hexagram for you. These days, many of my subordinates have accused me, saying that Mr. Kuang, who told people's hexagrams, didn't have a single good word in his mouth, and with his pitying look just now, could it be? Sir, if you don't want to, then it can't be helped, my lord is merciful. This guest actually agreed to your refusal. Actually, I came to see you first. There is something I need to inform you about. I plan to return to Tan Duong for a while. I don't know if you would like to go to Tan Duong with me, or say goodbye here. I heard that you are recruiting guests. If you don't mind that I want to earn money by your side, I also need your luck to help me avoid disaster. How can I go at this time? That is my plan. You, of course, don't mind. This is the only good news recently. I wanted to ask before, when I walked in the door I felt your eyebrows full of sadness. I didn't know what was in my heart. However, the young master also opened his mouth. About the relief issue, the amount of food distributed in the royal court has exceeded my expectations. I know the food is transported from far away, everyone on the road needs to eat and drink. Will be lost, but the amount of money is not enough. The court distributed 100,000 silver taels, but only less than 3,400,000 silver taels reached me. Where did the rest of the silver go? This time back to Tan Duong. I have to die and ask the court. There was indeed a problem in the Qin kingdom. It seemed to be more serious than imagined. The king of Qin was insatiable with the army. The officials in the court were not necessarily clean. This natural relief incident showed that embezzlement was so serious that, well, it can be said that if the top is not strict, then how can the bottom be strict? Besides, this time the Nak Hoa River floods are also related. If I don't do anything, the lives lost this time will have to be on my head, and then I will lose my merit. Then it's over. I just rely on that merit to save lives. With a calm face, he asked the young master if he knew the cause of the flood. Seeing his firm expression, the young master immediately guessed. Sir, how do you know? Please sit down, listen to me slowly. Next to the incense he began his story. This Nak Hoa River has an old turtle. His name is Oh Boy Tuong. This old demon is really hateful. No wonder in recent years, people in the Qin country have gone missing. It turned out that there was evil behind it. Hearing this, the young master was extremely upset. Hands clenched into fists. This kind of evil demon actually still fantasizes about a human being turning into a dragon. How could she avoid that Qin Kwok demon girl from not speaking? He took a sip of tea but did not forget the question in his heart. Sir, how do you know these things? That old turtle once carried me across the river. I happen to know about it. So it's like that. What a coincidence. Besides saying just a few simple words, this young gentleman's heart is much more. It's really such a coincidence, that Oh Boy Tuong is a 1,000-year-old demon, evil insect. How can I talk to him? The first time I met Kuang Gak was when Nak Hoa picked him up in the middle of the river. Wait, just mentioned that the old turtle suddenly transformed into a dragon, and before that he also confirmed that Oh Boy Tuong would die. It seems that the old turtle dying in this disaster will be related to Mr. Kuang, sure enough. As a powerful senior, your worries are nothing more than money and food. I will vote to help you with some of my strength. How can I let you spend money? When you heard that Kuang Gak wanted to sacrifice, you were a bit polite. Haha, there's nothing on the person's body. If you want me to take out the silver, I won't be able to agree. So what you mean is, for so many years, the old turtle kidnapped many people from the Wei and Qin countries and raised them in Tiannan Mountain for the purpose of offering incense in the temple. There was food that had been accumulated for many years, enough to satisfy the urgent need of the young master, not only to reveal more information but also to obtain more artifacts. What a bargain! In that twilight room, only 2 pairs of blue eyes lit up. After the old turtle was punished by heaven, the underwater cave had no owner. In the cave, there were only 1,000-year-old treasures that were counted as money, which could be used to buy food from rich families along the river, enough for the prince. Relief use. This method is very good, sir. You are righteous, you will be credited for the past, and you will be credited for the following autumns. I don't know if this method can be voted on or not, whether it can enter your Dharma eyes or not. I have seen all the food and treasures throughout the life of that old turtle when I predicted its fate. I didn't expect to use it at this time. It's true that you always have to make full use of your abilities to be successful. On behalf of the people of the Chen country, I would like to thank you, sir. If so, the people have been saved. Your demeanor will change completely, becoming extremely friendly, flowers blooming around you just like your mood. We can't delay, we'll leave immediately. At this time, Sun Lam has also arrived at the destination. Master, below is the Sun Moon Lake. I am here. The old Dragon King quickly come out to meet him. Immediately a huge golden dragon rolled up from the water and floated high in the sky. It turns out that the heavenly demon lord has arrived. The old dragon is honored to have met the heavenly demon lord. I don't know why the heavenly demon lord came to the dragon's Sun Moon Lake. A beautiful old man with white hair and beard appeared. Speak. Had the old Dragon King seen this guy before? The demon lord immediately asked. The image his subordinate held in front of the golden dragon was a sketch of Kuang Gak. Unable to go anywhere, the golden dragon immediately realized that this wasn't the kid Kuang Gak. This guy's name is Kuang Gak. He stayed at the Tian Thursday Pavilion to borrow books for more than half a year. He talked to me a few times. I don't know what crime my little friend has committed against the demon lord. He didn't hide it. The dragon spoke directly. Ask again. What if you commit a crime, what if you don't offend? But the demon lord returns the question and retorts. Even so, the dragon was still polite. The demon lord could give the old dragon a little face, but Sun Lam was not like that. She replied, what if I don't give it? If the heavenly demon lord had the intention, then that little friend's fate should be as it should be. It's just that the heavenly demon lord wants to deal with him. I'm afraid it won't be easy. The dragon smiled confidently at his friend Kuang Gak. I am extremely. Of course that angered Fox Sun Lam. She turned black and said, are you threatening me? It's not that I want to protect my little friend, it's just that my little friend is extraordinary. If the heavenly demon master touches him, I'm afraid he will face many consequences. The dragon leisurely turned away and left Sun Lam behind. He has great potential is coming, the world will change. It may not be clear now, but in the future he will most likely be an influential figure in the world. That is Mr. Dragon's assessment later. A short time of contact with him. In the hidden words, in recent years the old dragon has been immersed in learning fortune-telling. It must be a side effect after coming into contact with Kuang Gak. These words have become inexplicable, she thought. One thing is to say another. This is good, only an extraordinary person deserves to be my brother-in-law. But this Du Sun Lam is extremely arrogant, even though he is already my husband and the old dragon is her brother-in-law. Of course, her vague and unclear words at the end succeeded in making the old man completely numb. Du Sun Lam asked somewhat fearfully at the Dragon King's expression that it was difficult to finish a word. Are you familiar with the nation's small divination? Do you know its origin? The Dragon King did not answer her, but just shook his head repeatedly, refusing to answer. Can't say. Du Sun Lam very dissatisfied with that answer, she gritted her voice and said. But before the threat of Ms. Dragon King Chi calmly replied, old dragon's divination was not good. He could not calculate the origin, only calculated that in the past 5 years, there was no person named Kuang Gak, who followed Du Sun Lam. After hearing the Dragon King say that, he whispered in her ear, this guy Kuang Gak is not a fairy sent from heaven, right? During this time, the Dragon King continued. Maybe he is outside the 3 worlds. No among the 5 elements, is also a true master. But Du Sun Lam did not believe those words. She countered that, where in this world could there be immortals? Then she thought to herself, originally, she did not care about this little human fortune teller. I didn't expect that Tao Huin would praise him so highly. While the conversation between Lam's son and the Dragon King was going on, several palanquins were running slowly towards the city gate. Inside one of those tables, Kuang Gak was sitting reading a book leisurely when he suddenly sneezed. He thought to himself, "Who is that cursing behind my back?" Then he stretched his arms and yawned loudly and said, "Never mind." My mouth opened and the people behind me scolded me countless times. Just after yawning, the carriage stopped and a voice echoed from outside. That was the carriage driver. He said, "Mr. Kuang." In front was Tan Duong. Kuang Gak lifted the curtain and said, "It seems like he has arrived and left, sitting on the carriage for 4 years. One day my butt will be destroyed." Lifting the curtain to look at the outside scene, Kuang Gak found it very strange. Strange, in broad daylight on the main road of a country, how come there is not even a horse-drawn carriage? Logically speaking, at the feet of the King of Heaven. It's the most prosperous place, so there are a lot of horse-drawn carriages traveling around. This is not right. Realizing that things were not happening as usual, Kuang Gak immediately used his power. "Tian Nan, open, I want to see what the fate of this capital city of Qin is." Then, the scene before his eyes made him extremely surprised. This is really. The reflection in his eyes was a terrifying blood-red color. That is the image of a huge dragon, red as blood, with a ferocious and terrifying look. That giant dragon with its powerful aura covered the entire large citadel. While Kuang Gak was looking at it intently, its eyes seemed to be facing him as well. Kuang Gak wondered why he was looking at me. In his heart, no way, even if the Qin country is weak, the country is still weak. There is no shortage of monks more powerful than me. Thinking so, Kuang Gak closed his eyes. It must be my feeling that was wrong. I'm not even from the Qin country. How can I be noticed by the national destiny? Kuang Gak closed his celestial eye ability and sighed softly. He silently pondered, so should I enter this Xianyang city or not? The Qin kingdom's national fortunes have weakened to the extreme. I'm afraid it will collapse immediately. I heard that there are also evil machinations in the palace. If I enter Hamduong city and stay with you as a guest, I'm afraid I will be dragged into this matter. If I secretly leave, what will I do? I will not be able to find anyone with the luck to support me at this time. After a long period of consideration, Kuang Gak finally made a decision. It's not too bad, let's still go to the city. You don't necessarily always have bad luck. What if the young master has bad luck? At that time, I'll take the opportunity to run away as soon as possible. While thinking about the young master appeared. A high-pitched voice made the news reach the ears of Mr. Kuang Gak. The young master had returned to the city. The young master had worked hard. Tan Tu was sitting on a horse slowly entering the city gate. When Kuang Gak saw that scene, he felt very confused. I was just saying that if you want to enter the city, why don't you ride a horse-drawn carriage and instead ride a horse? You really like to show off. After that, Kuang Gak thought about it and really approved of Tan Tu's way of being a person. Young Master Tan Tu is also truly a rare person who does good deeds. This time on this market, this queen also tried her best to survive. Is a doer of good deeds. After that, Kuang Gak and Tan Tu headed towards the master's mansion, where the furniture was arranged very neatly. When entering, Kuang Gak kept turning back and forth to look at everything around him. In recent years, I seem to have passed through many places that ordinary people can hardly see, just royal palaces in the human world. Hey, I'm also entering for the first time. Tan Tu very warmly treats guests. If you like it, you can just take it. Kuang Gak also smiled brightly and replied, how can I take away your favorite things? The god of laughter continued to smile gently, sir, don't go too far with me. If you like it, just take it, it's okay. Tomorrow, I will enter the holy palace. This time, I can stabilize the flood waters thanks to everyone. Into the ancestors. Then, Qin Tu's expression showed seriousness. She proposed, you have such a great merit, tomorrow you will enter the palace. I will ask for an official position for you. But Kuang Gak did not want that. He waved his hand and said, no, don't do that, I'm already comfortable and used to it. Maybe one day I want to go to the mountains and enjoy the tide to become an official. It's impossible. At the same time, that's it, Kuang Gak thought to himself, are you kidding? The Qin kingdom is right in front of your eyes. Isn't that stupid if you enter the court to become an official? Besides, the court is a place where officials fight so dangerously. I still want to live long. A little bit. Hearing Hong's refusal so fiercely, Tan Tu did not force her. She said, if Sir said so, I would not insist, just. Her face turned serious again. Tomorrow when I enter the palace, I want to ask a question. In the court, all civil and military officials will open their hearts and see, how many people are pure, how many are impure. Clean. Kuang Gak smiled and teased, young master, good or bad, the heart is red. It made Tan Tu very angry, you. Qin Shao said seriously, no matter what, this time, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid the Qin country wouldn't be able to overcome this vitality in 5 years. Because of this time's embezzlement, see, it seems to show me clearly the truth of this matter, which must be seriously investigated. Tomorrow, after entering the palace, I will find the monk to discuss. While the patrol was talking endlessly about official matters, Kuang Gak did not pay attention, he only focused on thinking. After passing on, we must hurry. While thinking, Tan Tu asked for his opinion again. What do you think of what I just said? Making Kuang Gak startled and hastily responded, young master said it right. Seeing Kuang Gak's inattentive attitude, Tan Tu sighed helplessly. It seems that you really don't like court work. It's because I'm being rude. You've had a hard time on the car and can rest. In the evening I will prepare a banquet to welcome you. I hope you will respect me. Kuang Gak smiled shyly, clasped his hands and said, thank you for your forgiveness, sir. Just as Kuang Gak walked out of Tan Tu's room, Director Thoi entered. As soon as he entered the room, Daoist Thoi clasped his hands, bowed his head and asked about the situation. Having met young master, he dared to ask what Mr. Kuang said. Tan Tu said while drinking tea, it seems that Mr. Kuang does not have the ambition to be an official. Director Chui continued, Mr. Kuang is an extraordinary person, it's just that Mr. Kuang does not reveal his magical powers and his background. I don't know why, but I still hope you'll be careful. Young Master Tan quietly looked outside and said, I understand. Finally the night has come, outside the flowers are blooming all over the garden, decorating the night sky. The banquet that Tan Tu mentioned earlier was held. Tan Tu stood in the host position and said to everyone, you are welcome, thank you for your condolences for me. Not sitting completely apart from the people gathered in the distance, Kuang Gak commented, how can there be so many people? There are more than 3,500 people here, all of them guests of Mr. Tu. Kuang Gak stroked his chin, thinking about receiving so many free meals, isn't this giving out free rice? But of course Kuang Gak could not avoid socializing. He raised his glass of wine and said politely, how many talented people there are in this world. The person opposite him also replied, of course the prince accepted 3,000 subjects. Guests, most of them are in their own lands, not all of them come to Hamduong with the prince. Kuang Gak thought to himself, but am I not eating next to Mr. Tu? Still, if you are the same, don't tell others what to do. While drinking, Kuang Gak was secretly proud. There are so many people. It's good that I'm with Mr. Tu at any time. At any time, I can rely on luck to overcome the heavenly fate, overcome the heavenly tribulations, but the daily goal still has to be accomplished. That's good, that's enough. Yes, while playing, eating and drinking, Kuang Gak slept straight on the bed passionately. Meanwhile, a blood-red aura gradually moved closer to Kuang Gak. That tiny breath, coming closer to him and penetrating inside. At that time, suddenly, Kuang Gak heard Mr. Little Mr.'s voice. The little mister made him slowly open his eyes. But at this time he was no longer lying on the bed. Seeing the empty scene around him and the clothes on his body made him feel strange. Kuang Gak wondered, am I still in the dream or have I woken up? Suddenly a strange aura and object appeared before his eyes, causing him to stand up and scream loudly. Who was it? When that figure appeared clearly before his eyes, he realized that it was what he saw when he first entered Hamduong Citadel, that blood-red dragon. The dragon thought to himself, this person's name is Kuang Gak, his cultivation level is unknown but he must have escaped from the hands of the demon master. At the same time, Kuang Gak was also thinking in his head, it turned out that at that time it really looked at me, wasn't it my feeling, now has it entered the dream to find me. The dragon had no malice but calmly told him, Sir, please don't be surprised that I am a transformation of the Qin country's national fortune, not a demon or evil. Kuang Gak didn't panic at all, he just asked again, is there something wrong with Tri Long entering a dream? The nation's national champion slightly lowered his head and said, I still hope you will grant my request. This made Kuang Gak really wonder. After that, Kuang Gak clasped his hands together and smiled and said, I am just a person cultivating in the mountains, how can I have the fortune of a country? The red dragon did not pay attention to Kuang Gak's refusal. The dragon said, Sir, you are humble. That day on the Nakhoa River, you acted on behalf of the heavens to punish the demon turtle on the Nakhoa River. I saw it with my own eyes. See. It's not that I intentionally peeked, it's just that in this Qin country's territory, I can know everything, sir, don't blame me. Kuang Gak heard the red dragon say so, waved his hand, it's okay, it's okay. Meanwhile, the fortune of the Qin country was still bowing his head and saying sincerely, Mr. is a person of great merit, I also see you. Born in an extraordinary way, coming here late, I respectfully ask for your help. Kuang Gak thought to himself, the national fortune of this Qin country still knows how to praise others, huh? At that moment, the national destiny was also having its own thoughts. This Mr. Kuang has countless strings of cause and effect on his body. All the people involved are rare lucky people, but this person himself without any cause and effect, not in the three worlds, jumping outside the five elements, having the appearance of an immortal. Once again, the red dragon bowed his head lower, praying from the bottom of his heart. If you don't act, I'm afraid that the Qin country is about to lose its country. Please tell a fortune for the people of this Qin country. Kuang, feeling extremely awkward, waved his hand, you asked me for help, but how can I help? Quoc Van said, the Qin country is so poor because that demon concubine entered the palace, bewitching the mind of the Quoc Quan. Kuang Gak asked, what kind of background does that demon concubine have that could shake the foundation of a country like that? That demon concubine from the 10,000 demon nation is a crystallized jade stone. Kuang Gak quite surprised, 10,000 lovers of the country. As for his mother, my future child of the devil, Du Sun Lam, I'm afraid he's still looking for me everywhere now, leave and don't think about this anymore. Kuang Gak continued to ask, what kind of cultivation level does that demon concubine have, and can do nothing to your national destiny? The red dragon replied, she came to Qin to save the world. Speaking of this, Kuang Gak's face suddenly became more serious. Practicing requires going against the heavens, having to go through all kinds of fates, and the practice of demons is much more difficult than ordinary people, having to go through twice the heavenly tribulation and the earthly massacre, the heavenly border, and the demon cultivator who can endure this level of cultivation is on par with the almighty human race. And it is not something that a small 8-rank bamboo cultivator like me can mess with. Quoc Van closed his eyes and said, I also know that you are in a difficult situation. I don't ask you to take action to eliminate the demon, I just have another request from you. Kuang Gak secretly thought, Red Dragon enters the dream right before my eyes, I don't know how to leave this dream, all I can do is listen. Kuang Gak said, let's be honest about what's going on, but my strength is really shallow, I'm afraid I can't help you. The national fortune still replied with a sincere attitude, only Mr. Can you help me? The current ruler has lost his morals for a long time. I know that you know the trigrams. I would like to ask you to choose another leader for the Qin country. I would like to give these two things to you, sir. At the same time, two beams of light fell out from the divine dragon's mouth. Seeing two objects flying towards him, Kuang Gak felt surprised, this is it. The first is a blue jade sister. This jade sister is the nation's dragon vein. The person holding this seal is the future leader of the entire country. Please help me govern if I meet the leader. Or give it back to him. The remaining thing is a piece of sin. This object is used specifically to cut off the forces of the past, beheading the army above, and the devil below. If the Qin monarch cannot do it, it's a fairy tale. Being beheaded is a matter of fate. The current ruler of the Qin country is immoral and unethical. This thing will be able to help Mr. Holding the two things just given to him by the dragon god, Kuang Gak thought, is this entrusting the fate of the Qin country to my hands? It's too difficult. Kuang Gak was about to speak, Then the dragon god interrupted. I gave you these two things, but I did not force you to agree. If you do not want to help, then the fate of the Qin country deserves to be like this. If you are willing to help, I would like to give half of the Qin country's fortune to you. From now on, the Qin country is your Qin country. You are also the backbone of the Qin country. Then, the divine dragon roared, the surrounding space was shocked. That's when Kuang Gak suddenly woke up. Using an object, he had escaped from the illusionary space that the divine dragon had brought him into. Kuang Gak placed his hand on his forehead and rubbed his temples. Just when he was wondering whether what just happened was real or fake, two objects next to him confirmed his thoughts. Sitting and looking at the two things that had just been given to him, Kuang Gak silently thought, I am just an 8th grade monk, not even from the Qin country. Why did the Qin National Assembly give these two things to me? Really, is it unreasonable? Is it because I punished the old turtle on the Nakhoa River, or because I am good at divining hexagrams? What did that red dragon see in that person that made him make this decision? Kuang Gak rubbed the hair on his head, the words the red dragon had just said repeated over and over in Kuang Gak's mind, giving half of the national fortune to you. From now on, the Qin country is your Qin country. Mr. is the mainstay of the Qin country. I just wanted to borrow you to avoid the trouble of the third child. Why did you let me encounter such a thing? Kuang Gak was extremely angry and slammed his hand on the table. His wife was talking nonsense. If the ruler of the Qin country knew that these two things were in my hands, he wouldn't cut me into 100 pieces, but would also peel off a layer of my skin. Then, there is also a demon concubine whose cultivation level is at least the level of the police realm. Kuang Gak scratched his head once more. My God, I'm so annoying. After that, he slowly thought about it, that red dragon told me he would block my current calamity for me. I really don't feel like my aura is locked by the calamity anymore. It seems like it didn't deceive me either. If the third heavenly tribulation has been resolved, I no longer need to borrow young Master Qin Tu's luck. Wouldn't that mean I could run away now? Instead of risking staying in the Qin country, it's better to hurry up. Leaving quickly, I think that's the best plan. The more Kuang Gak thought about it, the more he smiled proudly. Find a corner that no one can find and use it as a base for hundreds of years and thousands of years. When I leave the mountain, I can throw that guy Du Sun Lam on the bed and slap his ass. Wouldn't that be fun? Stars. But suddenly Kuang Gak's train of thought stopped. He looked at the two objects on the table. Kuang Gak's mood immediately became gloomy. This feeling of eating meat with your mouth open is not very good, so forget trying your best. But once you feel danger, you can't blame me. At that time, I will immediately run away. It should be no big problem. I have experience running away from the great demon king. The country is favorable. Kuang Gak shrank those two items and calculated that these two items could not be seen by outsiders and had to be hidden carefully. If you want to complete the mission of the Qin Kingdom's national destiny, you need to meet the Qin Kingdom's royal family once, but with this identity of mine, I'm afraid that even if I come to your door to ask for an audience, I may not have anyone willing to meet me, depending on fate. Go. Kuang Gak just stayed in Tan Tu's palace. Time slowly passed. Finally, half a month later has arrived. In the magnificent palace, a man with noble clothes and a plump body was lying on a chair surrounded by maids serving respectfully. That guy with the plump figure lying on the chair is the monarch of the Qin country, Qin Yujun, Qinan. As soon as Qinan opened his mouth, he cursed, damn it. A concubine with an extremely beautiful face and fiery figure appeared, who was the patriot of Nok Thatch Tin, to Hu Tuan. She approached King Qinan and said in a charming voice, who made the king so angry? Tannen replied, who else is coming here? It's this lady's best younger brother. That guy, Tan Tu, dared to team up with the Grand Master to make things difficult for me at court, not allowing me to build a palace. 4 newspapers. Qinan revealed an angry face full of murderous intent. In the end, is it them or this lady who is the ruler of the Qin country? Qinan slammed his arm on the table. What does this lady want to do? Look at their faces, they are truly contemptuous. To Hu Tuan used her charming voice to coyly say to Tannen, Your Majesty, don't worry, this room is just a joke. If you don't build it, don't build it. There's no need to make it difficult for your Majesty. Listen. When to Hu Tuan said that, Godin immediately smiled, lovingly said, There are people who are as understanding and reasonable as my beloved concubine, even if she dies, she will not regret it. Suddenly there was a maid who approached the king. Outside the palace, there was a person who wanted to see the lady and brought a token. Tannen spoke up, "If there's anything, please report it quickly." When seeing that thing, Hu Tuan's face immediately changed to horror, causing Tannen to immediately ask, "What's wrong with her, her beloved concubine?" "That's a command card." Right after that, Hu Tuan restored his usual expression and said to Tannen, "Your Majesty, my mother's family has arrived. I left for a while and then returned." Tannen immediately happily waved his hand. "Oh, hurry up." After that, Hu Tuan returned, and when he saw the person standing in front of him, he immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "Hu Ti, I pay my respects to Master Xianjun." That swordsman Xianjun softly repeated, "Kim Xianjun actually hasn't heard this title for a long time. Now in this world there is no sword Xianjun anymore, there are only close guards under the command of the Demon Lord. Qing Giant Slav only." Hu Tuan still respectfully replied, "Even though you lost to the Heavenly Demon Lord, the Heavenly Demon Lord is an invincible character. Even though you failed, your excellency, your glory and your glorious reputation are still the same. It's easy to admire. For a long time, today I just felt scared, I just don't know what's wrong with you looking for me." The sword slave said, "Since ancient times, the two demon clans have used the Golden River as a boundary and signed a non-aggression pact with each other. Now that I enter the Qin country, it is already a violation. I'm afraid that the heavenly devil will order me to return. If that happens, I will not be willing. Now I have reached the tribulation of hell. Only by absorbing this dragon's energy is the shortcut to escape the tribulation. Otherwise, I will definitely die. I cannot go." Seeing Hu Tuan's worried face, Sword Slave said, "No need to worry too much, you haven't entered the Corn Master's eyes yet. Today I want to find you because I want you to help me find someone." Su Huquan said, "Sir, just tell me, if you want to search within the territory of the Qin country, even if I have to turn the entire Qin country to heaven, I will still find it for you." Then Sword Slave showed a picture. This person's name is Kuang Gak. His cultivation is unknown, but he escaped from the hands of the Demon Master. Hu Tuan was very surprised, how could he escape from the hands of the Demon Lord? To be able to escape from that person's hands, then what kind of cultivation level must he have? On the land of the two demon clans, I'm afraid the number of people does not exceed 5. Finger, why have I never heard of such a character before? Master Hu Tuan's horrified face, Sword Slave said, "He borrowed the Sun and Moon Lake from the Dragon King's palace, his own strength may not have been that high." Hu Tuan breathed a sigh of relief, "So that's it. Not the Dragon King's Moon Lake is a great saint demon with the oldest history in the 10,000 demon countries. People often compare it with the Heavenly Demon Lord. It's just that no one can compare who is strong or who is weak. Anyway, it doesn't compete. Right to take advantage, this Kuang Gak can have its blessing, surely his relationship with that old dragon is not small, to be able to associate with such a character, how weak can he be? Although this person does not know how to cultivate, he has some magical tricks. This painting is not necessarily accurate. Perhaps he knows how to move, and walking in the world is also very normal," Hu Tuan asked. "Sir, do you have the divine consciousness mark of this person? A monk's appearance and body shape can change, only the divine consciousness imprint does not change, unless all 7 souls and 6 souls of him are changed." The sword slave replied, "Not at all, but this person knows the 4 directions very well. When telling other people's hexagrams, he once posted a comment, only talking about mysterious things, not talking half-heartedly and trivially." Hu Tuan wondered again, "Sir, is that all?" The sword slave closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, that's all." Hu Tuan thought to himself, with only this information, how can one find someone? Although there is a painting, there are as many magical powers as buffalo hair, every practitioner knows. As for that criticism, it is even more similar. Just a joke, what if the fortune teller changes to someone else? Useful information. Actually, it's just that the other person is a fortune teller and knows how to draw hexagrams. Hu Tuan smiled and said, "I understand, I will definitely do my best to find someone." Then I thought to myself, based on this information, finding the other person is really like finding a needle at the bottom of a haystack, waiting. After sending this minister away, it was as if he hadn't heard anything. Then the sword slave said, if you can find this person, the master has agreed, promising to give you a quota of 10,000 demons. To Hu Tuan happily said, Sir, is this true? The sword slave affirmed. How could it be a joke if the owner said it himself? To Hu Tuan was extremely happy. If I can enter the demonic abyss, this world and earth will never have to worry about anything anymore. I will definitely enter the realm of the Demon King. Even so, this Kuang Gak must be found. To Hu Tuan stood up, his attitude is completely different from the one just now. Please rest assured, I will definitely do my best to find this person. The sword slave saw that attitude and also replied, that's good, if I find Kuang Gak and immediately crush this thing, I can know immediately, then give something to Hu Tuan. After Hu Tuan received that object, sword slave thought, that Kuang Gak may not be in the Qin country, Wei, Qin, Zhao, all three countries are likely to have his shadow. I having passed through the Wei kingdom, now coming to the Qin kingdom, we need to immediately go to the Zhao kingdom so that the Zhao clan can help search for Kuang Gak. After that, Hu Tuan immediately returned to Tan En's place. Tan En caressed her and said, my dear concubine was in a very good mood when she saw her. Is it because she saw her family? Hey, why don't you see her? My wife's family, this lady still wants to see one more time. Hu Tuan replied in response, Your Majesty, that was just a letter sent by my family to my concubine and then he left. Then she coyly said, Your Majesty, can I ask you something? That Qin En immediately agreed, my dear concubine, just say it, this lady allows it. Lately, I have often dreamed that an immortal gave me a magical recipe to cure all diseases. I want to refine this immortal pill for you, Your Majesty. Unfortunately, I do not understand the strange book of pills. Your Majesty can choose. Do some foreign experts help refine immortal pills? Qin En happily said that the immortal entered a dream. What did the immortal say? Hu Tuan whispered, Your Majesty said this medicinal pill can make you happier. King Qin En laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Everyone followed his beloved concubine's wishes. Your Majesty is very kind, that's right. I also want to invite some monster masters who are knowledgeable about the study of trigrams to interpret my dreams for me. That king just laughed, just a bunch of small things, this lady immediately for working people. Turning to Kuang Gak's direction, he was now taking his tools out to the street and thinking, if today passes peacefully, the people who eat the long chess will also order again, it's good, find a suitable place, take hexagrams and predict the fate of passers-by. I originally thought that there were many people in Mr. Tu's mansion, 3 times a day would be enough for me to last for half a year, but I didn't expect that for a few days everyone was afraid of me. But all the people up and down their government will actually not be able to have a peaceful death in the future, I'll eat it. Honestly, can you blame me? People nowadays really can't stand a beating. Do real athletes dare to face the gloom of life? It seems that among the people around the smiling young master, there are no athletes. I once gave young master a hopeless hope of receiving a golden eagle, so I always avoided trying to deduce her fate. Combined with the results of deducing the fate of the people in the palace. These days, there are 3,000 guests in the palace. Among the guests are also old farmers from the countryside who in the eyes of others are nothing more than a joke. But I'm afraid this is Mr. Laughing's trick to deceive everyone. Among these guests, there are hidden some talented heretical people. Keeping these people hidden cannot hide their eyes and ears. So, it seems that this smiling young master has no small plans. It's just that, her golden eagle is a bit similar. Eagle is a bird, dragon is the leader of scaly insects. How does an eagle turn into a dragon? See the destiny of everyone in the palace. Oh, the future is not optimistic. Now I am no longer an elite little girl. Should I leave? While walking and thinking, Kuang Gak finally found it. Good luck. This place is crowded but there are no people with the same profession, so choose this place. As soon as he set up the restaurant, Kuang Gak immediately saw people passing by evaluating him. Kuang Gak immediately became complacent and said, Why look, have you never seen a handsome guy before? A potato carrier passed by and kindly said, Little Taoist, hurry up, clean up your stall and leave here, it's not good. Kuang Gak stood up and asked again, Old man, why did you say such things? Unless the local officials do not allow fortune-telling in this place, the old man did not say anything else but just emphasized and quickly left. Get out of here. Kuang Gak felt very confused, what exactly was going on? Sure enough, someone came, it was a soldier. They shouted, "You kid, are you here telling fortunes?" Kuang Gak immediately packed his things. The Mandarin did not know that fortune-telling was not allowed in this place, so he left immediately. Then he immediately gave a handful of silver to the soldiers and said, still hoping that the officials would make it easier, at the same time silently lamenting, "The habits of the king of hell are common in this life, little ghosts are difficult to deal with, bad luck will disappear." One soldier said with a smile, "You kid also understands that quite well." Another held up a piece of paper and said, "This person is different from the person on the painting. Perhaps he is not the Taoist named Kuang Gak, concubines looking for." The soldiers immediately looked back at the wanted photo. "Let me see." Kuang Gak suddenly realized, "The concubine is looking for me. Isn't that a demon concubine? Let's go. She is from the 10,000 demons country. Her looking for me is definitely not a good thing. It's definitely related to that demon." Kuang Gak looked back at the drawing in the soldier's hands, which looked a bit insulting to him. "But even if you're looking for me, there's no need to draw me so badly that I don't need my brother to draw so unbearably ugly. This is no longer the appearance of a human being." The soldiers looked at when compared. "I'm a bit hesitant, it really doesn't look the same. Only later did I learn that there was a drawing Chen picked up that looked very similar to me, but when I asked someone to draw it again, it was like that." But the soldiers did not let it go easily. "Little Taoist, I will ask you again, what is your name, where do you practice?" Kuang Gak smiled and said, "Under Truong Dao Lang, the practice name is Long Ho Mountain." "Just a traveling doctor." "Long Tiger Mountain, I haven't heard of it." Kuang Gak thought to himself, "I haven't heard of it, that's right, it doesn't exist, maybe I can overcome it." But the soldier immediately made another decision. He shouted loudly and took it away. Kuang Gak smiled bitterly and wanted to curse. "You kid, you already received the money, but it's still like that." He raised his voice, "What is this? Now the Heavenly King invites Taoists from all over the world to join me in refining alchemy. It's your luck that everyone goes, don't drink the wine when invited, but instead like to drink wine as punishment." Seeing the way the King of Heaven invited him was to put him in a cage and bring him back like this, what kind of invitation would he invite like this? Is there any invitation like this? I had a hard time going on a street trip, I didn't expect it. The road encountered such unimaginable disaster. He gathered strength in his hands, intending to leave. Anyway, these small people can't hold themselves together. Suddenly in the distance, he saw a familiar figure. It was Dao Tui. "But I was planning to protest against these soldiers. They were quick when I wasn't paying attention and tied Kuang Gak up like a prisoner." "Hey, Mandarin, what are you doing?" They tightened their grip, saying what? "What, hurry up." Kuang Gak looked at Director Chui and thought, if it wasn't to save people, would have run away long ago. Director Chui, what a coincidence, today I was also caught leaving the mansion, why not? Clarify identity. He said softly, it was useless to clarify, the palace sent people to the royal palace, more than half of the guests in the palace were arrested, I was even personally invited to go. I have grown up like this, like the butler of Mr. Tu's palace, assisting Mr. Tu in handling domestic and foreign affairs. Was he personally invited by the palace? Isn't that hitting Mr. Tu's face? This time, the alchemist of heaven seems extremely absurd, but I'm afraid it's not Master No's intention. Mr. Kuang, please remember not to reveal your relationship with the young master, only then can your safety be guaranteed. I understand clearly. It's just that the demon concubine sent people in Hamduong City to force the Taoist priest to enter the palace to refine alchemy, only identifying himself as looking for Kuang Gak, deliberately taking advantage of this incident to break into the royal residence. Could it be that he knew that he was in Mr. Tu's father's house, or is it just a coincidence? Who is the chief of the Invong Palace? Please, Your Highness. Daoist Chui stepped out, it was me. Before leaving with that soldier, Director Chui deliberately blinked. He must not reveal his identity, I know. The servant nearby came to announce, but Luong had an order, inviting the Taoist leaders to enter the palace to help, refine the immortal pill, and then arrived at Hoa Vien to follow the order. Arriving there, immediately untied everyone. Kuang Gak secretly thought, this female official is a demon, her cultivation level is still low, I can see it, Van Vo's keenness this afternoon must have a high-ranking person, can it be that he can't see it? Or maybe I saw it but didn't dare say anything. It seems like that demon concubine really covered the sky with one hand. The tunnel gradually emerged from its hidden place. Everyone go in, don't play tricks, everyone follow me. A lot of people walked inside there. Indeed, it looks very much like an alchemy place for masters. There is a large furnace with a blazing fire in it. Everyone, don't be lazy, get to work quickly. Kuang Gak was also surprised but also quite scared. The organization here is strictly controlled. If you want to escape, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Thinking about that demon concubine trying so hard to find me, the result was that as soon as she came back to look at the stars, she was automatically sent to the door. Is there still this good thing? But what should I do? Outside, Tan Tu was already standing in front of the palace, bothering the Duke to report back. Your Majesty, please relax. Your Majesty is busy with thousands of things, is busy resolving the state's affairs. I'm afraid it won't be done in time. The time is short. If the prince cannot wait, he can return to the palace first. As Tan Tu walked, he looked at the sky above and thought, this side is still where I grew up with my royal brother. At that time my mother was still alive. After my brother ascended the throne, I left there. From then on, never came back here. Suddenly he came across a tree nearby, but now only the root remained there, this apple tree. At that time, the screen had not yet turned into its current appearance, practicing the scriptures and mastering the 6 arts. It was also very kind to me. My father did not allow me to climb the tree, so my brother climbed up and picked it himself. Apple for yourself. A loud roar rang out in the distance, inviting the prince into the palace. Tan Tu could only sigh. Now that apple tree has been used as a table and chair, and the relationship between him and Hong Min is no longer there. As before. In front of Tan Tu, Hu Tuen is leisurely playing the piano. She looks like she is enjoying herself. Tan Tu looked at her eyes and immediately thought, it's been so long since this filming took place, but I didn't know she was so knowledgeable about music and her playing technique was so good. Hu Tuen smiled and said, I'm afraid I've only just learned this piece of music, but I still can't play it well, making the prince laugh. Tan Tu didn't care much, so he asked the main question he wanted to know. He heard that he had dreams of seeing immortals imparting the Dharma, and having monks all over the world practice elixir for his majesty. She still keeps that smile, looks so uncomfortable. Has the prince heard about it too? And that attitude of hers also made Tan Tu even angrier. He raised his voice, today the palace guards arrested guests in my palace. Why haven't I heard of it before? She still remained calm and spoke softly. It seemed like that was indeed the case. The family's guests were people with special abilities. This time, the medicinal pills were refined with the help of guests in the king's palace. The family will definitely go much smoother. The previous ones next to the Vong family, the famous Bok Nok Nan Nan connecting TNAM, I have also heard of them. The lay people cultivate the 5th level of immortality, even if they search all over Qin. It's not difficult to find people like this. This made Tan Tu even more curious about her. Even if he was a guest, very few people knew about the Taoist's identity. She had already probed the situation. Hu Huin extended his hand to welcome and invite him to listen to a new performance. I heard that the prince is proficient in music, and he also likes to play the piano. Could the prince teach him to play the piano? This makes me happy. Qin Tu is really upset, the person who is using this king. She is increasingly not valuing a prince, completely laughing at that argument. Why would the prince say that? It's terrible that he is humbly asking for advice. What if the mood gets better, he will let him out. So what? Tan Tu asked again, will you really let me go? She completely agrees. If the king teaches, I will let Bok Nok Chan Nan be embarrassed. Tan Tu has nothing more to say. He will do what she needs, to see if she has any more bad plans. He assured, okay, where are you? But Tan Tu also felt that something was wrong here. He called for someone but no one listened. There was nothing left in this palace. There was only him and Hu Tuen in this palace. According to Hu Tuen's plan, I invite you to use your instrument in a way that will give others a headache. Don't be shy, Your Majesty. There's no need to tell the servants to bring the instrument over. This instrument belongs to me, Phoenix. Vi is famous. How can a normal instrument have a tone like this? Okay, this king will go inside. You seem to be in a hurry. What does she want to do with that look on her face? But there's nothing scary. As for Hu Tuen, he thought, was he that easy to get into? Was he honest or had he been attracted to her a long time ago? He had only expected this all along. Tan Tu sat down at the piano table, Hu Tuen did not hesitate to touch him from behind. She put the piece of paper with the melody written around his neck, holding the score here. But Tan Tu had long felt that she had a problem, so he forcefully pushed her away. You. Tan Tu's eyes suddenly saw that there were 3 Hu Tuen in front of you. It seemed like she had done something to you. He collapsed onto the table. As for Hu Tuen, her so-called cunning scheming was clearly visible on her face. She raised Chin Tu's chin. The gentle king doesn't need a beautiful woman like you. If his life is not prepared, how can he lure you over? There's still love in this incense burner. I'm not afraid you won't be moved. So she only wanted to conquer the prince and never get close to women. She looked at Tan Tu's face for a while. He was so handsome, but unfortunately he made things difficult for me everywhere. I blew the wind in your brother's ear. He couldn't bear to kill anyone. This time let me help him. Hu Tuen lifted Tan Tu up, suddenly realizing that he was a bit lightheaded. Why was he so light, acting like a woman? She took Tan Tu to bed. Her hands wanted to touch that body. I heard that Hien Vong was not close to women, so it wasn't me. When she opened her shirt, the truth suddenly hit Hu Tuen's eyes. She widened her eyes. Damn, he is really a girl. Why is it a girl? I originally wanted to seduce him. Even if the seduction fails, I can still falsely frame him. When the time comes, Bao Tan Vu Quan will kill him. But what should I do now, Tan Vu? The pants definitely knew he was a woman. I can't use the current method to harm him, but how can I give up? Hu Tuen looked at Tan Tu on the bed. Don't think like this, I won't be able to deal with you. No one there. A slave slowly walked out and bowed. What did the lady have to say? The uglier and more disgusting the better. Yes, my lady, perhaps her intention is to find a disgusting old man to humiliate Tan Tu. Kuang Gak immediately thought in the prison. According to what Director Thoi said, this time there must have been many guests of the royal palace arrested. But on the way here, I didn't meet those people. It seems they weren't locked up here, but that demon concubine wanted to find me. These guests and I don't have much of a relationship. If we accept, I don't know if she will sell me out, but what that demon girl found will definitely not do anything good. Don't be careless. I immediately thought of a perfect plan, found a good senior to change my clothes. This Taoist, would you like to change clothes with me? But he just thought, is there such a good thing? Why, his clothes are all silk. If he needs to exchange them, he can definitely get a lot of silver. After changing his clothes, Kuang Gak immediately ran out to meet the guard. I wanted to defecate. But it wasn't as strict as everywhere else, so the soldier let Kuang Gak handle it himself and quickly left. After entering the prison guard's bathroom, there was definitely nothing good. As soon as I entered, I saw that this was a place where people were tortured and then beheaded. He was about to be unable to bear it anymore. Kuang Gak took the pearl out of his sleeve. Immediately put it in his mouth. What exactly is the effect of that pearl that resembles a pearl? After swallowing it, Kuang Gak's face became different from the handsome appearance just now, becoming a scarred old man who looked disgusting. But you don't know what coincidence will happen when you use this face in the future, but, that life, even if it's a little busy, a little smelly, you have to keep this life. Scared old man Kuang Gak immediately carried his face worth 1,000 gold and roamed around in the prison, turning his head back and forth to check the situation. Even though he's Mr. Tu now, he doesn't recognize him, let alone the guests who have only met him a few times, looking so confident and sure of victory. But he failed as soon as he stepped out. The palace maid was just ordered by Hu Tuen to look for beggars, and indeed came across a guy with this beggar's face. He was arrested but in a different way. The maid spoke, she stopped. Get over here. Kuang Gak was startled, turned around. I'm sure I haven't been discovered yet, just act first. Little sister is calling me. She covers her nose with that smelly body. Shut up, follow me. Kuang Gak's mind was filled with fear. I hadn't been exposed. If I was at fault, she would have called someone to arrest me a long time ago. Where are we going, little sister? She feels uncomfortable, don't ask. Also, no matter what happens, it's a good thing. Kuang Gak felt confused. What exactly did she want to do by looking for evidence like this? Definitely not with good intentions. Never mind, find the right opportunity first and think about it later. After arriving at the palace, she immediately reminded Kuang Gak to stop and wait here. Kuang Gak also felt something strange, as if he had been discovered and was being plotted. There was not even a guard here, so leave quickly. Suddenly the door opened, something inside seemed to come out, surprising Kuang Gak. With that aura, perhaps people in the industry can feel the pressure from this great ambition. Sweat was flowing all over Kuang Gak's face, his aura was so strong, his body felt like it was tied up. There was a voice inside, "You found the right person, quickly bring him in." Kuang Gak also recognized the person emitting such a sky-high aura. It could only be that demon concubine. This aura was very strong, fortunately she did not recognize him. The slave girl walked out and told Kuang Gak to follow me. To a palace, where the gate is already open, just waiting for the right person to enter. But Kuang Gak was very cautious, hesitant to go in, but cautious but not significant. The slave immediately kicked his butt. According to inertia, he fell in there. The door suddenly slammed shut. The door was locked. What exactly did they want to do? Suddenly there was a passionate scent emanating from somewhere, attracting Kuang Gak's superhearing nose. He suddenly felt a burning sensation in his body. Could this be medicinal fragrance? The more I think about it, the more wrong it is. There's something wrong with this scent. Could it be that the demon concubine wants me to warm the bed? In the other room, there was a passionate moan inside. The curtain was also covered, making Kuang Gak not sure what that intention was. He was curious and walked inside. As soon as he looked in, he felt something was wrong. It was a young girl lying naked on the bed, feeling that she was too miserable with this scent. But there's something a bit wrong here, isn't that Mr. Tu? Even Kuang Gak inside was surprised, even that ugly appearance was equally surprised. Looking at Tan Tu's appearance at this moment, it was as if he had been intoxicated by that medicinal scent for a long time. But when I imagine Tan Tu's previous appearance, I don't realize that he is a woman disguised as a man. But she's so beautiful. Normally she dresses in men's clothing. I didn't expect that she was also a beauty. Kuang Gak slowly placed her hand on her carotid artery. This poison is very strong, she is about to be unable to bear it. He clenched his fist and scolded that fox demon. She was truly cruel, bewitched Hong, and even deliberately found a night of rotten beggars to destroy her innocence. He immediately bowed his head and apologized first, hoping that she would try to endure. What we do next is to save you. Kuang Gak gently lifted Tan Tu's body up. I just found out that I have a life-saving device that can deal with this situation, but first I have to take off all my clothes and take a drop of blood from her finger. As he took off the cloth covering his chest, he complained, "Why is this cloth wrapped so tightly? I finally got it loose. Okay, I'm dead tired." He lifted Tan Tu's fingertip high and immediately took a drop of blood. Tan Tu felt strange and magical at this moment. Her face had become a little softer from the pain. She was finally able to open her eyes a little. What caught her eye was an ugly and smelly old man, but she didn't seem surprised. Ah! The person who shouted was not Tan Tu but Kuang Gak. He was startled and pushed Tan Tu out of his hands, as if he had just been discovered and had done something inappropriate. At this moment, he noticed something that he had just done something without paying attention to. His face became confused. Such a big thing, normally it doesn't hurt to wrap it tightly. But it seemed like the toxicity was still a bit. Tan Tu immediately took the initiative to come closer and hug the ugly Kuang Gak into his arms. It seemed like the toxicity was very strong. She raised Kuang Gak's chin and said softly, "Come," but Kuang Gak didn't know how to handle this situation. "Young master, calm down." Before he could finish his sentence, Tan Tu interrupted him. "With only a blanket covering her body, does this poison become even stronger?" "Shush!" A soft sound resounds from her mouth in this form. Few people can stand it. Tan Tu didn't know what she was doing. Completely blinded by the poison, she put her hand on Kuang Gak's neck. Gradually moving closer, the sound of her breathing gradually reached Kuang Gak's neck. It looked so sensitive and she really didn't know what to say. She gently kissed Kuang Gak's aunt. He was gradually blown away by the wind. But finally the forbidden place of a man also spoke. Her hands were doing something. "Tan Tu, wait, that place is not good." Kuang Gak immediately pushed her away from him. "No matter what, I'm still a man. How can I stand you like this?" Tan Tu fell onto the bed, looking a bit tired. Finally having enough conditions to heal, Kuang Gak took out a pearl from his pocket that he had used to transform his face. Immediately looked mysterious, although Chen Tu probably couldn't hear it. "Young master, this is the poisonous cat Kuang, a gift from a good friend of mine. When it grew up in the border palace, the toxicity is very strong. It's impossible for a 4th-grade Qinkuan realm expert to solve it, but when she's still young and can absorb hundreds of poisons in the world, I'll use this poison to cure your love poison. Kuang Gak lifted her up again. Using this tool, you need a drop of the young master's blood, so it can enter the body without injuring the young master. After being offended, a stream of air flowed into Tan Tu's body, along with the poisonous cat snake following it. Suddenly, Tan Tu suddenly woke up, as if she had woken up from a nightmare. She looked like she didn't know what was going on. She herself is still letting her mind drift somewhere around here. Aren't I teaching you to play the piano? It's giving me a headache. A voice from the side rang out, "Young master, please close your eyes and calm down. I'm doing this to save people. Don't think too much. Even though you look ugly, you still recognize that it's Mr. Kuang, after him." Here again. But she also suppressed her thoughts and closed her eyes. "Let it go, Mr. Kuang is not a bad person, he won't harm me that day, I'll just listen to him for now." A drop of blood was drawn from Chen Tu's finger. Kuang Gak quickly told her to open her mouth. Gently put the poisonous cat's neck into her mouth. At this moment, Tan Tu's whole body felt very stable, the feeling of dizziness from before had disappeared, the feeling of desire was no longer there was just no strength left in his body. "Mr. Kuang, you and I," before we could finish our sentence, she turned around and saw a super ugly old man standing there. She was surprised. "You are really Mr. Kuang," she seemed very surprised that his appearance had become like this. Kuang Gak didn't know what to say, he just smiled and started using his energy to transform back into his normal appearance. Kuang Gak finally became a normal person. A few things happened, so I had to disguise myself a bit, and Tan Tu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it was really you. Only now did she realize that her clothes were gone and she had been talking to him naked all this time. I remembered, in that demon concubine's tent was Lu Hong, then I gradually remembered the practical actions I did with Mr. Kuang without knowing what else to say. Kuang Gak is calmer, after all, he is the one who benefits, the situation is urgent, I am helpless, even if you want to be angry, you must leave here and ask me for my crime. It's okay later, this is the demon concubine's palace, I'm not sure when my friend will appear, we have to run quickly. Tan Tu looked embarrassed. I know, I can't blame Mr. Sin, no, I don't know if he is married or not. Kuang Gak was stunned. After all, I'm a cultivator, I can't have feelings at will. Tan Tu was quite surprised, but just now giving birth to help me detoxify doesn't mean he's already involved in love affairs. Or something. Kuang Gak could only smile bitterly, it turned out that she remembered everything just now. "But we should ignore this," he said. "Sir, this place is dangerous, let's leave here and continue talking." She smiled helplessly. "I'm afraid even I don't have any strength, standing up is difficult, if there is a way to escape from here, then Mr. Sin just go, don't pay attention to me." Kuang Gak immediately had a way to escape. Without waiting for Tan Tu's opinion, Kuang Gak quickly picked her up in his arms. "I have a way, I have offended you." He started chanting the mantra, "Ghosts and gods from all directions, listen to my command, 5 funds open the way, 5 gods protect, go." The scarf in Kuang Gak's hand suddenly became a source of guiding light. As for Hu Tuan, he sighed in his palace. "It's been a long time since I've been in contact with that boss in the Nakhoa River. Surely the flood in the Nakhoa River a few days ago was caused by that old black turtle, has he really passed away? How dare he, there is no cause. Hong Hong Fong, and the karma it caused, I'm afraid that now the dead have disappeared. I said that as long as he gets someone to make alchemy for me, I will ask the people to ordain him. Why doesn't he listen? It doesn't matter if he dies or not, but he can't ruin my big job. Who can arrest someone for me now? Wanted to use the name of building Bao Fong to recruit exiles and capture them, but was stopped by the monk Lam Huin Fong and Tanan Vong Tan Tu. This time, I used the name of recruiting Taoist monks to refine alchemy, so I could execute him. That guy named Tan Tu, but who would have thought he was a woman? But with that old beggar there, she must be very happy." Hu Tuan smiled maliciously, she seemed very happy. But the fun didn't last long when the light from Kuang Gak's room and Tan Tu's directions passed by this place. When Hu Tuan saw it, he was immediately surprised. This was magic to call the gods, this direction was next to the palace, could it be that the old beggar was a noble man? Now that she realized it, she really wanted it. Where are you? She quickly shouted out loud. Soon, the two of them arrived at Vong's palace. Kuang Gak had already carried Tam Tu all the way into the palace, but it seemed he had no intention of letting go. He whispered softly in her ear, "This is my residence in the royal palace, it should be safe." He gently placed Tam Tu on the bed. The black and white souls that had been hidden before had gathered together in one place. Kuang Gak respectfully bowed and thanked the ancestors for their help. With a little courtesy, "I hope you will not criticize." He immediately gave the black and white souls a bit of his energy. Tam Tu next to him saw that Mr. Kuang had such magical powers. Truly like a fairy, just thinking about that made her mouth unable to stop the smile. The art of summoning gods and demons is all orthodox magic, but this art also has a price to pay. Previously, using Huin Tian Thunder Fap Tian Tun to subdue Oh Boy Tuong, Kuang Gak had consumed even more of his merit and now sleeps like 5 ghosts. This also requires consuming merit to be able to perform. After completing everything, Kuang Gak turned around and said to Tam Tu, "If the young master is okay, then I will say goodbye." Who would have thought that she would reach out and pull his shirt back? "Wait. Sir, can you stay with me for a little while? I also want to exchange intelligence with you." Kuang Gak nodded in agreement. "Okay, anyway, there's nothing else to do." After putting on his proper clothes, Tam Tu sat at the table and said seriously, "According to Mr. S. information just now, I must invite the deputy head of the court, Lam Huin Fong, to come to the palace to discuss. So I will let my confidant deliver the letter to the palace." Kuang Gak turned around and suggested, "Young master, let me go." Tam Tu immediately refused him. "How can something like this bother you, Mr.?" Kuang Gak smiled and said, "It's okay," then waved his hand. A gust of wind appeared in their room, taking the letter away to Tam Tu's surprise. She was bewildered. At that, Kuang Gak spoke leisurely, "The young master rest assured, the letter is now in the hands of the deputy dowager." Tam Tu blushed slightly and said, "Of course I believe you, sir." After that, they each did their own work in the room. It's just that sometimes Kuang Gak notices that Tam Tu keeps secretly looking at him. He immediately asked, "Young master, is something wrong?" Tam Tu was startled and looked away. "No, no." She pursed her lips and thought to herself, "Don't let Mr. Kuang come over here. How can you be a good girl?" Who would have thought that Kuang Gak was standing close behind her, softly asking, "Sir, is there really anything wrong? Your face is completely red." While Tam Tu was confused and didn't know what to do, there was a subordinate outside knocking on the door to report, "The Vong, Deputy Prime Minister Lam had arrived." Tam Tu spoke up, inviting Deputy Minister Lam to come in. Seeing that, Kuang Gak clasped his hands and was about to say goodbye. "Young master, then I will leave here." Tam Tu said again, "Sir, you don't need to go anywhere." Kuang Gak chuckled, "Young master, don't make it difficult for me." He thought to himself, "Young master has been opposing Hu to Tuen for a long time. I'm afraid he already had a plot with Deputy Lam. I'm afraid if I don't go, I'm afraid that it will be more difficult to escape later." Having said that, Tam Tu could only say sadly, "Okay, sir, you've worked hard today, you should go rest." When Kuang Gak closed the door and went out, he also saw a figure passing by this side. He is Lam Huin Fong, the person who was invited by Tam Tu to discuss the matter. Kuang Gak clasped his hands and greeted him. Huin Fong also nodded in response. Not knowing what he saw, as he passed by, Kuang Gak's eyes flashed. He sighed and muttered, "So he was also a short-lived person, huh?" That night, at the central palace, Hu Tuen's residence. She frowned and asked the slave, "You said you found that old beggar in the prison?" The slave knelt on the ground and trembled and said, not daring to hide it from the lady, "That old beggar, I'm afraid the Taoist will be arrested and executed with him these past few days. As long as that old beggar is still in the city, he will definitely. I can't escape. I've already sent someone to look for him." Hu Tuen said in a low voice, "Leave, then let him run, but that Tam Tu can't run. If he can run away in my sight, how can he be found easily, next to Tam Tu? There are indeed many talented people." The slave spoke again, saying, "Princess, if Qin and Vong told the king, Hu Tuen would not be afraid to tell the story, then let her speak. I would have dared to do that to her. Of course there's a way to deal with it. People from Tianam Mountain, have you invited me to come? I inform you that I will come tomorrow." Hu Tuan asked again, did Kuang Gak, which Lord Tian Ma was looking for, have any news? The slave answered, the slave wanted to report this matter to the lady, since the incident happened on the Nakhoa River, in Tannan. The royal palace has another guest. Very few people know the specific identity of this person, but everyone in the palace calls him Mr. Kuang. It is said that Mr. Kuang also knows how to tell fortunes. Hu Tuan heard this and thought to himself a little excitedly, could that be the person that Heavenly Demon Master is looking for, next to Tan Tu? The next morning, at Vong Vu, the gatekeeper saw Kuang Gak coming out and immediately clasped his hands in greeting, Mr. Kuang Gak smiled and replied, I'm going to visit my friends, I'll come back when I'm done. The gatekeeper was extremely suspicious. Visiting my friends, he also saw Kuang Gak carrying a small bag and a big bag. He thought to himself, after the guests returned from the palace, they were often scared, gathered their things and left at night. Perhaps he also wanted to go, but the king had an absolute order not to make things difficult for Kuang. Sir. So he could only wave goodbye, so please be careful on the road. Kuang Gak also waved, okay, goodbye little brother. The gatekeeper looked at his figure walking away, feeling secretly regretful. Mr. Kuang was noticed by the Vong family. Even he abandoned the Vong family. Kuang Gak walked up a high mountain alone, looking into the distance and thinking, since I came to this world, I have always acted very carefully. If it weren't for that caution, I'm afraid I would have died a long time ago, but a sage like Mr. Tu, whose fate? I can't sit still anymore, I thought. Then he took out a knife, cut off a strand of my hair, then began to perform magic, for 3 days using the knife as an altar. In the 10,000 dermas, take the first incense. Today, take 3 meritorious incense sticks. Pray to the gods and monsters in all 4 directions, the evil spirits in the 6 directions, command the ancestors of Tian Nam Mountain. Entered Hanyang of Qin. If you agree, please invite Hong. Put the incense on, the ritual is completed. He smiled and felt it from behind, coming. It's okay for monsters to pass by, it's okay for gods, it's okay for ghosts to come, please appear. A cloud of smoke gathered in front of the altar, seemingly summoning a little devil. Kuang Gak raised his voice and asked the ghost, how, help me convey this message to Tian Nam Mountain, this incense fire will be yours. The little devil was delighted, sucking in the incense smoke. Kuang Gak saw that fast speed and praised it. Although this little soul does not have any magic power, it is really not bad at running errands. Good child, no need to thank, don't forget your brother's entrustment. Then it's smooth sailing, the little soul flies away following Kuang Gak's instructions. The scene changes back to the Inn Palace, the gatekeeper clasps his hands to report, then presses His Highness. Mr. Kuang left the palace early in the morning, saying he was going out of the city to meet an old friend. Tan Tu clasped his hands behind him and said, Mr. Jiang I picked up from the Jade Emperor River, it was also his first time coming to the Qin country. Where do his friends come from? The gatekeeper said hesitantly, I see him with big bags and small bags. Tan Tu was silent for a moment then turned around and said, I know, go back down. After his subordinates left, Tan Tu silently looked into the distance and thought, it's hard to blame him, that demon Phi always targets him, involving all the guests in his palace, running away, even the deputy head of state Lam Huin. Fong also gave up, just told me to be patient, everyone could see that I had no way back anymore. She looked at Tan Tu and muttered, Mr. Kuang does not like others to serve him, this place has been cleaned by him for a long time. This fish is not an expensive ornamental fish, just a very ordinary carp, his taste is always very unique. Mister, even you left me. Without realizing it, her face was filled with tears. Who would have thought that at this moment, a familiar voice rang out behind her, young master. Are you looking for me? Kuang Gak appeared behind and smiled and asked. Tan Tu was extremely excited and rushed over to ask him, Sir, how are you still here? Kuang Gak asked a little surprised, what are you saying? I'm not here because you arranged it, could it be, sir? Death won't let me stay any longer. Tan Tu quickly held his hand and said, No, sir, in this courtyard, you can stay whenever you want. Seeing her holding his hand tightly and not letting go, Kuang Gak shyly scratched his head, Sir, outsiders looking at him thought he was holding a thief. Tan Tu quickly let go of his hand, I'm sorry. In the blink of an eye, evening has come. In the study room, Tan Tu poured tea for Kuang Gak and said, I heard the gatekeeper say, you went out to meet your friend. I thought, sir, on this trip, have you met that friend yet? Kuang Gak picked up his cup of tea and replied, no, but he met a messenger who helped me send a few words to my friend, so that he could come to the palace to chat. Tan Tu asked in surprise, coming here? I don't know what kind of friend I am. Suddenly a strong wind arose outside. The ground in the room also began to shake. She asked suspiciously, what's going on? The whole room is swaying. Kuang Gak calmly shook the teacup in his hand. Don't be afraid, sir, it's just that person has come. Tan Tu was extremely confused. Who is coming? Kuang Gak mysteriously said, of course it is. An old friend. Outside the room door, a giant black shadow appeared. Tan Tu turned around and said, there seems to be something outside, let me go see. Then she quickly opened the door. Kuang Gak smiled softly and asked, what's wrong, sir, do you see anything? Tan Tu hesitated, it seems like a cat. Italy, it came in on its own. Seeing the cat come in, Kuang Gak happily waved his hand teasingly, let me see who that soul invited, it seems this trip was not in vain. Long time no see, don't be so cold. My old friend, Little Mountain King, he hugged the cat and petted it a few times. Seeing this, Tan Tu exclaimed, the Little Mountain King is so cute. The Little Mountain King arrogantly scratched Kuang Gak's body a few times, startling him, who said it's not, it's easy. Tan Tu immediately suggested, yes okay, let me go get some food for the Little Mountain Soldier. I'm bothering you, sir. A few minutes later, Kuang Gak asked Tu's son Quan, who was lying on the table. At that time, he was staying at Tian Nam Mountain for half a month, and he avoided me. Why did he suddenly come to Hamduong to help me? The Little Mountain King arrogantly pushed the teacup away and said, I can't drink this human stuff. Kuang Gak smiled faintly, at that time there were some things I didn't understand, but now I understand them. At that time, you deliberately lured me to Nok Hoa River to meet that oh boy Tuong. Did you want to test me? No, if you didn't say anything, then that turtle wouldn't dare to act arrogantly, but you said everything, that's why you fell into the water, you can't blame me. The four sitting positions are born with different colored pupils, the left eye sees the good and the evil in people's hearts, the right eye peeks at cause and effect, but still cannot see through you. So even a little exploration is not too much. You have read the fate of many living beings in Tian Nam Mountain, and you are considered to be grateful to Tian Nam Mountain. Now, you ask that little soul to come to the mountain. Tian Nam asks for help, I will. Help people with all your strength. At this time, there are also many other living beings appearing outside the door. Kuang Gak suddenly stood up and said, I didn't expect to have so many friends. Kuang is bothering everyone, please stay here for a while. They spoke in unison, obeyed, then gradually dispersed in all directions. The scene changes to this side. Hu Tuen has just finished soaking in the bathtub. She asked her subordinate in a low voice if she had found the place where Kuang Gak lived. The servant reported that when she returned to the lady, she had determined that there was a Mr. Kuang in Anfu. I can't enter Mr. Zhang's courtyard. Hu Tuen asked in surprise, your cultivation level is already 6th grade, but how come he still can't see your face? The slave replied, there are many great demons protecting there, their strength is high. Much better than slaves really have no choice. Hu Tuen secretly thought, it seems that this Mr. Kuang is the person that the heavenly demon lord wants to find, but the opponent's cultivation level is unimaginably deep. It's okay, Feng Sword Slave still has 3 days to go to the Qin country, when then she will deal with Mr. Kuang herself. She asked again, how is White Jade Chan Nan? The slave replied, he has overcome it. Everyone listened to what the lady said. Hu Tuen sneered, that's great, it's time to leave His Highness and Vong a big gift. The next day, at the palace. An official bowed his head and told the king and emperor that recently the smell of medicine had filled Hamduong city, the trees that had dried up had sprouted buds, and all kinds of flowers, regardless of the weather, had bloomed, very unusual. Fear is. Before he finished speaking, the eunuch behind him shouted, Your Highness, come. Hu Tuen solemnly entered the big gate. Tan Tu looked at her suspiciously, wondering what she was doing. At this time, Hu Tuen clasped his hands and said to Tannen that he had a fairy pill to offer to the king. As soon as Tannen saw her coming, he looked cheerful and called his wife. Hurry and waive the ceremony. Hu Tuan clasped his hands and continued, wishing your king a long life. Your Majesty, please use the medicine, she said, then she opened the box in her hand, revealing a red pill. Chen, who loved the girl, happily accepted it and said, even if it was poison, the king would willingly drink it. So he didn't need anyone to test the poison and put the pill in his mouth. Then his expression changed, he trembled unsteadily, this is. Tan Tu worriedly stepped forward and called, Your Majesty. At this time, Tan An's whole body was shaking, still calling Ai Fi. The scene in the palace became more panicked than ever due to screams, Your Majesty, where are you coming quickly? Tan Tu immediately turned to Hu Tuan to ask for his crime. He was so bold that he dared to poison the king. He didn't hurry up and bring out the demon concubine. Suddenly, Tan raised his hand and raised his voice, Wait, my dear. Hu Tuan quickly stepped forward to help her hand, smiled sweetly and asked, Your Majesty, how effective is the magic medicine? Tan replied, I feel. His spirit was purified and refreshed, his spirit was greatly shaken. He quickly regained his composure and stood up healthy, surprising everyone. The king's appearance was as if he was more than 10 years younger. If you can have this ability, you are truly an angel. The mandarins all bowed their heads and chanted, the cold omen of the nation, long live the king. Tan Tu looked at this scene and silently lamented, like this, to Hu Hien's power is getting stronger and stronger. Tan was overjoyed and said, These are all the merits of my beloved concubine, what kind of reward do you want to receive? Hu Tuan looked embarrassed and said, Your Majesty is too praising, this concubine would not dare, just a concubine. Have an advice. Lately, every night, I have been praying for blessings for the Qin country. I saw the northern horoscope and determined that it was the emperor's horoscope guidance. The prosperity of our Qin country has arrived. The king is sending General Chui to send troops. Go north, take over the Wei kingdom. Taking advantage of this good omen, our Qin army needs to use its strength to overwhelm the Wei kingdom, and Great Qin, of course, will also expand throughout the world. Tan Tu immediately protested, full of nonsense. Your Majesty, the expeditionary army needs a lot of salary, but in recent years, many consecutive years have been plagued with disasters, the common people are poor, and building a harem costs a lot of money, the treasury will soon be empty. Then, faced with the worries of the present, we still want the soldiers to go to war hungry. If we lose the heart of the army, even the foundation of the Qin kingdom will be shaken, sending troops now is impossible. Impossible times. Hearing that, Hu Tuan only smiled faintly, then said with a regretful expression, My concubine was just passing on the instructions of the great emperor. Lord Vong questioned him in every way possible, My lords. Don't be afraid to say it, do you guys also question Tian's decree, or say you also want to? Accusing God Thiep, bewitching people's hearts. The subordinates all bowed their heads in unison before her. I did not dare. Tan Tu was so angry that he gritted his teeth at their weakness. You guys. But Tan also turned around and smiled flatteringly at her, moving on to the war, just follow the concubine's words, follow the concubine's words. Hu Tuan smiled faintly, the king was wise, Tan Tu still tried to advise him. 10,000 times impossible, royal brother. At this time, Tan hugged the woman and shouted loudly at his sister. King still did not shut up. This lady's intention has been decided. Tomorrow he will order General Chui to immediately attack the Wei kingdom. In his heart, Hu Tuan pretended to be gentle and said, Lord Vong only cares about the country and the people. With the sincerity of Lord Vong, I have prepared a large gift for Vong Gi, a magic medicine, in fact I have refined 2 pills. She ordered her subordinates to bring up the remaining medicine box, took it to Tan Tu. Oh, that's right, Vong did not know, Vong had contributed greatly to refining the miracle medicine. Tan Tu looked at her blankly and asked, What does this mean? Hu Tuan held it in front of her and said, Lord Vong, please take it. Tan Tu held it in doubt, wondering what secret this medicine had. The scene changes to another place. Kuang Gak is holding a small mountain soldier lying on the grass relaxing, leisurely time at Sanhai Kuang Hotel. Suddenly at this moment, a faint scent flew by. Kuang Gak wondered, what was that smell, so fragrant? The little mountain soldier raised his head and assessed, the smell of blood, the murderous aura was very strong. Hearing that, Kuang Gak was a little surprised and sat up, this is not a medicinal perfume. Why does Tu Sun Quan say this is blood murderous aura? Tu Sun Quan replied, you can see with your own eyes and you will know, little lady. There it is. At this time, indeed, Tan Tu was running to ask, Sir, is he here? Kuang Gak asked suspiciously, Sir. What is the matter that makes the young master so panicked? Tan Tu said, holding the box of medicinal pills, it is an urgent matter. She opened the box and said, today that demon concubine brought this thing to give to this king. This king felt that this matter was a bit strange, so he specially came to invite him to help. Kuang Gak saw it and immediately changed his expression, but Tan Tu continued, she also said that this pill and I have a relationship, can you see the reason? Kuang Gak waved his hand and said, you should still see for yourself. At this time, strange auras emitted from the pill. Tan Tu asked in bewilderment, what is this? A few streams of air turned into countless hands, calling in a terrifying voice, Lord Vong, Lord Vong. Save me, Lord Vong save me. They screamed extremely pitifully, the furnace was too cramped, too hot. At this point, Tan Tu could no longer keep calm, covering his mouth and trembling continuously. And accidentally tripped over the tree behind me. She fell backwards, and at this moment Kuang Gak also reached out to collect those souls. He walked over to help her up and explained that those things just now were spirits that weren't really trapped in this medicinal pill. There was no way to harm anyone, young master, don't be afraid. Ordinary people who drink this pill can clear their blood and increase their lifespan. From now on, they won't have to worry about illness or disaster. It's just that the process of refining this pill requires a living person to sacrifice, the maker's 7 souls and 6 souls. The alchemy furnace, the internal organs turned into medicinal residue, is truly cruel. Tan Tu was now sitting on the ground trembling and said, I recognize them. Kuang Gak was a little surprised to hear her continue. The faces of the ghosts just now, many of them were once guests of my palace, all of them were loyal patriotic monks, there were also people who lost their homes in the disaster, I helped them. Sorry, it's because I don't have the ability to protect everyone. Now her face was wet with tears, her feeling of guilt welled up. Kuang Gak sighed, then said. Stupid girl, just shedding tears cannot save your people. Tan Tu was stunned when he heard those words, my people, Kuang Gak nodded, well, I think if the Qin country did not have someone like you to choose talented people, the princess would save the people. What will it be like for others? Tan Tu pursed his lips and placed his hand on his chest, his people. She thought it was time to discuss politics with her patriotic friends, so being able to take care of the flood would be great. Luckily, there were great people who stayed up all night to quickly make construction maps. And the poor children obediently called her, Lord Vong, Lord Vong. Tan Tu realized, they were the children of the refugee camp, have you had enough to eat? There is still food in our place. The children brought the flowers and smiled and gave them to Tan Tu, surprising her. Why pick them for me? Then I have to find a beautiful flower vase. If anyone intends to harm this country, to protect them, I will fight to the death, Tan Tu silently swore to himself. Early morning of the second day, outside Kuang Gak's courtyard, Tan Tu stood outside and mumbled nervously, how could this be good? At this moment Kuang Gak appeared and realized, meaning, that's not the next young master, why are you walking outside your hospital? He approached and patted her shoulder and asked, is the young master waiting for someone? Tan Tu was startled, Mr. She gave an outfit to Kuang Gak and said, please accept this. Kuang Gak was a little surprised and asked, are these new clothes? Tan Tu shyly explained, but since the last time I came to see him, my clothes seem to be torn, I asked the tailor to quickly make one. Kuang Gak smiled and accepted it, so I'm still bothering the young master. Young master, do you want to enter the palace? Tan Tu asked again, oh, do you know what I want to do? Kuang Gak nodded, yes, but about this trip, are you really sure? Tan Tu's expression became serious, she said in a low voice, not sure, but for the people of the Qin country, this king is willing to risk it once. Hearing that, Kuang Gak didn't stop him, he just said, I understand, even though that's not convenient for me to advise, I just have to take advantage of the time of parting, there's something I need to tell you. If you encounter a difficult problem, you can recite a sentence in your heart, Kill Tian Tai Hoa Truong Quan, please remember, sir. Looking at the figure walking away, Kuang Gak pursed her lips and thought, if her destiny is like that, then, forever cherished. Scene change, a memory from the past appeared from nowhere. Hong Ni, you came closer. A child knelt before the king. I worshipped my father. The king said, there is an exercise I want to test on my child. It turned out that the child was young Tan Vu Quan Tan, and hearing his father say that, he was a bit scared. What homework, what homework? The king said solemnly, you are the crown prince of Qin, of course you control the governance of the country. I ask you, the great drought that occurred in the south this year, causing the people to go into exile, how should we solve it? Tannen hesitantly spoke up, drought in the south, people in exile, I think it should. The king impatiently rolled his eyes, what should he do? Should reduce taxes, increase food storage, build warehouses to prepare for floods and droughts, send emissaries to listen to people's opinions. That coherent answer without any hesitation came from the little girl. When Tan Tu was young. Seeing her pay back neatly, the king was very pleased and laughed loudly. Tu Ni is really smart. It's just a pity that you're a girl. After saying that, he hugged his little daughter. Then told Tan, and who was kneeling below, about you. I don't have the talent to rule the country at all. That sentence haunted Tan and forever after. At this moment, he was startled and opened his eyes wide. His whole body was sweating profusely. He turned to ask the eunuch, why did I oversleep? Did I miss my beloved concubine's Hien Vu performance? The eunuch standing next to him replied, rest assured, your majesty, the dance has just begun. But the slave has something to report. The front lines retreated one after another. Coupled with the meager salaries, many generals and soldiers deserted one after another. The general was about to be unable to withstand it. Tannen suddenly heard this and asked again, generals defected. How is it possible? A hand waved in the air. Hu Tuen didn't know when he appeared, slapped the eunuch down, raised his voice and scolded, you bad karma, what nonsense are you talking about here? Where are you? Drag this dog slave down and behead him. The eunuch knelt down in fear. The lady spared her life. The lady spared her life. Tannen saw that and also approached her, dear concubine. Hu Tuen immediately turned around and smiled sweetly, great king, what are you still standing there for? The song and dance will start right away. Everyone in Vu Ko this time is a stunning beauty. Tannen was immediately fascinated. But hold her hand, okay. At this time, there was another eunuch in the news, telling the king, Anvang and Lord Lai Huinfong broke into the harem. The villain could not stop them, they too also, still, Tannen frowning and asking, what else do they do? The eunuch awkwardly pointed behind him, inviting the king to look. They have arrived, right now Tan Tu and 3 other ministers are passing here, wearing white clothes. Several people bowed their heads and said in unison, I was going to pay my respects to the king. When Tannen saw this, he angrily asked, very well, you guys wearing mourning clothes are trying to scare this lady, right? Tan Tu spoke up very righteously, I wore mourning clothes because the people of the Qin country were wronged, and mourned because the country was about to perish. Tannen smirked and sarcastically asked, oh, then I want to hear what a country is about to perish. Qin Tu immediately knelt down on the ground and accused Hu Tuen. The demon concubine Hu Tuen used living people to make pills, treated people's lives like trash, and did not say anything about causing chaos in the harem. She also spread rumors and provoked people. Disorderly movement must be locked into a prison immediately. Tannen heard this and asked in doubt, do you have evidence? You can't slander AI Phi. Tan Tu replied with a stiff face, evidence, do you really not know what the situation is like on the front line? There is still time for you to wake up, if you still defend her, I will. Tannen asked defiantly, what would he do? At this time, the other ministers also knelt down and said, not excluding Demon Phi, I would like to ask him to return home and give up his affairs. Hearing this, Tannen frowned angrily, could it be like this? Impossible, this is you are forcing the king to abdicate. The woman Hu Tuen standing behind finally spoke up, all of you gentlemen are high-ranking people, but you want to use your power to coerce the king and bully a weak woman like me. However, when the old fox returns home, I think it may be too late. Recently, this palace has a notebook. This is the rebellious correspondence between Anvang and his deputy, Lam Huinfong. Tan Tu angrily scolded her, you lied, Lam Huinfong and I are absolutely sincere to Great Qin. Lam Huinfong also gritted his teeth and cursed, this demon woman. Hu Tuan leisurely sat down on the chair, clapped his hands and signaled to his subordinates, "That's right, I still have a witness. Where are you? Please come up, Mr. Bok Nok, Mr. Chui Dao." Tan Tu looked back and saw Director Chui being escorted up. He breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Director Chui was still alive. When being brought in, Chief Chui bowed his head and spoke up. Tao people admitted their guilt. Tan Tu had long had an ambition. While at the manor, he had stored up troops to raise soldiers, plotting to rebel. Tan Tu also hid a dragon. "I'm in Anvong Palace, you can let people search." Tan Tu couldn't believe her ears. She shed tears and asked Daoist Thoi, "Although you and I are masters and servants, we are both teachers and friends. I always consider you my soulmate, why?" Director Chui bowed his head and said, "Your Highness, Trung Nia is in a dilemma." After hearing what he said, Tannen was so angry that he trembled and pointed his finger to question, "Tan Tu, how do you explain this?" Tan Tu did not show any signs of weakness. He said with a serious face, "Brother Hong, I said I was harmed by the demon Phi." Believe it or not, at this moment, Tan En's whole body was just shaking slightly. Well then, temporarily imprison Anvong in Dai Dai Pagoda, waiting for the verdict. At that time, Huin Fong could not help but exclaim, "Qin Vu Quan, why did the first emperor entrust the royal throne to you people?" Hu Tuan immediately took the opportunity to scream and rebelled, but did not quickly escort these people down. Qin Tu worriedly looked at Huin Fong being surrounded by people, "Lord Lam," but Huin Fong still continued without fear, "Old man, I am a veteran of the 3 Qin dynasties, how dare you treat me like that? The people's hearts and the army's hearts are lost, the Qin kingdom is about to die in your hands." Tan Tu came to block Huin Fong's front, and said one more sentence to Tannen, the royal brother. "You have absolutely no talent to rule the country." Tan En's eyes immediately flashed with anger. He turned around and ran away, "Let it go, this lady is tired, my dear concubine should handle all of this." Tan Tu reached out his hand to hold him back, royal brother, you can't just leave like that." As if Tannen did not hear the call to continue walking, the soldiers also used spears to hold Tan Tu back. Hu Tuan was proud but still tried to act like, Huda, your majesty, it's really important for a woman like me to handle something like this, what should I do best? "Let's punish tomorrow," she ordered with a cruel smile, "her time has come." Huin Fong angrily stepped forward, blocked Tan Tu's face and shouted, "That's not reasonable, my dear father, if you dare to touch Anvong today, this old slave will risk his life with you all." A spear approached, Tan Tu called out in horror, "Lord Lam." So he sacrificed himself, heroically blocking that spear and stabbing him in the stomach. A great man has passed away forever. Hu Tuan smiled coldly and ordered, "Okay then arrest her." She went to the place where Tan Tu had been restrained, sarcastically said, "Lord Anvong, are you satisfied with the great gift this palace gave you?" Tan Tu now tiredly covered his face and asked himself, "What should I do, mister?" That night, thousands of palace guards rushed into Anvong Palace, screams and calls for help rang out continuously. There were 2 maids wearing veils who knocked on the door of the room Kuang Gak used to live in. Mr. Kuang, are you there? My lady has an invitation." "Wait a few seconds." The maid suggested, "Open the door. Come in." In the empty room, they frowned, "Oh, is it late? Go back and tell your majesty." The owner ran away when he was in trouble. What was the owner Tian looking for? This guy named Kuang turned out to be just like that. The next morning, there was a buzz on the streets. "Have you heard anything? Today, Anvong will be beheaded at No Mon Gate." "How is that possible? The great king is not that stupid. Isn't he the same person? Quickly, let's see." They went to ask the guards, what was going on, were the rumors true? The guards used spears to chase them away. "Get out, don't block the way." After a while, many people waiting noticed that the city gate had opened. A lonely figure appeared behind the door. The man's steps were unstable and constantly trembling, his feet were bleeding constantly, the prisoner who was tortured was. No, impossible. As Lord Anvong, she was extremely miserable at that time. Can mortals really go against the heavens and change their destiny? At this time, Kuang Gak had transformed into a huge mascot form standing next to Kuang Gak at a lake. Kuang Gak raised his head and thought, thinking about what is destiny. He remembered when he was still at Vong's palace, he raised his hand to ask Tan Tu, young master, if he could let me cast the hexagram for him. Tan Tu was a bit surprised, but he also reached out his hand. So I had to do it. I'm sorry, sir. Kuang Gak then received a notification from the system, spending 1,000 points. He wondering if he needed so few points. After agreeing, information about Tan Tu appeared. In the 49th year of the Qin Yuan calendar, Qin Vong Fai gave birth to a daughter named Tu. When Tan Tu was 8 years old, he was knowledgeable about scriptures, rituals, and music. A gentleman with 6 skills, among princes and princesses, no one can compete with him. He is close to his brother and crown prince. When Qin Tu was 22 years old, he went into the royal library and approved the memorandum for his father, working according to rules. Tan Tu was 14 years old. Before his father's death, he ordered Tan Tu to assist the crown prince in ruling the country. If the king of An is the first female king of the Qin country. When Qin Tu oversaw the country, was just and strict, valued talented people, was loved by the people, at the age of 18, the new emperor Qin Yujun gave Tan Tu to go to Fong Nam Duong. Tan Tu left Ham Duong. At the age of 23, he fell in love with the country of Phi Hai. Tan Tu returned to Ham Duong. On the way back, he met Kuang Gak and handled the flood to save civilians. At the age of 23, he was accused of treason by the demon Phi, and was sentenced to be slashed across the waist. At this point, Kuang Gak could only sigh helplessly. He told her frankly, without any concealment, that even though you have great talent, you will soon be impeached for treason. Tan Tu was silent for a few seconds and then said, I understand, it's just this part of justice, if no one does it, it will forever be buried in the ground. For the sake of the people of the Qin country, I will accept it even if I die. Even though heaven's mandate was like that, Kuang Gak was very surprised when he heard it. At this time, the little mountain soldier behind Kuang Gak asked in a deep voice, I said, I knew it was the end but still wanted to go, sir, is there still such a stupid person in this world? Kuang Gak replied, because in her heart great righteousness is something more important than life. The little mountain lord wondered, Mr. is also a person with great righteousness in his heart. Kuang Gak smiled faintly and replied, I am just a common person. Then let's stay here, it's a place with beautiful scenery, let's prepare the heavenly sacrifice ceremony for him here. My king, right now Tan Tu's hair is limp after a night of torment, sitting on the stage waiting for the beheading. Tannen was in bed unconscious, unable to understand the situation. Hu Tuen stood next to him, not knowing if he was pretending or not, but shed tears of worry. When his subordinates saw this, they were extremely surprised. After the lady was crying, Hu Tuen quickly gathered herself and said, No, I'm fine. Let's go to the execution ground. Lord Feng Kim's servant still doesn't have any news. The slave answered, No, but the name Kuang also didn't appear. Walking to the execution ground, Hu Tuen frowned and asked why there was so much noise. The palace maid immediately replied, back when the execution ground was full of people. The people below the stage were extremely angry. Could it be like this? And Vong was plotting treason. How could this be possible? He must have been framed. Even Deputy Lam had to endure this trick. Qin is about to collapse. In recent years, the royal court has been taxing food very heavily. If An Vong hadn't asked for love, the common people would have died. Tan Ham Duong's common people saw An Vong growing up from a young age. She was not only his daughter, emperor, but also the daughter of this entire country. A monk and nun passing by the crowd also mumbled and beheaded, nothing worth seeing. The little monk and nun walking next to him asked curiously, but my master heard the people's feelings. They were all said that the person who was beheaded was a girl. Master, in this world there are good people but no good endings. Why do we have to practice good dharma? The monks and nuns said to the child, You are still young, let's go quickly. At this time, the people continued to scream, Let An Vong go. The angry soldiers stopped them, Do something, if you want to obstruct public affairs, we will not be polite anymore. Hu Tuen stood above and frowned and asked, It's not yet time, this palace is already very upset. The palace maid next to him suggested, Maybe I should go and order the immediate execution. The people below were constantly pushing to get to the execution ground and release him. Hu Tuen saw this and clicked his tongue, thinking, No, if we let them riot. So she loudly ordered, "Don't wait any longer, execute." Suddenly in Tan Tu's mind, he remembered the words that Kuang Gak had told him before: if you encounter a difficult problem, silently think, Tu Tu Tien Tai Hoa Militia. She clasped her hands and silently thought of Kuang Gak, Mr. The only God in my heart. Do you know that I am your most loyal follower? He is also establishing a formation to change heaven and change destiny for you. Tan Tu raised his eyes and thought, Tai Tien Tien Tai Hoa Militia. That's when the executioner raised the knife. Kuang Gak here sensed it and thought to himself, it seems the time has come. The system pops up, can you change Tan Tu's fate? You need to spend 100,000 of Tan Tu's merit, the current merit is 74,535, Kuang Gak thought, you've spent your whole life working hard. Because Chen Kwok had a lot of merit, but in the end he had to change his fate. The system said that Kuang Gak could use his merits to make up for what Tan Tu lacked, which surprised him greatly. Turns out it's still possible like this. Okay, I've successfully changed my destiny. The little mountain soldier next to him suddenly realized, what's going on? The relationship between those two people has become more and more solid. You are clearly a human monk, there is no trace of incense on your body. Why do you have a divine name? Are you a human or a god? Below the Dharma hall, the people were confused and scared. Lord Envong, could it be difficult for Envong to avoid this bad luck? The Qin country is about to die, who will come to save this country? Tan Tu's head was severed from his neck, but suddenly it became water. The people below were surprised to realize that it was Lord Envong's body. How is it possible? Hu Tuen was bewildered, could it be that? Tan Tu's body soared into the air, dispersing into streams of water. Is this a miracle? That's definitely it. God has heard the call for help from Envong and the people. God Min, God Min. The little mountain army appears slowly. It rides Kuang Gak on its back, carrying the prayers of the poor people, asking them to stop making this land better. Glorious once more. One person and one animal landed on the execution ground. Hu Tuen was horrified when he realized that Kuang Gak was that person. At this time, Kuang Gak stood on the stage and said loudly, "People of Qin country, your General Chui has withdrawn from the battle with the puppet state, and is leading 100,000 troops to march towards Hamduong. If you also love this land, then please give me a hand. Fight to overthrow tyranny." Hu Tuen was so angry that he gritted his teeth and silently scolded, "That damn demon, why didn't the Phoenix Sword Slave come to help me? What kind of ceremony is the will of the demon master? What is the matter?" After Kuang Gak's call, the people also responded enthusiastically, "Yes, we also resisted the overthrow of the martial army, eradicated the evil demon, avenged King An, and avenged the loyal soldiers of the Qin kingdom." The palace maid next to Hu Tuen said in fear, "It's not okay, the people are rioting." Hu Tuen frowned and raised her voice, "Where are the guards? Quickly send 50,000 guards over." The brave people rushed forward. Hu Tuen saw this and immediately ordered that this group of tyrants and that demonic group be executed for me. A few guards heard the order and immediately held spears and approached the people. Kuang Gak said to the little mountain soldier next to him, asking for help from the mountain army. The little mountain soldier immediately rushed forward, easily knocking those guards away. Hu Tuen shouted even more urgently, "Don't retreat, execute them for me." Kuang Gak spoke in a deep voice, "The world is great, if there is a division, there will be a division, if there is a union, there will be division." To Hu Tuen, "You use your neck against Qin Yujun, harming Envong. I'm afraid you want to turn the Qin country into your own. But you also do not look to see to whom the people's hearts are directed. What is the fate of the country? I see that the Dragon of Destiny was imprisoned in dark chains a few months ago, and has now turned bright red." Then, Kuang Gak raised his hands forward, a source of power radiated from Kuang Gak's hands. That source of power glowed and looked extremely powerful. Invited, Kuang Gak shouted loudly with an extremely determined expression, looking towards the opposite direction, his hands clasped together. The king of Qin came out to meet him, a light radiated all around and a sound echoed. The light of power continuously radiates into every corner of the surrounding area. Inside the house, Tannen, with a panicked look on his face, discovered that sound and immediately leaned forward and shouted, who is calling me?" He immediately threw away the maid next to him and rushed straight towards the door. Tannen rushed forward and grabbed the black sword in front of him. Then, without saying a word, he rushed towards the door, leaving the maids and surprised faces in the room. Outside is the vast blue sky and white clouds flying gently as if merging into one. The scenery outside is very beautiful. Tannen finally ran outside the city. He stood there dumbfounded and heard the sound still echoing. In front was the sound of the common people constantly resounding, overthrowing the king's army and eliminating the demon concubine. Tannen stood with his sword in hand, looking bewildered at Tuen and that sound. Tannen immediately asked, "My concubine, is this happening?" "What happened?" The maid standing next to him was surprised to see Tannen and stammered and said, "Great, great king." Tannen immediately walked to the top of the city and looked down, frowning. The maid next to him immediately replied, "Yes, there is a demonic path spreading nonsense to incite people to riot. The king on the city road is not safe. Is it a demonic path? Listen." At this point, Tannen was a bit surprised. Below, Kuang Gak stood with a determined expression, looking up at Tannen. Kuang Gak discovered something and thought, "The red dragon protects the god." The image of a dragon suddenly appeared behind Tannen. Looking at that appearance, Kuang Gak immediately recognized that this person was Qin Vu Quan, right? Tannen frowned and looked down and said, an outsider, not obediently practicing in the mountains, but also daring to manage court affairs. Why are you looking for this lady?" Kuang Gak heard that and replied loudly, "I am a fortune teller who travels around the world, practicing in the business world. When I passed through the Qin country and entered Hamduong for the first time, a red dragon entered my dream. A red dragon entrusted me to come and take a look, see how the king of Qin is doing, see what the future of the Qin kingdom is like. I hope the Belt King will lend me something that he always carries with him." Hearing this, Tannen looked extremely surprised and thought, how could this demon know that the red dragon was here? Could it be that the assertion of Vice-Chancellor Tan Tu Lam had come true? This is really impossible. Taking out the jade pendant in his hand, Tannen continued to think, the red dragon is always lurking. Why, the Qin dynasty is about to perish. Do you really think I don't know anything about the fate of the country? At first I still wanted to be tolerant forgiveness, but this thief's death is not over. Thinking about it, Qin immediately threw down the jade pendant and said to Kuang Gak, "Perhaps you are also a remnant of the Qin Shao group, right? I really want to hear your guess about the fate of the Qin country." The system immediately pops up a notification. Is it possible to let Qin Yu deduce the destiny of heaven? This deduction needs to be consumed, 100 W points to accumulate the destiny of heaven. Thinking of this, Kuang Gak smiled and looked at the jade pendant and thought, yes. Sun Quan gradually appeared behind Kuang Gak. He said, "Father eats son, son kills father, army kills subjects, subjects fight against army, the country is no longer a country, great Qin should die." Hearing this, Tannen was extremely angry, pointing down at Kuang Gak and shouting, "You brat, dare to deceive everyone, taking this demon back for this lady." Immediately, the soldiers rushed from behind Kuang Gak like hungry leeches, while Kuang Gak still stood there looking very calm. Suddenly something came up from underground, causing the soldiers to be knocked down and extremely surprised. Wow, what the hell is this? It turned out that it was a giant snake covered with green scales and extremely terrifying power. The soldiers then cried out in panic, "Ah, the snake is so big." Tannen stood high up and looked down and shouted loudly and boldly. He immediately took the black sword and jumped down from above. Seeing this, Tuen quickly reached down to stop him. "Great king, no way." Qin arrogantly frowned and shouted, "This lady is the prince of the Qin country, protecting the fate of the nation. Why is the little monster causing chaos before the eyes of the prince?" Then he slashed directly forward with his sword, cutting the great snake's body in half, causing it to scream in extreme pain. The giant snake was defeated and immediately fell to the ground in front of Kuang Gak. Tannen immediately swung his sword and rushed straight towards Kuang Gak, shouting, "Demon, take the punishment." Looking at Tannen's appearance, Kuang Gak thought, is this the power of the red dragon protecting body? It's obvious. Kuang Gak immediately used only 2 fingers to gently reach up and catch Tannen's sword. This sword block saw Tannen extremely surprised and wide-eyed, looking at Kuang Gak in shock, thinking, how is this possible, how divine is this person? Despite the power of the red dragon, the situation had completely changed. Kuang Gak slowly said, "Wow, this is the Emperor's dragon-breathed sword." Then, Kuang Gak smiled and looked confidently at Tannen and said, unable to withstand the blow. After speaking, Kuang Gak just moved his hand slightly. the sword in Tan An's hand immediately broke into pieces. At that time, the red dragon also lost its power. Tan An and the red dragon both cried out, "Ah!" Seeing the dangerous situation, Hu Tuan cried out in panic, "Great King!" Moments later, suddenly the red dragon flew from Tan An's side to Kuang Gak's side. Kuang Gak immediately continued, "The merit of the red dragon, half of our nation's destiny, we have already received." Tan An was surprised and stammered and said, "Well, what?" Kuang Gak continued, "And you Qin Yujun, do you know your crime yet?" At that time, Tan An was still trying to justify what was wrong with this person. Kuang Gak immediately held the talisman in his hand and shouted, "You don't know, then I will tell you, summon Minister Thunder, the magical weapon everywhere. Help me." Immediately a huge bolt of lightning struck from above straight down towards Tan An's city wall. He cried out in panic, "This lady's harem." Kuang Gak shouted loudly, looking down at the back of the harem garden, what was hidden? From behind the garden, a group of extremely strong unjust auras flew out. They continuously cried out in anger and resentment. "Great King, Great King!" The people around Abase now looked extremely surprised and said, "With so many ghosts, could it be that the secret palace of the royal palace actually used people to refine pills?" Without hesitation, the group of angry people rushed straight to Tan An's side and shouted, Your Majesty, give me my life back, give me my life back." At the same time, while Tan An was extremely scared, Kuang Gak immediately put his hand on his back and said, "Do you know these people?" At that time, Chen replied hesitantly, This lady, Kuang Gak immediately replied, of course he knew, these people were all the people of the Qin country, but now, the soul has become the core, only remaining some of these remnants. Kuang Gak frowned and continued, "The fairy pill is in the stomach, the mouth can swallow thousands of people, Qin Yujun, can you rest assured?" Instead of repenting, this guy Tan An still reasoned extremely arrogantly and replied, "Since I am a citizen of this lady, what can I not do for this lady? What is my crime? What is my crime?" Unable to listen any more, Kuang Gak immediately pushed Tan An forward. Kuang Gak continued, "So the red dragon entered my dream and gave me two things, one of which is a dragon-tailed criminal guillotine, the top beheads soldiers, the bottom beheads demons. If your majesty feels innocent, why don't you go to this guillotine? Every time you go back and forth in your life, the guillotine appears and turns giant in front of Kuang Gak." Kuang Gak immediately walked towards the guillotine, raised his hand and said, inviting the troops to board the guillotine. Tan An immediately said, "What a joke, what should I do?" Suddenly his body lost control. Tan An thought in fear, "Wait, what happened to my body?" He lost control and approached the guillotine. His body was motionless as if he had a six-dimensional control as he gradually approached the guillotine step by step. Tan An shouted in fear, "Demon, what have you done? Please let me stop." Above the citadel, Hu Tuan was extremely confused, frowned and looked down thinking, "It's not over. Let him go." Hu Tuan immediately jumped down and shouted loudly. Seizing that opportunity, Kuang Gak immediately noticed Hu Tuan's side. Hu Tuan rushed straight towards Kuang Gak, surprised. Sun Quan immediately rushed forward and shouted, "The demon girl is bold and dares to disturb Mr. Sun Quan immediately rushed forward, opened his mouth wide and launched a golden attack. At that time, Hu Tuan looked extremely confused and had no time to react. A fury of fire shot directly towards Hu Tuan and engulfed and burned her. When Tan An saw this, his face was extremely panicked and he cried out, "My love! Great King!" Hu Tuan was burned by the fire and his whole body was gradually weakened. Hu Tuan used the last bit of his strength to call Tan An, and to Hu Tuan's feet gradually turned turquoise. At that time, the people around were all extremely surprised and exclaimed, the demon concubine's body had turned into something like jade, could she really be a demon? Hu Tuan finally fell to the ground to the surprise of Tan An, his beloved concubine. As for Sun Quan, he said, "Now, the people's hearts and the fate of the country are not in your hands. Now you dare to be arrogant in front of me." Sun Quan used his foot to step onto Hu Tuan's head and let her go. Cried out in pain, "Hurrah!" Sun Quan looked at Kuang Gak and continued, "Mr. Go ahead, leave this demon girl to this seat." "No need to think any more," Kuang Gak immediately said, "Open the left, and slash the army." Immediately there was a source of power that pulled Tan An towards the beheading machine, causing him to cry out in fear, "Ah!" On this side, Hu Tuen was extremely frightened and cried out, "Great King." She quickly used all her strength to push Sun Quan's legs out. Hu Tuen then used all his strength to rush towards Tannen, who was lying in front of the beheading machine. Hu Tuen cried out, "Great King." As quickly as it cut, the beheading machine's blade fell. Tannen was extremely surprised and stared in front of him. He was now far away from the guillotine, and in front of him was a pair of hands reaching out. "Dear concubine, it turns out that Hu Tuen was just in time to push Tannen out of the guillotine and suffered the slash just now." Her whole body was gradually smoking and the cracks on her hands gradually appeared with an extremely painful expression on her face. By Hu Tuen appears. At that time, Kuang Gak was a little surprised and frowned, thinking, could it be that there was really movement, and yet the rain was all using demonic power to fend off the rain? Without any further hesitation, Kuang Gak shouted loudly, slashed with all his strength and slashed again, causing Hu Tuen to glare in extreme pain. Tannen was then stunned and surprised, thinking, why did she have to do that? A shrill cry rang out again, and to Hu Tuen finally exhausted his strength. Loving concubine, Tannen immediately rushed towards Hu Tuen, who was lying motionless in front of the guillotine. Tannen immediately helped Hu Tuen up and cried. Hu Tuen's whole body had now turned emerald green. She tried to use her last strength to finish what was left unfinished. "Your Majesty, don't look. I'm sure it would be unsightly if I turned myself into this again." The people below were all extremely surprised and said that she was really a monster. No wonder the king was fascinated by her. Not letting that scene go on any longer, Kuang Gak immediately stepped forward and said, "Tannen, the person who plotted to seize the fate of the entire Qin country to end the world's tribulation, massacred the innocent people of the entire country, had long committed a crime. It's disgusting. What else do you want to say?" Seeing that, Hu Tuen immediately used his last breath to continue, "If I don't take over the destiny of a country, I won't be able to resist. Perhaps if I die I won't be free of my sins, but I also want to know why." Destiny was like that. She said the last words, and then Hu Tuen lay face up and looked up at the sky. Her whole body immediately glowed. Hearing this, Kuang Gak was suddenly extremely surprised and thought, it was such a destiny. After that, Kuang Gak looked up at the clear blue sky and white clouds and continued to think, what is the destiny of heaven? Kuang Gak immediately signaled Sun Quan, "Let's go Sun Quan, the national fortune of the Red Dragon has overcome difficulties. The rest. Let the people of the country decide, then tomorrow, ride on the back of the Sun Quan and fly out of the Qin country. Finally return to a cave." A girl's eyes gradually opened. Well, now she was extremely surprised to discover that she was lying inside a cave. Tan Tu bewilderedly looked up at the lagoon above the cave and thought, am I still alive? Tan Tu immediately sat up, a little panicked, and said, I remember just now I was on the execution ground pleading with you, sir. Where is this? My hat, my hat. Under the canopy of trees with leaves gently falling in the cool breeze, Tan Tu raised his hand to tie and repin his hair as he said, he could only temporarily cope like this. Then suddenly Kuang Gak stepped forward, causing Tan Tu to be a bit startled, and said, Mister, it was indeed you who saved me. That sentence of yours, I thought it was you comforting me, sir, this is. When he finally woke up, Kuang Gak immediately knelt down in front of Tan Tu and held her hand, saying, My king. Kuang Gak's expression at that time was extremely happy, looking at Tan Tu without blinking an eye. Seeing that, Tan Tu also felt extremely surprised and raised his hand to look at Kuang Gak. After that, Tan Tu immediately turned away, withdrew his hand and denied, Sir, don't joke, how can I become a king? I am just a woman. Hearing that, Kuang Gak immediately took Tan Tu's hand to help him up and said happily, But young master, is this a shameful matter? Tan Tu immediately looked down and said, What a pity it's a girl, what a pity. Kuang Gak immediately replied, Qin nation's fate is approaching, what do you plan to do in the future? Hearing this, Tan Tu was extremely surprised and said again, Qin nation's fate is approaching. Kuang Gak immediately replied, That's right. Tan Tu immediately said, Then I must return to Hamduong city and overcome hardship with the people. Kuang Gak immediately bowed his head and smiled softly. Since that's the case, then let it be like that. It's time for the poor people to leave the Qin country. Hearing this, Tan Tu was extremely surprised, Mister. Kuang Gak smiled and pointed at the spirit beasts behind him and said, "This attack is where Mr. Boar's entire family resides. We have been bothering them for quite a long time." Hearing this, Tan Tu became even more angry. More surprised replied, "It turns out that's it. Sorry, I'm bothering you, let's go now." A moment later, under the sky, the sunlight shining on the canopy of yellow leaves looked extremely beautiful. At that time, Tan Tu sat on the back of a big wild boar. Kuang Gak hugged little son Quan and said, "Ah yeah, I didn't expect Mr. Wild Boar to be real." After agreeing to take Vong back to Hamduong City, Tan Tu was also a little surprised and said, "Well, then I'm bothering Mr. Boar." Kuang Gak stood next to him and continued, "The Qin Kingdom's fate is about to come. If you have any actions in the future that do not allow you to take the title of Qin, you must carefully consider Qianquan first." Kuang Gak replied and gave something to Tan Tu, an object. "This is a friend I kept today, I'm giving it to you, sir." Tan Tu opened it and saw a blue seal-like jade pendant. She was extremely surprised and said, "Sir, this is Jade's sister." Kuang Gak immediately bent down and said to the wild boar, "Mr. Wild Boar will have to bother you next day, please take Vong to General Voi's military headquarters on the outskirts of Hamduong." "Let's go." The wild boar finally rushed away quickly. On his back was Tan Tu, who was a little surprised and said, Mr. Kuang Gak echoed back, "Go outside Hamduong City to meet with General Voi." Hearing this, Tan Tu's tears kept falling. She thought, outside Hamduong City. The generals and soldiers were waiting. After thinking about it, Tan Tu immediately took off the brooch on his head. The dragon god immediately appeared above Tan Tu's head and the wild boar was galloping straight forward. The queen returned. At that time, Kuang Gak held little son Quan and stood from afar, watching Tan Tu's figure disappear and thinking, very respectfully. "The moment of separation is indeed sad, but you will not leave us, right? Son Quan." Kuang Gak immediately let son Quan go to his briefcase and continued, "Then we should go on our way." Putting his bag on his shoulder, son Quan just managed to get inside. Kuang Gak said, "Hey, according to the theory, you should be my mount, why should I become your mount now? It's not suitable." "Sir," son Quan immediately said, "Shut up, go quickly, don't forget that crazy phoenix sword slave is still chasing the two of us." I know, you sit tight, human race." After speaking, Kuang Gak continues on the road ahead. "Human race," Kuang Gak hums a song, "Can you stop walking?" 3 days ago, little monk Ka Lak saw a jar of wine in the lama's hand and immediately reminded him, "Master, are you drinking wine?" Walking towards the two people was an uninvited guest wearing a hat that covered his face. The lama slipped his hand and spilled the wine bottle on the other person. The lama sighed and clasped his hands together in apology. "Hey, look at this old monk's hand, is the female donor okay?" Feng Kim No stood motionless, his clothes were blown out by the wine, emitting a few jets of black air. Feng Kim No took off his hat and said coldly, "The Lama of the Holy Spirit, who teaches profound Buddhist teachings, probably won't have his hands shaking, I see that he is." Feng Kim No paused a bit then continued, hastily looking for death, her whole face expressed extreme anger, red scales and black irises clearly visible on half of her face. The Lama still clasped his hands together and calmly replied, "Forget it, I can't control the worldly matters, but the devil's matters must be managed at best." The Lama immediately used his magic formation, waved his staff, and immediately subdued the Sword Lord. Ka Lak stood next to him with his mouth open in amazement. It was still the powerful monster sister of his master who was sucked into his sleeve. The Lama denied and thought further, "No, the monster we encountered this time was not an easy one to deal with. In short, we should quickly get out of the city, otherwise we would involve the common people." On the side of the forest, Kuang Gak was sitting on Sun Quan's back moving. Sun Quan suddenly asked, "Sir, if you said Feng Kim No was chasing you, then why didn't she appear at the execution site?" "I don't know this. Can only ask her." After wondering for a while, Sun Quan asked, "Actually I always had something I wanted to ask, why did you get entangled with a great demon like Feng Kim No?" Kuang Gak was dumbfounded. "Why is she so strong?" Sun Quan began. "Explain clearly, let's put it this way, Feng Kim No also has another name, Huin Kim Quan. When Huin Kim Quan's reputation spread far and wide, I was still breastfeeding. Later, that woman became the maid of heavenly demon master Du Sun Lam. Having such a powerful master behind this Huin Kim Quan is really not easy to deal with. Kuang Gak scratched his head shyly and said, "Actually, I have no enmity with her, but her owner also seems to have had some disagreements with me." Sun Quan heard the shocking news, gasped, and turned to stone for a few minutes. Second. Sun Quan turned back into a cat. Sun Quan threw Kuang Gak to the ground. Kuang Gak immediately complained, "Someone running so fast, suddenly stopping, it's very dangerous. Sun Quan's blood is even hotter than letting go. Long story, I think we should still destroy ourselves. You have offended someone who has not offended you, then you are entangled with such a terrible person. Saving the life of a crazy cat to kill its owner, there must be misfortune to share, being a cat must have some sense of duty, right?" Kuang Gak cried when Sun Quan repeatedly used his claws to teach him. At the same time a familiar figure in black walked away. "Go to Kuang Gak. This person is Feng Kim Noicai Huin Kim Quan." She walked up to the superior and said, "Kuang Gak, you made it really easy for me to find." Kuang Gak and Sun Quan were shocked and their hair stood up. "What the hell is that?" Sun Quan suddenly jumped out of Kuang Gak's hand. Kuang Gak immediately called after him, Sun Quan." Sun Quan stood in front of Kuang Gak to protect him. At this moment, Kuang Gak felt a little moved and said to himself, "Sun Quan usually likes to brag like an arrogant cat, but unexpectedly at the critical moment, he stand alone in front. Sorry Sun Quan, I blamed you wrong." Kuang Gak is so regretful right now that he wants to send Sun Quan 1,000 apologies. But the truth is not like a dream. Sun Quan boldly dismissed his responsibility and said, "Actually, Huin Kim Quan, I and Mr. Kuang behind this are just strangers meeting each other, unfairly, there are creditors and owners, Huin Kim Quan, don't do it. Harming innocent people." At this moment Kuang Gak just wanted to withdraw his thoughts and put a bandage on Sun Quan. "Well, since it's not related, there's no need to especially save your life." Kim Quan let out a cold voice as he walked past Sun Quan whose whole body was shaking. After all, being a self-respecting cat, Sun Quan immediately activated giant mode. Sun Quan turned into Sun Quan and threw a splash at Kim Quan, but Kim Quan was not easy to eat. He quickly avoided the sarcasm and said, "Are you too naive, little cat of Tian Nam Fong? And among the 36 escape strategies is the best strategy, Sun Quan is no exception." So he ran to Kuang Gak and quickly said, "Mister, let's run." Kuang Gak climbed onto Sun Quan's back and both quickly fled, leaving Kim Quan alone. Sun Quan is running but still extremely alert. "Sir, quickly see if that woman is chasing us." Kuang Gak looked back and said, "No, maybe he escaped." "Oh my god," Kuang Gak cried out because Sun Quan suddenly braked again. Kuang Gak asked confused, "Why did I suddenly stop?" "Luckily I didn't fall, sir, look ahead." Blocking their path is none other than Kim Quan. Her back against the tree seems to have been waiting for quite a while. Sun Quan asked for her opinion. "If she surrendered now, would she treat us better?" Kuang Gak hesitated and said, "I don't know if I will treat her well or not, but with her personality, I am still useful, at least there is no danger to my life for now." Sun Quan was skeptical, "So wouldn't this useless seat be cut to death by her sword?" Kuang Gak said some words of comfort, but they were insignificant. How could he say they were useless? Because of Sun Quan's noble background, these feathers must be a valuable treasure, right? Who doesn't like the thick skin? Sun Quan was petrified by Kuang Gak's words. Kim Quan finally had to cut in and cut off the conversation. If he's not done talking yet, if he's tired of running, then he'll give up and be tied up. If he still wants to continue causing trouble, I can also accompany him. Kuang Gak did not hesitate to challenge. That day, the demon lord was in front of me and was able to escape. Do you think you can keep your feet if you are sure? You can try. Kim Quan also wants to see how good Kuang Gak is. So I don't dare to refuse, so Kuang Gak took out a spiritual talisman. With divine action, Kuang Gak shouted loudly, holding up the spirit talisman to perform magic. On behalf of Kuang Gak, he used a fake charm. After a while, there was no movement except for the water on his pants. Kuang Gak continuously recited the incantation and scolded, God walked, this is the life protection charm I got from the old dragon. Why doesn't anything work at Sun Moon Lake? On the contrary, Kim Kwan pulled out a sparkling golden token and confidently said, my master knows that you have a life-protecting talisman, so why didn't you prepare anything? This is a golden talisman obtained from the dragon god's place. This command here, the spell in your hand has absolutely no effect. What else can you rely on? Kuang Gak can only cry, not because the spell is fake, but because the opponent's defense is too strong. Kuang Gak changed to a serious mode and said to himself, wait a minute, what she said was that she got it, is also saying that she used force to coerce even old Long, isn't she her opponent? This woman is finally strong. What level? Kuang Gak still has a trump card and calmly said, while wandering around the world, of course he still has some things to rely on. Kuang Gak immediately formed a seal and raised 2 fingers towards the sky, bowing. Xian Tian's demon true monarch immediately separated the clouds and sky, creating ripples. Kim Kwan immediately recognized and asked the god, you are a disciple of the god Tu Kung. Kuang Gak immediately replied that after staying for a few months, he was sent down the mountain and was not considered a disciple. The Sword King looked up at the sky as he was descending a huge golden hand. The disciples of the Tu Palace were knowledgeable in the art of inviting gods, but most of them were only 36 little gods. I have never heard of anyone who can invite them. To reach the upper realm of the 9 heavens god, Kuang Gak, who exactly are you? Kuang Gak sits on Sun Quan's back, behind him is the technique of inviting the god VIP Bodu, with a towering aura that wants to say that he is just a fortune teller wandering around the 4 directions. Kuang Gak, you are really very capable, the old dragon in Sun Moon Lake considers you his confidant, the red dragon nation of Qin Kwok considers you a savior, the Sun Quan in Tian Nam Fong is your mount, the Lama in Lin the red letter also helps you stop me. The Sword King's hand touches the box and always carries it with him. Open it up and inside is a black sword. Now you can invite even the gods of 9 heavens to the upper realm. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. To be honest, Kim Kwan doesn't know if Kuang Gak has it. Main male aura. This woman, Kuang Gak clenched his teeth, worried that he knew that Kim Kwan's strength was very strong. True monarch Deng Ma helps us control demons, but that doesn't mean Kuang Gak will retreat. Kuang Gak immediately controlled his arm to attack Kim Kwan. Kim Kwan said without any fear, are the gods orthodox? Huh, Kuang Gak, do you know what sword I hold? This sword's name is Slaying Karma. Kim Kwan raised his sword high to receive the approaching hand. Just one sword, that slash split the hand into 2 halves. That divine hand immediately disappeared. Kim Kwan stood still and flexed the precious sword. This sword kills people without karma and beheads enemies without karma. Even though my hands are covered in blood, it is still completely intact. Clean. God can do anything to me, now you try everything but can't escape me, do you still have any way back? Kim Kwan looked at Kuang Gak with murderous eyes. Kuang Gak was lost in thought for a moment, wondering why she was just a maid so strong. Although he was confused, Kuang Gak still had to act calmly, crossing his arms and saying, of course there is a way out, that is. Running, Sun Quan was extremely understanding and cooperated in turning around and running away. Of the 36 strategies, running away from a strong person is still the best policy. Kim Kwan was no stranger to this trick and quickly chased after him. Kuang Gak clapped his palms together and recited the mantra, respectfully requesting the Supreme Wind King, the true monarch, the true monarch. Immediately a stream of power enveloped Kuang Gak and Sun Quan. With the god's protection, Sun Quan's speed became even faster and he escaped from Kim Kwan's pursuit. Kim Kwan stood watching and cursing, damn, this damn Kuang Gak can still run. On the way to escape, Sun Quan logically asked, Sir, heaven and earth are vast, but which path is the path of life? At this time, Kuang Gak was thinking and analyzing. The injury on Feng Kim No's body was not small, it seemed that the old Lama gave it to him. As long as we can stop her now, perhaps we can save her. Okay. Arriving at Lin Hong 2, Kuang Gak immediately told Sun Quan to move there. At Lin Hong Temple, inside was Ka Lak kneeling next to the Lama crying, Master Hohu Master. The Lama patted the little monk's back to comfort him. The wife was just sitting quietly healing her wound. it wasn't like she was dead. But the master was bleeding a lot. Ka Lak looked at the corner of the Lama's mouth and the Lama's shirt covered in blood and couldn't help but worry. The Lama smiled reassuringly, "Haha, it's okay to kill the old hen to nourish his blood. What time is it that you're still joking? Buddhism is a pure place, there are no old hens." Ka Lak was extremely confused with his master. But right after that, the Lama continued to cover his mouth and cough out blood. Ka Lak worriedly kept calling, "Master." Lama said in a low voice, "That day Feng Kim No appeared in Hamduong Citadel to look for someone, and as soon as the old man blocked Feng Kim No, that person was able to escape, even if someone did it intentionally. Or it's fate, we and that person are destined to intertwine cause and effect with each other. Let me see who is behind this chain of cause and effect." From the Lama's index finger, a golden thread appears. Ka Lak followed and looked outside to see the thread flying high. Master, this golden thread going up into the sky. In his heart, the Lama kept thinking, in the sky, why do the creatures of this world have cause and effect entanglements with that person? Could it be that this person is an immortal in heaven? The Lama looked up along the chain of cause and effect. This fruit was connected to Kuang Gak. Ka Lak panicked and ran to the Lama, his two-eyed master. From the corner of the Lama's eyes, blood was leaking without realizing it. The Lama looked at his trembling hands and thought to himself, why didn't he come 1,000 years earlier? Ka Lak supported the trembling Lama and asked his master to quickly sit down. The Lama rubbed Ka Lak's head and advised, "My disciple's fate has now ended." Ka Lak cried and asked, "Master, do you not need me anymore?" The Lama immediately comforted me, don't cry, I have destined to become a Buddhist of the Buddha King." The old man could no longer protect his child. "Now your real teacher is outside, the fate of my disciple has ended." The Lama leaned close to Ka Lak's ear and whispered something more, then finally said 2 words, "Go." Ka Lak's tears fell and he clasped his hands together, "Amitabha Buddha." The Lama also clasped his hands and said, "Amitabha Buddha." Ka Lak carried his luggage and ran to the already open door. His new administration had begun. "Hello, little master." Ka Lak was stunned for a moment and recognized the person in front. Kuang Gak clasped his hands behind his back and said gently, "Kuang Gak asked to see Lama Lin Hong too." Ka Lak immediately knelt down and worshipped. Ka Lak's disciple worshipped the master. Kuang Gak asked in confusion, "What is this doing? What is the little master's name?" Ka Lak loudly declared his name, "Ka Lak, I am a disciple of Ka Tu Jr. Master hopes that I can be happy every day, so I gave this Dharma name to me, I like it very much." Kuang Gak rubbed his chin and said, "Ka Lak, I really liked it before, isn't that right? Why do you call me master?" Ka Lak said again a bit sad, "The master said that, the injured master said that my real master has come and his mission is over." Kuang Gak listened after hearing it for a while and said, "Actually I came to avoid trouble, I thought we should go inside the temple." As soon as the words were spoken, the door was immediately slammed shut. I immediately knew that the people inside had no intention of welcoming me. Kuang Gak panicked and said, "Old piece. What does this boss mean? The trouble has not been resolved yet, but it has given me another trouble." Kuang Gak had no choice but to take Ka Lak with him. Sun Quan angrily asked, "What are you doing with this child?" Kuang Gak reluctantly said, "Otherwise, why would people worship the master and take this child with them and then run away? Where are you going now? Go to the southern border, I still have a few friends there who can probably protect our lives." Sun Quan said shyly, "It's just that the southern border is thousands of miles away from here. Your 2 magic talismans may not be able to endure it." After walking for a while, Sun Quan suddenly stopped and landed down. Kuang Gak asked in confusion, "Why did Sun Quan stop?" Sun Quan replied, "My talisman and wind control magic have been exhausted, but ahead is Kim Sa River." In front of us was a sparkling yellow river. Kuang Gak wondered, the Kim Sa River is the boundary between the land of the human race and the demon race, but it's not true that the south border is in the southwest, thousands of patriots are in the southeast, how did we come here? Sun Quan glanced at him. The judge said, "All blame Mr. on the way to exile, he was still addicted to divination and kept asking to take a detour to the human race's residence to read a few hexagrams for people to detour and then say that he was on the wrong path." Sun Quan asked, "How should we turn around now?" Kuang Gak rubbed his chin and calculated, "Not good, behind Huin Kim Quan who is in hot pursuit, if we bump into him, I'm afraid we haven't reached the southern border yet and we will have reached the Emperor. The river of Nine Yu has gone first, or should we cross the river directly? Ka Lak's eyes are shining brightly because he's attracted by the river. Oh wow. Fortunately, Sun Quan quickly used his tail to hold Ka Lak back. Kuang Gak warned, there is no need for his life anymore. This Kim Sa River, if he pushed Tu Sun Quan down, he would also die. Sun Quan also added, I personally it's a bit reluctant to cross the Jinsha River, but if you take both Mr. and the little monk with you, you won't be able to withstand the heavenly wind on the Jinsha River. However, this golden river often has ferrymen from the 2 demon clans, but across this boundary is the 10,000 demon nation. Do you dare to come to the 10,000 demon nation if you have offended the heavenly demon master? Kuang Gak said without the slightest hesitation. Could it be that Tu Sun Quan doesn't know that the most important principle of ascending to the throne is to go to the 10,000 patriotic country and have a place for us to stop and take refuge? From afar, Sun Quan spotted a boat and quickly exclaimed, Sir, there is a boat. Kuang Gak raised his hands and waved to call the ferryman. Later, the boat also came close to carry Kuang Gak's people. Sun Quan said with satisfaction, It's true that life is not over, sir, let's quickly get on the boat. From the side of the boat, a hand lifted the curtain to see where Kuang Gak was coming. Sun Lam lifted the curtain and said softly, It's true, long time no see. Kuang Gak heard this familiar voice and was stunned for a moment. My future husband, Sun Lam, opened the curtain and looked at the person she called her husband. Luckily, he hadn't boarded the boat yet. Sun Quan panicked and said, Heavenly Devil Master, sir, hurry up and let's run. Quick as lightning, Sun Lam quickly passed Kuang Gak. Hugging little Tu Sun Quan and raising his voice, in front of this seat, you dare to call yourself my seat. Sun Lam didn't give many orders. It's no coincidence that this special seat is here waiting for you to get on the boat. Kuang Gak intended to refuse. If I don't get on, is it still my first time? Sun Lam only responded with cold eyes and a cold voice, You say, my beloved husband. All three were on the boat, but they were tied up, sitting back to back. Tu Sun Quan urged, Can you really do it? The spell hasn't been removed yet, Kuang Gak strongly argued, You come here, just drawing the spell is very difficult. You also have to put it in your mouth. My neck is cramping. Kuang Gak tried to open his mouth to take the spirit talisman from his shirt. Ka Lak was worried, Master, be careful not to let it fall. Tu Sun Quan urged, Hurry up, that woman will soon come in here. Outside the boat, Kim Quan knelt down to report, Lord, why did you call me back through voice transmission from thousands of miles away? The person you wanted to question has not been found. Sun Lam said, No need to search anymore, Kim Quan. A bit surprised. Kim Quan had to obey the order, but when he looked inside the boat and saw that the other three had understood the problem. With constant effort, Kuang Gak was able to bite off a corner of the spirit talisman. Successful, Kuang Gak was happy to have successfully taken the spirit talisman. But the fun didn't last long. Kuang Gak let go of the spirit charm and laughed. Sun Lam quietly picked up the spirit talisman to look at it. Kuang Gak quickly said, My lady, why did you pick up that toy? It's so dirty, I can actually explain this. My dear, Kuang Gak wanted to explain but had to stop because Sun Lam put his hand on his forehead. Could this move be? Boom, Kuang Gak was given a loving forehead flick and sent 5 meters away by Sun Lam. Kuang Gak lay on the floor and cried out in pain. Ka Lak asked, It was just a snap, why the hell was the master calling there? Tu Sun Quan did not dare to comment, it was difficult to judge. Sun Lam left alone. In addition to assigning tasks to Sword Lord and Sword Slave, you take it and return to the 10,000 patriotic nation, understand? The clear blue sky shines down on the sparkling golden river surface, and a boat is adorned on the river. Inside Sun Lam's boat, he sat calmly and watched Kuang Gak's group. Kuang Gak used his thoughts to talk to Ka Lak. Tell me, why do Sun Lam insists on tying me back to the 10,000 patriotic country? Could it be that she thinks clearly? Then wants to take me back to the country of 10,000 loves with me later. In Kuang Gak's mind is the image of Sun Lam and his brother, the mouse and bird, affectionately calling each other husband and wife. Ka Lak immediately poured cold water, stopped, put away that beautiful paranoia, she wanted to gouge your eyes out. Kuang Gak was shocked and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. Kuang Gak immediately judged and said, I'm not paranoid about what a beautiful little monk can think of every day. If you are a monk, please keep your 6 senses pure. Lak still calmly said, you clearly heard me. I heard the sound of my master and that female donor. At this time, Sun Lam opened his eyes and glanced over. It turns out that he can read minds. There are really strange people around you. He said it right. If you look at me with those stupid eyes again, I will definitely gouge out your eyes. Although Kuang Gak was scared, he still had to smile and say beautiful words. Everyone has a love for beauty. Is this seat beautiful? Sun Lam asked. Yes, Kuang Gak replied immediately and thought, what does this mean? Did I say something wrong? Sun Lam gently closed his eyelids and said softly, outsiders all brag about my skills or that I am the best in the past and present. You are the first man to say so in front of this seat. Kuang Gak was stunned for a moment. Then Kuang Gak asked the reason. Did Tun Thuong have to kill me? Actually, the two of us have no hatred or resentment. Sun Lam glared and reproached me. You turned me into a mother and yet you want me to spare my life. Give? Kuang Gak's sweat dropped and explained, that's what the hexagram shows. I'm just telling the truth. Although the method to change destiny is very expensive, it's not impossible. As long as Sun Thuong helps me, my original destiny can change. Sun Lam let out a cruel word, killing you can also change your life. Kuang Gak cried and begged, can't kill you, if not, I will buy back this life myself. Sun Lam said coldly, buy, everything in this world is within my reach, what do you think you can do to move me? Knowing that the fish had fallen into the net, Kuang Gak grinned and said, it is possible to cure Tun Thuong's hidden illness. I don't know if I can buy this life or not. Sun Lam opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Kuang Gak. The flow of demonic energy radiated everywhere towards Kuang Gak. Sun Lam stood up and arrogantly asked, how did you know about Ban Toa's hidden illness? Very good, it seems there is another reason why I have to kill you. Kuang Gak panicked and said, wait a minute, is this the way to solve the problem? I can solve the disease of the Supreme Being, but don't care at all? Sun Lam asked emotionlessly, why? Kuang Gak hastily said, in 36 days there is a natural medicine of lapis lazuli king that can cure Tun Thuong's illness, but I have to go to the Ntu Palace, hearing that the demonic energy outside Sun Lam will gradually decrease. Disappeared. I heard Kim Nu mention that you can order the 9 immortals from ancient times until now, can command the 9 immortals, besides you, I have not heard of a second person. Could it be? In the Ntu Palace, your reputation is also very loud. Kuang Gak smiled bitterly and said, my reputation is very big haha, if my reputation is my reputation then that would be great. What have you done? Instead of forgetting it, how can you find another wife in the Ntu Palace? Kuang Gak was a little surprised and had to say, if that's true, then the goddesses at the Ntu Palace all possess stunning beauty. Even though I invited Thuong Tu, Lord Luli happened to have one. If there are any problems with me, I can only go to the Ntu Palace myself. Sun Lam coldly asked, confused, is this lapis lazuli lord a woman? Kuang Gak puzzledly wondered, but is this lapis lazuli lord male or female, why is this so important? Not important. But I'm not stupid enough to let you go to the Ntu Palace, who knows if you can return or not. Kuang Gak said without thinking, I will hand these 2 people over to you. Sun Lam said calmly, a little peace. I have only known one spirit animal for 1 day. Kuang Gak said with a stern and serious face, Kuang Mo Nan, am absolutely not the type of person to abandon his disciples and friends to run away alone. Sun Lam asked extremely cautiously, little monk, is he bragging? Monks don't lie. If you lie to me, you can hear what I'm thinking in my heart. Kuang Gak's eyes filled with tears and begged Ka Lak. Ka Lak stammered speechless, this he. He's tricked you again, don't eat me, I don't taste good. Ka Lak's tears filled his eyes as he spoke the truth. Kuang Gak just wanted to be able to crawl away from here a little bit. Sun Lam was right behind asking, do you still want to explain? Kuang Gak turned on his cowardly begging mode, my body is just a mortal, please be gentle. The whole boat was left with only Kuang Gak's screams echoing in all directions. Lak asked enthusiastically, Master is okay and is he still alive? Kuang Gak's tears flowed down as he leaned on Lak to thank him. Good disciple, Master went to find reinforcements but still thanked me for my filial piety. The boat continued to sail down the Kim Sa River. Why was half of this jade on Kuang Gak's body? Sun Lam held 2 broken jade pieces and put them together. Sun Lam wondered what kind of background he had. Behind him, there was a voice calling, Master. There seemed to be something wrong with the color of the sky. Kim Quan pointed to the sky and there was a strange phenomenon. Sun Lam immediately recognized it as a cloud. Kim Quan said in confusion, how could this be possible? Could someone dare to cross tribulation in this golden river? Is he afraid that his own tribulation is not strong enough? Sun Lam also said sarcastically, what a person. Dementia. Why does this cloud suddenly appear above our heads? At this time, Kuang Gak stuck his head out and said, tell you the truth, this cloud of trouble came to me, what? Sun Lam glared at Kuang Gak. Kuang Gak was dragged out by Kim Quan and thrown in front of Sun Lam to interrogate him. He came to find you. Your cultivation level is only at the 8th level and you have merit on your side. How can you have such a tribulation? Kuang Gak began to explain, I once vowed to calculate the fate of 3 people every day. If I couldn't do it, I would be punished by heaven. Sun Lam frowned in disbelief, do you want to make fun of me? Kuang Gak seriously said, Your Majesty, please raise your head and see how I dare to lie and deceive you. We still have 1 hour to complete today's mission. Otherwise, an hour later, the clouds will condense and form, and lightning will strike this small boat. In a space filled with extremely magic power, Sun Lam stood in front of Kuang Gak and said, So what do you want? Kuang Gak did not hesitate to answer, Actually on this boat there are 4 people besides me, Lak and Sun Quan volunteered to help me complete the task. In addition, can you invite Huin Kim Quan to read a hexagram? Sun Lam then frowned and said, No, just to tell Zitong Dan's fortune to let you know my secret, looking for a slave who is my close maid, do you think I will agree? Hearing this, Kuang Gak immediately raised his head and frowned, looking in Sun Lam's direction and continued, If your Majesty doesn't believe me, then let me get off the boat, dying in the Kim Sa River in a heavenly tribulation will be no different. Sun Lam saw this and immediately turned around and replied, People can only tell fortunes for living people, Kuang Gak said, as long as there is a trace of spirituality, it is enough. Hearing that, Sun Lam immediately raised his hand to his head and said, This Kim Sa River buried quite a few people, it shouldn't be difficult to find a few bodies that still had a premonition. Kuang Gak seemed quite surprised when he heard this. After tying his hair, Sun Lam turned around to look at Kuang Gak and said, Wait here for me. Lying down, after resting, Sun Lam immediately jumped into the water. Kuang Gak thought, jumped directly into the Kim Sa River, this Sun Lam is a cruel person. A long while later, Kuang Gak was sitting on the boat with Tan Tu and lamented, Cough, Your Majesty still hasn't come back alive. Tan Tu immediately replied and shut up. As soon as he finished speaking, small ripples appeared on the water surface. In an instant, Sun Lam soared into the air. After returning home, Sun Lam landed on the boat. Then she immediately spread out a row of 6 dry bones in front of Kuang Gak. Sun Lam coldly said, There is no problem now, these 6 bodies are enough for you to hold out until Venue Kwok, then hand it over to us without bothering the fortune teller anymore. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 of them turned around and left. Kuang Gak quickly shouted, Otherwise, Sun Thuong, good or bad, you should untie me, right? After being untied, the next day, sitting on the boat and looking at the dry bones, Kuang Gak said, Fortunately there were these corpses helping me complete my daily tasks. I really bothered my seniors. Because finally now Kuang Gak is sitting in front of a dry skeleton and he is holding one hand of that corpse and saying, Turns out your name is Thuong Noyet too. Suddenly the system pops up a series of notifications. If the simulation ends, will there be a warning for this person? Replaying from the beginning will cost Thuong Noyet 100 million effort points. You can choose to spend 100 million each day. His merit points to set the destiny to carry Noyet from the food station are currently 75,419, Kuang Gak thought in surprise. This person has been dead for nearly 10,000 years, yet he can still change his destiny. But why are you joking with 100 million merit points? The system said that on the day of spying on the fate of heaven, you can choose to hide the fate of heaven and receive a merit reward of 10,000. On the day of spying on the fate of heaven, you can choose to reveal the fate of heaven and receive a penalty of 10,000, and with one of the punishments below. This is, Kuang Gak was surprised. The system continued. 1 is Thuong Noyet 2's practice method. 2 is Thuong Gi 2's practice enlightenment. 3 is a secret of Thuong Noyet 2's day Kim Sa River. Kuang Gak thought to himself, in these 2 days I've been looking at photos of 6 more places. They all died in the Great Demon War 10,000 years ago. Images of the battle gradually appeared. The system informed that Thuong Noyet 2 was a powerful 6th grade monk. His sect was the main force that created Kim Sa's life. Living 800 years old, Tam Kuyen Pham Men Dok, without father, mother, wife, or children, his body fell to the angry bird at the bottom of the sea, grateful for the sect's nurturing kindness, sacrificing for the future of the nation. Looking at Kuang Gak's remains, he continued to think, if it weren't for these seniors who had paid a heavy price, if there wasn't a Kim River to divide the two, then how could there be a Vin Suang human race? Looking down at the water surface, Kuang Gak continued, although Kim Xe River cannot completely block the exchange between the two demon races, it can prevent the clans or demon clans from the 4th level and below. If the two clans are the love war broke out again, as it was forgotten 10,000 years ago. The main strategy is still the army from the 4th level down, preventing the approaching Great War. The role of Jinsha River is very clear. Kuang Gak suddenly realized, that's right, Senior Thuong Noyet 2's sect is the main force that created the Kim Xe River. I choose number 3, I have to see what secrets this Kim Sa River has. Suddenly, Kuang Gak's face was extremely surprised, as if he realized something and immediately thought, what is it that uses such an extremely dangerous needle, yet there is a barrel of peaches that no one knows about that can cross the 2 worlds of humans and demons. Star. The Sword Army was then waiting in front of the gate. Behind were thousands of soldiers walking into the citadel together. Only then did Kuang Gak understand the problem. I understand, certainly the predecessors left a retreat for the human race to use in case of need. However, for some people, this value will be of great value, but for me it has almost no effect. Of what use, who knows, if you take it every day when you run away, you will use it. Senior Thuong Noyet 2, I really thank you, Kuang Gak said while lifting up that skeleton and dancing like a psychopath. Suddenly Sun Lam and Kim Quan were also standing not far away. Kim Quan said, Master will reach the boundary of the Van Demon Nation in half a day. Sun Lam slowly replied, yes. The two of them took stock of the situation and stood there. That startled Kuang Gak so much that he broke the skull of the skeleton. Kuang Gak exclaimed in panic, hey, senior. Behind him, Kim Quan bowed his head and asked, wondering how the message owner would deal with Kuang Gak. Sun Lam replied softly, if he comes with Jade, of course I will meet his request. Finally, a sky full of flowers and foxes came to an extremely beautiful place, which was Van Yu Kwok. On the way, Kuang Gak was a bit dazed and asked, is this really Van Yu Kwok? The land was poor and ugly, the demons were in chaos. Tan Tu heard those words and immediately said angrily, speak carefully, although this place is under the management of the Van Demon Nation, its real name is Du Sun. From afar, a giant tortoise came forward and said happily, welcoming the master back. A little demon girl also happily approached and replied, Master Tian Ma Master is back. At that time, Kuang Gak's group opened their eyes and looked around. Together they entered deep inside, the surrounding people bowed their heads and bowed, welcoming the master back, welcoming the master back, welcoming the master back. On the way, I encountered extremely beautiful female foxes on both sides of the road. Kuang Gak held Tu Du Sun in his arms and happily said, does Du Sun not have a male fox? No one takes care of the little fox sisters, we have to find someone to give birth to. Tu Du Sun heard that and immediately turned around and shouted, worry about other people's business first. They finally arrived at the room. The servant immediately came forward to greet Sun Lam. Master, Sun Lam immediately said, take them downstairs to arrange properly. Hearing that, the fox immediately replied, yes. Well, Kuang Gak's group was following Sun Lam when they were stopped by Ti Hoa No. Ti Hoa No smiled happily and said, little sir, please follow me. In that look, Kuang Gak couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, big sister is so warm and lovely. Kuang Gak happily replied, it's annoying, it's annoying. They finally reached a room. Behind little Du Sun, Sun Lam grabbed him and picked him up, making him a bit confused, meow. Right after that, Sun Lam stroked little Du Sun's fur and said in surprise, this is Kai Lin's fur, pure and jade, the feeling is really not bad. Little Du Sun was scared and screamed, the sound echoed throughout the whole building. Sun Lam then looked at little Du Sun and asked if Kuang Gak had ever told anyone's fortune. Little Du Sun then bowed and stammered and said, I don't dare to look to you to see my own destiny. Why? Sun Lam sat on the chair and asked. Little Du Sun was trembling as he spoke, other people's hexagram fortune tellers know 2 or 3, they only say 1, sir, if they know 10 hexagrams, they say all 10. Everyone who had received Mr. Master's teachings felt very scared. The silhouettes of Kuang Gak and the divine dragon appeared under the moonlight. Little Du Sun continued, I think, those whose lives were read by Mr. all of them have gone. If Nu doesn't see it, it's possible that fate hasn't been decided yet. Hearing this, Sun Lam's face was extremely surprised and said, what, you mean, will your destiny change according to the hexagram? Kuang Gak was surprised and asked, does he really have that ability? Little Du Sun replied, up to now, sir, you have read countless hexagrams. Perhaps you are really the true immortal incarnate of the Great Path. At that time, Sun Lam thought, it seems my future husband is indeed not an ordinary person. Sister, suddenly there was a bright light flying along with a loud sound. Ah sister, little Du Sun turned around to look in surprise, so that person is the next generation of Tian Ma Master. Du Sun Nin, a little fox appeared and stood next to Sun Lam. Du Sun Nin appeared standing next to Sun Lam's feet and happily asked, sister, aren't you here to bring your husband back from the human race? Where are you, where are you? At this part, Sun Lam suddenly froze and felt a bit bewildered. When the little fox heard her brother's name, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, the lover that my sister values, you must be a modern handsome guy with 3 legs, 4 arms, and 8 eyes. Nin Ni really wants to see it. Du Sun Nin also climbed up and told Sun Lam that only someone like that is worthy of sister, where is that person, let me see, let me see. Sun Lam had a bit of a headache with his 2 younger sisters, so he ordered Tu Tan, the sword slave, to bring on Nin down. Seeing that, Du Sun Nin immediately exclaimed, Hohu, sister, let me see my brother, everyone is very curious. In the end, unable to convince Sun Lam, Du Sun Nin had to sadly leave. On the way into the cave. Suddenly in the dark alley, a happy girl appeared with glowing eyes and cries, how's that, have we met yet? Du Sun Nin replied sadly, sister kicked me out, can't meet her. Haha, on Nin must be you bragging. The other foxes came closer to Du Sun Nin and said, they certainly don't dare to go and watch lying around outside and then come back, they will definitely be caught again. Tun Thuong kicked his ass, right? Hearing this, Du Sun Nin immediately exclaimed, nonsense, sister is very good to me, sister doesn't spank my butt. You guys wait, I will definitely bring my sister's husband to show you guys, Du Sun Nin said as he rushed out of the cave entrance. Returning to Kuang Gak's side, Ti Hoa No led Kuang Gak to a place that looked like a bar and happily said, here, Mr. Little Mister will stay here, 3 meals a day will be brought by someone if you have any other requests, you can talk to the guard here. Ka Lak, standing right behind Kuang Gak, couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, wow, that's great, it's not a demon prison. As she walked, Ti Hoa No continued to speak, but there is a warning that I still have to remind her. Clear reminder for Sir. Ti Hoa No frowned and smiled a bit scary, turned back to look at Kuang Gak and said, still hoping that Mr. No would not ask the small yard half a step, otherwise, I cannot guarantee that anything will happen. Hearing this, Kuang Gak's face turned pale and he replied with a scared smile, yes, I understand. Ka Lak standing next to him immediately wondered, sir, why can you smile back when you hate someone? Kuang Gak immediately said, wait until you grow up and you will understand. The 2 of them finally entered the house. Ti Hoa No was standing at the dining table happily watching and saying to Kuang Gak, sir, over here, please come over and have a meal. On the table he was displaying extremely beautiful dishes. Kuang Gak wondered and continued, although it was very rich, why were it all fruits and vegetables, without any meat? Hearing this, Ti Hoa No immediately realized and said, it turns out that sir, you want to eat meat, why are all these demons up and down in Du Sun? What clan do you want to eat from your blood comrade? Listen to the voice and the light. With those eyes, Kuang Gak and Ka Lak could not help but respond in fear, no, not at all. Kuang Gak quickly put the eggplant in his mouth and reminded Ka Lak to eat it alone. We both like to eat fruits and vegetables. You see how happy the child is. Seeing this, Ti Hoa No replied with satisfaction, that's really good, then Hoa No won't bother the two children to eat anymore. As soon as Ti Hoa No stepped out of the room, Kuang Gak immediately remembered something and ran to happily say, yes, I'm not talented but I know a bit about hexagrams, this little sister can leave me to read a hexagram. Are not. As expected, it is true as the master said. Ti Hoa No happily turned around and exclaimed, the master once told me that if the master wants to tell the slave's fortune, the slave does not need to say anything, just go first. I hit him with one palm, and as soon as he finished speaking, a fist occupied Kuang Gak's face. Inside the room, Kuang Gak entered and closed the door. From outside, Ka Lak's voice could be heard saying, my poor master, why have you left this world? Huhu, stop, stop, I'm still here. Still alive, Kuang Gak said, and outside, Ti Hoa No left and said, Hoa No left first. Inside the room was Kuang Gak with his face contorted after Ti Hoa No's punch. He clenched his fist and couldn't help but angrily say, Du Sun Lam is disgusting, sooner or later I have to leave this evil place. Ka Lak said from behind, Master, I want to eat chicken thighs. Hearing that, Kuang Gak was a little surprised and said, no, you're the one who came out and wanted to eat chicken thighs. Ka Lak immediately clasped his hands and said, Amitabha Buddha, Master said that wine and meat pass through the intestines, Buddha is in his heart. Kuang Gak was extremely surprised and replied, Master, did you teach this? Ka Lak continued, Master, it is said that if you want to understand the suffering of the world, you must experience the world's things, fall to the mortal world and then talk about transcendence. Don't overestimate yourself. Kuang Gak couldn't help but find it reasonable, hateful, and very reasonable. Ka Lak put his hand around his neck and said, to put it bluntly, he should eat meat and eat meat, he should get married and get married, and ordinary people should do it. Whatever you do, wait until you get bored and take refuge in Buddha. It's not too late. It's not wrong to say that, Kuang Gak happily agreed, those who are still alive must enjoy the pleasures in front of them. Ka Lak was a little surprised and asked Kuang Gak, where do you want to go? Kuang Gak immediately replied, just now on the way I saw a bamboo forest, I saw a rabbit there, I'll go find some other flavors for you. They finally came out little by little of the crude trap that had been set. Ka Lak said, I want to say this, Master, is this really okay? Hey, don't believe I used this. Caught sparrows, she and many. Ka Lak looked at the next trap, but we've been waiting for several hours, and we can't even see the rabbit fur anymore, it's all because of you making noise, Kuang Gak blamed. Ka Lak leaned back and said, I don't want to wait any longer and want to go back to eat vegetables. Kuang Gak immediately replied, Heya, you're so annoying, you're so stable that you don't dare go out there. Ka Lak immediately looked at Kuang Gak and said, Master, do you understand or not, there is no rabbit who will end up with this low level of yours? As soon as the words ended, an animal suddenly stumbled into a trap. Kuang Gak was extremely happy and jumped up to shout, Haha, I told you, but this afternoon it will definitely work, I caught it. Ka Lak exclaimed, this is so unreasonable, everyone. Kuang Gak and Ka Lak Lean appeared from the trap. Kuang Gak said, just now I saw a group of white people running here, it must be rabbits, let's wait and eat meat. Ka Lak replied, I'm very curious about the little rabbit. What does this feature look like? Kuang Gak immediately opened the trap and was surprised, this is it, inside is Du Sun Nin, who was mid-eating a carrot and said with scared eyes, big, bold, who dares to ambush me? Kuang Gak said in surprise, a fox can speak human language, it seems I have cultivation level. Ka Lak replied, can the little fox eat it? Du Sun Nin immediately jumped out and shouted, how does that make any sense, you dare to set up this vile trap to suit the lady scenario, and still want him, miss? Kuang Gak was surprised, may I ask who you are? Du Sun Nin immediately arrogantly said, yes, I am Du Sun Nin and quiet, who are you two? Kuang Gak then thought, Du Sun Ti, maybe the last name is Du Sun, definitely the pure bloodline of Du Sun Demon Fox. Kuang Gak immediately stood up and politely greeted him. My last name is Kuang, just one word Gak. You can call me Mr. Kuang. Hearing this, Du Sun Nin was a little surprised and said, Mister, you are a teacher. Star. Kuang Gak happily took the token and said, I am a fortune teller. Du Sun Nin immediately replied, I understand that you are a scammer in the world. My sister said, fortune telling is all fraud. Aha! Kuang Gak laughed loudly and said, your sister's understanding is quite strange. I still haven't asked, what is your sister's name? Du Sun Nin said loudly, then listen clearly, my sister is the owner of Du Sun, the leader of the demons, the king of the Van Demon nation. Lord Tian Ma, Du Sun Lam, and Du Sun Nin shouted with great majesty. Ka Lak heard that and immediately opened his mouth and said, wow, no. Kuang Gak immediately replied, sure enough. Du Sun Nin continued, without hiding anything from you passing through this place, I was also looking for my sister-in-law, who was also my sister's husband, but I didn't expect to be captured by two people using a guava peel trap. If you answer my question honestly, I will show you great compassion, Ka Lak immediately said, isn't it because of hunger? Du Sun Nin immediately climbed up and grabbed Kuang Gak's collar and said, seeing that the room at the end was using that tree, I could hear my sister's husband inside. Kuang Gak said, what about after that? Du Sun Nin replied, I just went over there to investigate and there was no one in there, so I asked if you had seen how long it took for a year to get out of there. Kuang Gak happily replied, well, is it possible that the financial person is that man? Hearing this, Du Sun Nin was extremely surprised. What? Kuang Gak continued, it seems that I am the person in your mouth. Husband of Tian Ma Chu. When Du Sun Nin heard that, he immediately raised his paws to squeeze Kuang Gak's cheeks and analyze, 2 eyes and 1 nose, Kuang Gak said in confusion, otherwise what? Du Sun Nin immediately jumped to the ground, causing Kuang Gak to say in fear, be careful. Du Sun Nin said, it's impossible. Du Sun Nin shouted angrily, the person my sister wants to marry, the person she wants to marry, must at least have a green face and yellow fangs, 3 heads and 6 arms, right? Kuang Gak then scratched his head and said, actually, I don't think it's suitable for you to advise your sister to cancel the marriage. Du Sun Nin immediately turned away and said, he must be lying, I have to go back and ask my sister. Oh, wait, Kuang Gak said. Du Sun Nin ran away and said, I should still go back. Kuang Gak then thought, it seems like the future will not be peaceful. Oh, Kuang Gak smiled and said, if you come then feel free to stay. Kuang Gak stood on the top of the mountain and shouted, his eyes open. He looked around and said, the atmosphere of this place is so peaceful. Looking from afar, he saw a stream of power radiating out. He said in surprise, that mountain valley is, the dark aura and fire there is an extremely deadly place. The rivers and mountains in this place are in absolute harmony and cannot give birth to an extremely destructive place. Like this place is not available but created by humans. Kuang Gak speculated, perhaps it was the place where the Blue Mountain Girl went into seclusion when she got sick. When she got sick, her whole body's demonic force scattered, but her demonic force was so strong that even if it spread out, it would condense. Unable to dissolve, gradually forming an extremely deadly land here. After guessing, Kuang Gak thought and muttered, although this is possible, it is not absolute. Whether or not this is an extremely rare place, it is enough for me to arrange a feng shui department. This feng shui department is future self-protection tricks. While talking, a boat flew overhead and he thought, this is it. Looking closely, Kuang Gak wondered, the evil spirit was so heavy, who would be on this boat? Elsewhere at the fairy lake. The subordinates are announcing, Your Majesty, the young master of the Golden Crow Great Desolation clan requested an audience. Hearing that, Kim Quan stood next to him and said, the old Great Desolate clan's master is disobedient and cannot be friends with normal demon clans. This is a mistake. Coming here, I'm afraid it's not a good thing that requires subordinates. Sun Lam, who had been listening all this time, suddenly spoke up. It was me sending a letter to the Great Wilderness clan asking them to come. Hearing what Sun Lam said, Kim Quan wondered and asked, the Great Wilderness clan is an ancient clan gathered by monsters and formed since the time when the Lord ruled over the 10,000 patriotic nations until now. It has always been highly autonomous and has never been obeyed before. Your Majesty's probation, what does your majesty mean by calling them to two sun this time? Sun Lam replied, the ancient divine beast clan, please bring the jade unicorn up here. King Quan acknowledged and bowed his head and obeyed the order. Sun Lam then spoke and ordered the great wilderness clan to enter the lake fairy palace. Then the golden crow master De Hao and Xe Lao entered. Go all the way inside. De Hao raised his hand and said, Lord Heavenly Demon Master, I am. While speaking, Sun Lam interrupted, impertinently. Sun Lam released his suppressive power while continuing to say, who allows you to meet the seat without kneeling? De Hao was forced to kneel and shouted, ah. De Hao raised his face and gritted his teeth and said, you, Sun Lam, still calmly asked, why do you have an opinion? At this time, Old Snake also spoke up to ease the atmosphere. Cough cough, the holy son of Heavenly Demon Master is in front of him, why is it okay to not know where the holy unicorn lord that lord of Heavenly Demon Lord is? Unfortunately, my holy family is in a hurry to practice and can't come here in person. They can only send me and young Master Kim Crow to welcome you. Sun Lam turned to tell his subordinates to bring him up here and give them to them. After hearing that, Kim Quan picked up Tu Sun Quan and said as he was being carried, I really don't need it anywhere, I live very well in Tu Sun. Besides, whoever informed Mr. Kuang, I hope he doesn't contact me. Avoid unnecessary misunderstandings with me. Sister over there, please continue to feed me the grapes. Snake Lao rushed out and hugged Tu Sun Quan and said, Meow, this white spiritual power, this bloodline is so pure. Tu Sun Quan was suddenly held and suddenly asked, what kind of monster is that? Then Xe Lao lifted Tu Sun Quan up high and said loudly, God bless our clan, heaven bless our clan. After that, Sun Lam stood up and left, saying, this king has given you the unicorn jade, then come back and say to the barbarian, don't forget what you agreed with this king. Xe Lao took the cat away and said, Your Majesty. Slow down. After that, Old Snake turned around and bowed his head and said, the words entrusted by the Lord to this old man will of course be passed on to our saints, but when we come to do Sun, in addition to welcoming the holy son of the jade unicorn, there's one more thing. Sun Lam glanced back and asked, what's going on? Old Snake turned out many treasure chests and said, Your Majesty, please look. Seeing 6 treasure chests, Sun Lam asked, what does this mean? Old Snake explained, these treasures are all rare treasures and a bit of our clan's sincerity, just because, it is rumored that the Venerable has not yet arrived. Spouse. All in all, hundreds of clans of 10,000 patriotic countries have talented young people, only my Master Emperor Hao can match the Lord. Today we specially ventured to come here to pray for marriage with Tu Sun. Hearing that, Kim Quan shouted loudly, boldly, how dare you say such disrespectful words in front of my master? Xe Lao bowed his head and said, unmarried men and unmarried women, how can they be considered disrespectful? Sun Lam walked closer, radiating magic power and asked, your age and this seat are similar, now among the great saints of the demon race, no one is a match for this seat. How is your cultivation base? De Hao is correct. Opened his mouth to speak, me. A few minutes later, Sun Lam walked up to him and said, I am the master of the mountain, the king of the 10,000 patriotic nations, the clan is a god, what status do you have? Emperor Hao was pressured by that power. Unsteadily standing and stammering, this. Then she went over and continued, this seat has predetermined the disaster of the sea demon killing tens of thousands of evil spirits outside to fend off the chaos. What merit do you have? Don't say I have a husband now, even if I don't, you still deserve it. Somewhere else, under the bright blue sky, someone asked if Mr. Sir was sick. Kuang Gak looked up at the sky and said, maybe someone is scolding me. Ka Lak looked at him and asked, no matter who scolds the master, we don't care anymore. Has the task of divining 3 hexagrams been completed today? Kuang Gak replied, well it's completed, luckily there are 3 little demons that the flower slave brought. Ka Lak happily picked up the chicken and said, that's great. Go into the kitchen with us and boil the water. Today we have more dishes. Kuang Gak saw that and shouted, stop, stop. He slapped Ka Lak's head and said, please, this chicken brother already has a soul, it's not food. Killing and eating can be infected with bad karma. Ka Lak was beaten and held his head and cried, knowing yes. He said, okay sit down, today I give you a piece of creation. Kuang Gak summoned and said, the true king died. The path is extraordinary, the path is extraordinary, the path is extraordinary, the name is unknown, the heavens and the earth are famous, leading the heavens and the earth to grasp the yin and yang, absorb the essence, independently guard the most weak and weak, the universe and the world move the gate to protect them all. The hexagram submodel is inlaid with a cup frame and a main shaft. The summoning scroll floating in front of him said, isn't it concise and easy to understand? With the intelligence of these three people, they must have understood something from it, right? The three animals looked blank when seeing this. Kuang Gak asked, not understanding a single sentence, right? Seeing that, he continued, I think we should still put them in the pot. There was a sound in Du Sun Q Na Fong's reception hall. Du Sun Blue was really bullying people too much. Di Hao smashed the teapot on the floor and said, I am the young master of the great wilderness, she dares to look down on me, is that reasonable? Old Snake said calmly, young master, please calm down. Currently the matter of getting along is difficult to achieve, but the matter of taking over the origin of the heavenly devil master is not necessarily impossible. Di Hao looked over and asked, what was it? Old Snake replied, the young master did not know that although the heavenly devil master was a unique woman with such training that our saints did not dare to underestimate her, every moonlight night her cultivation base will lose her sanity and decrease. But at that time, it was the best opportunity for the young master to snatch the original demon master. After listening, Di Hao asked, is this true, are you sure about Lam Tan Wai's share? Old Snake smiled and continued, there is no such thing as a 100% certainty in this world. This time the saintly unicorn being supported by our saints will surely shake your position as young master after returning. If this doesn't work out, will the young master still be able to maintain his position as young master even if he returns to the great wilderness? Di Hao gritted his teeth and said, rich and riches are dangerous to seek. Finally, Old Snake said, if that's the case, we'll have to wait 10 days until the full moon night. The next day Ti Hoa No stood in front of Sun Lam. Sun Lam saw everything silently and asked, where have all the people gone? I need an explanation. Ti Hoa No clasped her hands and said, if her subordinates did not guess wrong, perhaps they would have already arrived at Tam Na Fong. Sun Lam wondered, Tam Na Fong, Ti Hoa No explained, Tam Na Fong is the place where the human fortune teller is kept. Sun Lam continued asking, why did they come to Tam Na Fong? Ti Hoa No replied, it was said that they were listening to Kuang Gak's preaching. Sun Lam raised his hands and wondered, a group of great demons, even demon kings, went to listen to an 8th grade bamboo monk preach. Tam Na Fong said, line up neatly to take a number and go in. The surrounding animals stood far away and chatted, I'm telling you, Mr. Kuang's lecture is very good, I'm next to the old lady frog listening. After that, he immediately flew up and gave himself a title and called him Fairy Du Oa. Oh, how magical is that? I really want to listen to Mr. Kuang's lecture. While taking the number, Ka Lak came out and said a few words to the number dispenser. Then leaving, the person who gave out numbers immediately took the board to the table and said, Mr. Kuang's afternoon class is full, tomorrow everyone please come early and line up, today please go back first. A few people in line immediately said indignantly, it was already very difficult to queue for 2 days to reach the foot of the mountain, why would they go back? It would be better if Mr. Kuang gave another class to come to us, that's right, we approved. At this time, Di Hao appeared and shouted loudly, in my opinion, this Kuang Gak is just a trickster to buy fame and profit, most of the people who come here to visit just want to flatter the future king. Hey, it's just a bunch of people patting horses' butts. An animal standing next to him said, this is wrong, do you know that in just 1 day, Mr. Kuang made 3 9-level demons speak? Di Hao still didn't believe it and immediately said, it's impossible. The other animals also said, of course Mr. Kuang is not immortal, otherwise how could he catch the eye of the Lord? Whistling makes sense, the person the Lord sees is definitely not an ordinary person. Suddenly there was a sound and the animal standing in front of Di Hao stopped, making him turn his head to look. Then I saw Sun Lam and Hoa No coming. The 2 number sorting pigs were still packing things into the chest and said, without looking up, today's list is enough. If you want to listen to Mr. Kuang's lecture, come early tomorrow, Sun Lam said, oh is that so? The 2 pigs heard the familiar sound and quickly knelt down and stammered, saying, respectfully respectfully respectfully. Sun Lam turned and said, take this nobleman to see that Kuang, then I will judge you guys later. On the other side, the system notification is being preached. You can choose to hide the fate reward plus 30,000 centimeters of heavenly punishment if you look at the destiny. You can choose to reveal the fate and reward. Fine of 3,000 along with one of the following options, a favorite practice of Yumin General, 2 top-quality spiritual treasures on refining the Red River treasure, 3 detailed mountain maps including bands. Suddenly the door in front was broken open. Sun Lam crossed his arms and walked in. She walked slowly to where he said, "Get the hell out of here," causing all the animals to run away. Sun Lam came and sat down and said, "I heard you preached very well, so why not teach it to me too?" Kuang Gak scratched his head and smiled. It was all too much praise. Sun Lam interrupted and said, "If you don't want to preach the sutra then you don't need to preach anymore," he suddenly said. "When did it become so easy to talk like this?" But right after that she pointed at him and said, "The flower slave pulled out his tongue." He backed away in fear. Then Kuang Gak quickly climbed up the rock and sat upright, saying, "I'll explain." Kuang Gak began to raise his hand to his forehead. Then summon. He began to explain, "The Supreme Being is a great saint of the demon race, opening his own path of practice. The mind and dharma he has learned are usually useless. I will talk about the sect. The creation of heaven and earth is the top of the furnace. The name of Fu Huinhu does not know the real name, but this word is Tao." Sun Lam opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at him and exclaimed, "Oh." She put her hands on her hands and looked at him and asked, "You don't hesitate to take out the innate treasure of creating flowers from the Ntu Palace, aren't you afraid that I will take it away?" Kuang Gak waved his hand and said, "The essence of this Kiota Nueda has merged with the divine Tao heaven to become a nothingness, but I just used the magic to summon the divine projection. How could it be taken away? Torture is severe. Or soul-searching is useless to me. Even though I can read this flower sutra from heaven at any time, I still can't remember all of its contents." Sun Lam asked, "Why?" He replied, "There are recorded 3,000 great paths but none of them are Kuang Gak's path of cultivating the body and establishing destiny. Whatever I learn is useless," he thought to himself, "the art of cultivating, because if you predict someone's destiny, you can have it, so why waste all your hard work and practice to have golden hands? If you don't take advantage of it, wouldn't you be an idiot?" At this time, Sun Lam stood up and stared and said, "If I kill someone, will the god Tu Palace, which has never appeared before, use all its strength to mobilize?" He said, "So why not?" While she was talking, she interrupted, "But it's okay, if the god of the palace can't chase and kill the mountain, no one in this world can make this king give in. After today, no one will bother you anymore. From now on, the sword slave will guard Tam Na Fong. If you have anything, you can find her." Hearing that, Kuang Gak angrily thought, "This rotten girl must be her. Making fun of myself." Seeing those two people leave, he spit one out. After a while, Kuang Gak went into the room and took out a treasure chest. Looking at the treasure chest, he thought, it took a lot of effort to get the treasure from that big demon's fist, all of which were necessary to arrange the feng shui station. There were already a few more things left to prepare, but he didn't expect the scene. That rotten woman's awareness is so high that now the sword slaves guarding the great demons who already promised her will no longer be able to come. Damn it, the paint map is almost here, but I already lost. While thinking, there was a knock on the door outside. He opened the door. Sun Nin looked at him and said, "Hello, hi, scammer." Seeing Sun Nin, he immediately closed the door. Sun Nin screamed loudly, "You're a troublemaker, you dare to leave your grandmother outside." Kuang Gak turned back and said, "Go away, sister, you won't let me talk to other women." Suddenly, Sun Nin realized and said, "So my sister is so jealous, isn't it true that other women include me?" Afterwards, when he entered Sun Nin, he sat in front of him and asked, "Can I ask someone to help me with something?" I asked, "What to do?" Sun Nin said, "I've heard everything about you in Du Sun these days. My clan really wants to see you. The place where we live is a very difficult place to get out." I said, "I've seen you before, but they don't." The news also said that security was a liar. After listening, Kuang Gak asked, "So you want me to preach the sutras to them?" Sun Nin held out his hand and said, "Well, you can rest assured to do the work for me, I will definitely not mistreat you. With my back, no one will dare to touch you." Kuang Gak shook his hand and said, but now even if you agree, it won't work, sister. You just came here, Sun Nin replied. I know, I've been hiding in the dark and observing. Then he said, you should go quickly and wait for the sword slave to come later. If you want to go down the mountain, it will be difficult, Sun Nin said loudly. The sword slave won't be able to detect me, this whole mountain. If I wanted to hide, even my sister wouldn't be able to find me. After saying that, he suddenly disappeared and wondered, he was gone. While wondering, he was suddenly hit from behind. Kuang Gak raised his hand to his forehead and shouted, his eyes opened. Then Kuang Gak looked around the room and asked, gone. Suddenly, Sun Nin appeared with a proud face and asked, what's wrong? Kuang Gak asked, how could he do that? Sun Nin replied, my sister was afraid something would happen to me, so she gave me a protective treasure left by my ancestors. Kuang Gak continued asking, what treasure is so powerful? Sun Nin answered, of course it is. But while answering, he suddenly stopped and shouted, how can I tell you, do you think security is a stupid fox? He looked at the other side and said, you're just bragging, sister, how could you not be found? Sun Nin immediately said, security didn't brag, I also snuck into sister's palace. Several times, you still haven't discovered me. Kuang Gak sat down on the floor and frowned. It's not impossible if you want me to lecture you, but that sister of yours has a hot temper. If she knew I left this place without permission, my ending would be terrible. It's very pathetic, but that's it. If you help me with a little thing, then I risk being punished by your sister, and going with you is not impossible. Having said that, he whispered in a low voice. That night, Sun Nin took a small bag of food and went away. Then jumped and disappeared into the night. On the other side, he finished drawing the formation. Drawing out the 8 evil formations, he looked at them and smiled and said, I feel more secure like this. Under the full moonlight, the cicadas chirped continuously. But the next moment it froze. Under the moonlight, the Ho Immortal Palace continuously exhaled blue breath. Both Du Sun Lam's tail and ears were exposed. She was trying to suppress herself, but a small moan still escaped. Hoa No worriedly called out to her master. Huin Kim Quan also understood what was about to happen and said it was already that day. Du Sun Lam walked barefoot on the ground, each step she took froze the ground. She told the 2 of them to go there, they both said yes then left. Under the moonlight, 3 people were walking on a paved road. Suddenly, Sun Lam noticed something and glanced at it. Huin Kim Quan saw that and asked what happened, master. Far away from them, a figure suddenly disappeared without leaving behind a trace. After observing for a while, Sun Lam thought to himself that something was wrong, but in the end he didn't see anything, so he just said it was okay. She thought it was because she was too suspicious and then used her magic power to open the gate before her eyes. After the gate opened, Sun Lam went in and told the 2 of them to protect me before leaving. The 2 responded yes and respectfully bowed. Kuang Gak looked from afar at the 2 people Hoa No and Huin Kim Quan who were sitting on the ground protecting Sun Lam. He breathed a sigh of relief, secretly lucky in his heart that Du Sun Lam just looked this way. I almost thought my identity was revealed. It seems that this treasure on Du Sun Nin's body is truly magical. And Nin was held in his arms and even tilted his head to ask sister why she was here. The second slave was also here. Then the girl glanced at him and asked, what bad intentions you have, scammer. Kuang Gak was startled and quickly covered in Nin's mouth, hurriedly told the girl to keep quiet. The sword slave Feng was here, if she heard it, we would both be miserable. And Nin took his hand off her body and told him to rest assured that there was a hidden treasure on her body, she wouldn't detect us. Kuang Gak was still afraid and did not believe it, pointing to the other side and saying that she was sure she was looking over there. And Nin proudly replied that of course this is a one-of-a-kind disaster treasure. Huin Kim Quan had now stood up, holding his sword in his hand and vigilantly observing his surroundings. And Nin saw Huin Kim Quan flying towards this direction holding a sword, his whole body filled with murderous intent, and was scared out of his mind. How could he have been discovered? A powerful stream of sword energy slashed Kuang Gak and Nin, hugging each other in fear and screaming. But that sword energy didn't hit them, it stopped behind them. Kuang Gak was extremely confused and didn't understand what happened. It was a mistake. Kuang Gak looked behind him and quickly realized what had gone wrong just now. From that direction, a group of people appeared, including a hooded man holding a cane in one hand and holding a small mirror in the other, speaking that the old man had escaped death several times from the hands of the great saint in his entire life. Thanks to this hidden magical power, I never thought that today I would actually be able to see through my true identity. Huin Kim Quan's devotion was truly not fake. And Nin, who was hiding on the side with Kuang Gak, saw this group of people appear and couldn't help but scold them. This group of people are truly evil. Kuang Gak heard this and turned around to ask the girl who knew these people. And Nin looked disgusted and replied that they were messengers from Dai Hong City. The guy at the front was said to be some kind of young master. With that appearance, he dared to ask for my sister's hand. Not even as good as that liar. You. Kuang Gak heard this and whispered in his mind that it seemed like he was not the only one who wanted to play tricks when Du Sun Lam's unspeakable illness broke out, but with such secret information, how could these people know? On this side, the leader of the group of people who just appeared is talking to Huin Kim Quan. If Huin Kim Quan has protected here, it seems that the news is not wrong. The Lord's illness has flared up, so is he in seclusion here? Emperor Hao clearly saw the person coming and raised his eyebrows and said, Emperor Hao, you are really bold. How did you know about your Majesty's illness? Hearing that, Emperor Hao was also tired because he didn't know what a human fortune teller was, and the human fortune teller hiding to the side was also surprised because his name was suddenly mentioned. When An Nin heard Hoa No say that, he narrowed his eyes and asked Kuang Gak, you joined hands with a foreign clan to harm my sister. Kuang Gak has to quickly explain to himself, how could that be possible? I'm your brother-in-law, so are you. I wonder if it wasn't true love, sister, would you forcefully tie me back to Du Sun and marry me? Emperor Hao here also clearly stated his purpose in coming to this point and asked if there was any meaning to this. Wait until I steal the true essence of the Demon Lord and lead Du Sun, then I will slowly talk to the two beauties. Please. Hoa No smiled contemptuously and told him it was a good idea, but I suggest that young master, under the hands of the second slave, live through this night first. Then she snapped her fingers and called out a dragon sound. The dragon sprouted from the ground and tied up the group of people in front of him. Di Hao silently cursed in his heart, what the hell was this? Huin Kim Quan also rushed to help Hoa No. Di Hao laughed at how naive they were, just a demon tortoise trying to trap a golden umbrella. After all, they were just two maids, and then used their spiritual power with their hands. Suddenly he noticed a shadow passing by him. Xian Kim Quan quickly gave him a blow and she leisurely said that she hoped that the young master would not take offense at Du Sun's maid. A bit rough. Next, countless sword energies were thrown at them. Emperor Hao used his spiritual energy to cut off the dragon's branches and quickly dodged. Kuang Gak stood next to him, silently observing and silently exclaiming in his heart. With the second slave here, nothing will happen. An Nin was extremely excited and cheered for the best sword slave in the world. Emperor Hao is struggling to avoid Huin Kim Quan. Lao Snake rushed down from the sky and told Lord Huin Kim Quan to divide the score so that the old man could receive him. He transformed into his original form as a giant green snake with a big mouth intending to swallow Huin Kim Quan. Then there was a loud explosion, only to see the snake fall to the ground, rocks flying into the sky. Seeing this, Emperor Hao proudly smiled and praised Xe Lao, well done. Hoa No standing next to him just smiled coldly. I only saw Huin Kim Quan smile and praise his senior for his great efforts. Xe Lao opened his red eyes wide and looked at Huin Kim Quan, thinking to himself at some point. When the dust and smoke cleared, everyone could clearly see the current scene. Huin Kim Quan was standing in the giant mouth of Xe Lao. She leisurely told him that she just wanted to be my opponent. Then she wouldn't mind holding out a little longer, then she picked up her sword and flew up. A sword flew past, hitting the giant green snake's head, causing it to bleed and scream in pain. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sword energy slashed at the snake's body, leaving its entire body covered in wounds and blood. After a moment of writhing pain, the snake finally fell to the ground. Even so, it is still alive and still has the strength to ask, Master Huin Kim Quan, why are you so strong? I understand, perhaps you have already reached that threshold. Huin Kim Quan did not answer but just glanced at it. Then it crawled its tongue and grabbed a mirror and smiled and said ha ha ha, so it turns out that if he has such a cultivation base, the old man is ashamed to be his opponent but missing one step is missing one step. Today you cannot protect your master. Hoa No, on the side, raised her head to look at the mirror, secretly surprised at what the mirror was. Surprised not only by her but also by Kuang Gak and a nin who were hiding to the side to observe everything, a nin commented on the mirror. What was that mirror? It seemed very evil. On the other side, the giant snake began to activate the mirror to invite the master to become a saint. Kuang Gak silently lamented that Huin Kim Quan was in danger. Huin Kim Quan thought into his slowly disappearing hand, thinking about my body. A nin hid to the side and exclaimed in surprise why Huin Kim Quan was motionless in front of the mirror. Kuang Gak also said with the same expression that the evil eye in the mirror had invaded her consciousness, looking for her soul. Then he saw behind Hoa No and the dragonfly rushing towards the glass. She and Long Dang tried their best to rush towards the mirror, gritting their teeth and thinking Huin Kim Quan try harder. Emperor Hao, standing to the side, saw this and laughed at how naive he wanted to save her, the day he started using spiritual power. Then a large fire attacked Hoa No and Long Dang. The fire seemed to want to swallow her whole body. But Hoa No's face remained calm without the slightest fear. A nin on the side shouted worriedly to Hoa No. The fire hit the ground, causing dust to fly. On this side, Huin Kim Quan opened his eyes again. She appeared in a strange space. She looked around and wondered where this was this an illusion created by the old serpent? No, I had to quickly return to Hoa No's side. Suddenly there were sparks of fire appearing, a voice rang out from behind Huin Kim Quan's 6th slave Tien Ta, are you willing? Those flames gradually formed a human figure. Huin Kim Quan swung his sword and slashed towards that direction. That voice laughed, ha ha ha. Huin Kim Quan, ha, why should he be angry? If you are willing to volunteer to be a slave, how can you see me here? I don't know how many people in this world want to meet me, but only those with a deep heart will have the opportunity to meet me. Huin Kim Quan did not refute or reason when she asked who you are. Those flames formed a tall young man who introduced himself, you can call me Mr. Qin. Outside, after the smoke and dust cleared, a bunch of dragon trees appeared. Kuang Gak hid to the side and observed, wondering if that was Hoa No's vine, just blocking the fireball. He frowned and judged that he still couldn't rejoice too soon. Then, assessing the situation of the battle just now, Hoa No was not the one in control of the battle. Di Hao and the others had the advantage of controlling the sword slaves, perhaps because they had a plan in advance. They may not be opponents of the Phoenix sword slave, but they are definitely not ordinary people. Although they were able to withstand the attack just now, Hoa No was injured. Golden Crow belongs to fire, Hoa No belongs to wood. He himself is a heavenly master. After the Phoenix sword slave was controlled, the outcome of this battle was already predetermined, right? Di Hao on the side laughed mockingly, I said how long are you planning to lie there? The speed battle won and everyone revealed their true identities. Several subordinates immediately locked into wolves. Kuang Gak couldn't help but be surprised when those guys weren't dead yet. He pointed his finger at Hoa No and ordered him to tear the woman's body apart. The werewolves immediately frantically rushed towards her, but she still calmly said that's it. It seems like you guys have already added 2 slaves. Hoa No glanced at him contemptuously and then scolded him for being a despicable villain. She said she couldn't let things get her way as she swung the rope towards the werewolves. The rope hit their bodies, making painful sounds. The snake screamed, both moved away, then rushed towards Hoa No. Its mouth spits out purple poison. It said very proudly to Miss Hoa No, the sense of snake jade is not bad. If I guess correctly, the vines are connected to your spiritual source. Even if the vines prevent it, the snake venom will invade the body. Hoa No glanced at her poisoned hand. A fire suddenly rushed out again. Hoa No was hit and fell down in pain. Seeing that, a nin, who was hiding at the side door, couldn't help but shout Hoa No. The kid wanted to rush up, but Kuang Gak hugged him back. He quickly reassured her to quickly come back to me. You don't understand why. If you rush out, it's okay. Is to find death. Hoa No's entire body was covered in wounds, her clothes were torn, and blood was pouring out of her mouth. She couldn't help but moan. Kuang Gak lowered his head and frowned, thinking it wasn't a good idea to continue like this. I had no other choice but to use that. Old Snake stood next to Emperor Hao and proudly told the young master to give her the final blow and send her away. Having the origin of the heavenly devil master was the purpose of this trip. Even though Hoa No was seriously injured, he still protected his master and told them not to offend him. Di Hao despised her loyalty. It's ridiculous that you still want to crawl, why are you clearly just a maid? If you don't need your life so much, I will let you die without a body. He condensed his spiritual power to give her a fatal blow. On this side, Kuang Gak put a nin, who was extremely worried, on the ground. In my mind, I thought that I could only activate that formation. With my hands clasped with 4 fingers, I started to form a formation, the soldiers fought, and the battle was advanced. 8 fierce formations open. As soon as he finished speaking, the formation was formed. The sky suddenly became so foggy that Emperor Hao, who was about to take action, had to stop and observe. He frowned and looked around, wondering what this was. White mist, from nowhere, white mist rolled in to surround him. Hoa No sat weakly on the ground, looking at the town's fog, wondering if someone was planning a battle with this sudden fog. Old Snake was surrounded by white mist and angrily scolded the fog so thick that it was difficult to see the road ahead. In his heart, he secretly wondered which master did it. Seeing this, a nin was not stingy and praised Kuang Gak from the Sea of Gonghu. I didn't expect that you could still act like that. With this ability, the slave will definitely be saved, right? Kuang Gak is a bit proud. The intention was to tell the girl to rest assured that Hoa No is temporarily in no danger. In this formation, no one can see clearly except me. And nin turned her head to look at him happily and said, "That's great, let's quickly go find Hoa No and the others." Kuang Gak told the girl that right now I'm afraid I can't go look for Hoa No with you because there is something important that needs to be resolved. After apologizing, he threw the girl behind and ran away first. Kuang Gak ran into the secret room, ignoring a nin behind and angrily scolded Kuang Gak that you were a liar. Without stopping, he ran deep inside and thought, I'm sorry, but I have to take advantage of this opportunity to find the demon master. Soon he had to hug his body and groan, it was so cold, what was going on in this cave, it was so cold as ice, what the hell was she doing in there? Seeing that wing not far away constantly emitting cold air, Kuang Gak silently lamented, she wouldn't go crazy in there, would she? If I leave now, I will still die the day I become a human being. Success and failure all depend on this. Kuang Gak stepped inside the gate and thought about what the devil's secret was. Suddenly, he was stunned when he saw the scene before him. The young girl's knock-na legs were shaking non-stop. Tian Ma Chu lay happily on the bed, she looked at the puppet shaped like Kuang Gak with interest. She pointed at the puppet happily and said, "It's good to tell you, lie here without saying a word, if you continue like that I will use magic to turn you into ice cream." After a while, Kuang Gak realized that the child was his picture. He was even more surprised when he saw that the demon master Du Sun was extremely excited when playing it. Looking at the childish Sun Lan in front of her, Kuang Gak blushed and felt that she was extremely strange right now, perhaps she had lost her mind. After regaining composure, Kuang Gak immediately said to Sun Lam, "What are you saying? Who is your guardian, and where did you get the tattered toy in your hand?" Suddenly, Kuang Gak stiffened when he saw the fox's long tail rushing up to the district to take his body. He was pulled strongly towards Sun Lam who was waiting with his arms around him to hug him. A moment later, in front of Kuang Gak's stunned feeling, he was hugged tightly by Sun Lam. The little baby told him to be good. Kuang Gak's map was lying in the middle of the mountains and hills. He was embarrassed because he felt that this was nothing at all. He felt that her body was very cold, perhaps due to illness. Du Sun Lam would lose her mind for a while, just like a 3 or 4-year-old child. It seems that Zitong Dan's thoughts are not fake. Du Sun Lam is a single soul with 2 souls. The subject is the female Tianma master Du Sun Lam, and the remaining soul is an innocent child like now. The body is on the full moon day of each month, the spirit will take control. Suddenly Sun Lam exhaled a cold breath of air. As a talented fortune teller, his will tells him that Du Sun Lam's main soul has not completely left yet and is about to wake up. The soul merged with the body. Sun Lam breathed a sigh of relief. When she saw herself hugging Kuang Gak, she couldn't help but feel angry and embarrassed. Seeing Sun Lam extend his hand to attack, Kuang Gak cowered and explained, "Not that she heard my explanation. Explaining the belt, he was sent flying away with a slap. He trembled as he stood up, realizing that this woman wanted to kill him. On this side, Sun Lam slowly approached, her whole body radiated murderous aura. Who allowed you to come in here? Kuang Gak bowed his head without answering. He thought about escaping from here but his whole body had no strength. Should it end here? Heaven's salvation is not as good as the author's salvation. Sun Lam's body suddenly became dizzy. The cold air emanating from her kept flying out a lot. A moment later, Sun Lam seemed to have lost all his strength and knelt down on the ground. He realized that the spirit from before had returned. Sun Lam returned to her previous childish appearance. When she saw Kuang Gak lying on the ground, she wondered, "Baby, why are you lying on the ground? It's very cold down here." Sun Lam stretched out her white hands towards him. "Let's go to bed." This situation of punching and rubbing has made Kuang Gak physically and mentally distorted. "Oh my God, if I am guilty, please punish me by law." At that time, Kuang Gak was drifting in an endless space. What was going on? His body was both cold and hot. He closed his eyes to feel more closely. It felt like there were two cold and hot air flows into his body. They seemed to be opposing each other in his body. It seems like he's helping me cure my injury and practice. In the end, which noble person is helping me? Kuang Gak didn't think too much. Just now he was seriously injured by his wife in quotes. Now he has to heal quickly. No matter what these two streams of true energy are, please absorb them for me. Some time later, he slowly opened his eyes. Fortunately, these two streams of true energy protected his life, and also made his lung circulation perfect, truly advancing to the 7th grade Kamlai realm. But why was it so strange? Strange. Kuang Gak woke up from a dream, but he slept with Sun Lam, while both were naked. So Kuang Gak sat up aggrievedly, his voice trembled sadly. "Why are you not wearing clothes? What have you done? People are still people." Seeing Kuang Gak pretending to hide his face, Sun Lam's mind was full of question marks. She ran over and leaned towards him. Actually, yesterday because he kept complaining about being hot, she took off her clothes, because her body had just cooled down, which was perfect for him to cool down. "Cool?" Kuang Gak hesitated. Sun Lam turned to face him and said in a very happy voice, "Yes, if you don't believe me then try to touch it." Now he realized that the cold air he absorbed was Tin Wen's demon saint. Sun Lam. After all, straight man fortune teller Kuang Gak is also an extremely upright person. He immediately threw his shirt from the bed and wrapped it around Sun Lam. He also warned her not to expose his body. He thought about the hot weather yesterday. The crystals sparkled bright red. He recognized this as a bed of jade eggs. Kuang Gak was dressing Sun Lam and thinking to himself, this knock egg bed was probably intentionally arranged by Sun Lam to suppress the cold air in his body, yet he rushed in here and accidentally absorbed the holy demon essence. Sun Lam exposed and absorbed the fire crystal power of this jade bed. As soon as she finished getting dressed, Sun Lam ran to hug him and asked to tell her a story. Cough cough, the man and woman are both helpless, their hands and feet be good. Sun Lam poked his head out of the Super VIP Pro book that Kuang Gak wrote. He blushed and shyly said, "This story is not for children, moreover, why do you have it?" Not being able to read the story made Sun Lam sad, showing a pitiful face and leaning closer to him, saying, "Oh, I don't like it, I don't want to hear it, tell me the story." The male lead couldn't stand this temptation. He held his head and said helplessly, "No wonder Sun Lam locked her here. Okay, I really can't help her." So Kuang Gak became the reluctant storyteller for this Ho-Lai girl. During the Song dynasty, there was a wealthy young man with the double surname Taemon and a name with only one character Khan. After reading for a long time, Kuang Gak put down the book. The story is still very long but we don't have much time left. Since when did Sun Lam fall asleep on Kuang Gak's lap? He gently stroked her head. There really isn't much time left, isn't it, Lord Devil? When she wakes up, everything will be different. Kuang Gak held her hand, feeling a bit regretful. Before that he had to perform magic. The system prompts whether or not to use the same fate blood contract. Without hesitation, Kuang Gak answered yes. The system reminded again, the target's soul was too strong. Would it consume destiny points to forcefully cast the same fate blood contract? Kuang Gak replied even more firmly yes. Consuming 1 heavenly destiny point, consuming 100, 1,000, 10,000 heavenly destiny points. Sun Lam and Kuang Gak's bodies were surrounded by yellow streams of power. Kuang Gak gritted his teeth, determined to succeed this time. A moment later, the system announced that it had successfully bound the benefactor through the destiny point. Now Kuang Gak breathed a sigh of relief. She has worked hard, lady. The system congratulates you on your fate and blood contract. You have connected with the heavenly demon lord. While the two of them were still holding hands, the moon was still bright outside. De Hao looked around. The fog had finally cleared. The old snake slithered forward. Young master, quickly take this opportunity to enter the stone gate. If we wait until dawn, once the heavenly devil awakens, we will not be able to win. Emperor Hao replied, we don't need you. Many words. Next to the stone gate, vines grew fiercely again. Hoa No slowly walked forward. Why did you think my son had already lost his life? Emperor Hao, listen to me clearly. Before Hoa No's bones and flesh are crushed, don't even take a single step into the stone gate. Di Hao was angry and gathered his strength. I thought you had taken advantage of the fog to run away. But you still haven't died. It's truly a success that has made me patient. Consumption is exhausted. Hoa No also realized what Emperor Hao intended to do. She immediately launched the vines with the thought, it's not okay, we have to stop him. But still one step later, De Hao had reached the final step. He quickly shot up into the sky. After Emperor Hao transformed, he was caught by Hoa No's vines. He screamed, he was just a small flower demon and dared to be rude in front of the golden umbrella. Hoa No still tried her best not to let go. Di Hao roared, not holding back his strength, not even letting go, just relying on the true fire on my body is enough for you. After saying that, the true fire immediately burned Hoa No's hand. Her vines were burned by the true fire. Di Hao escaped from the pincers and raised his voice, you probably know that you are not my opponent, right? Why, do you want to fight to prolong the time until the demon lord wakes up, are you delusional? He blew the fire down and shouted, surrender your life. Kuang Gak slowly walked out of the stone gate. Who is oppressing our female family? Kuang Gak deployed the 8 fierce formations, creating an earth wall to block Emperor Hao's attack. Both Emperor Hao and Hoa No looked at the gate with the thought, that was it, yet it was. Kuang Gak, when did he enter the stone gate? Kuang Gak helped Hoa No up, bothering you, you have to suffer. Hoa No thought bewilderedly, could it be that the white mist formation just now was his fault? Emperor Hao said loudly from above, who are you, just a human monk, you dare to take care of the affairs of us monsters, are you tired of living? Hoa No smiled lightly and replied, oh, young master wants to know who this person is, so listen carefully to me. This person is my master, the future husband of Lord Heavenly Demon Lord, now transformed into Hoa No, raising Kuang Gak's hand. Di Hao was so angry that he couldn't speak. It turned out to be you. I have to see, what are you relying on to fight me? After that, he rushed down, Kuang Gak rushed up, leave it to me here. Kuang Gak activated his move, 8 fierce and 8 similar, giving me divine power. Heavenly thunder, for Emperor Hao from grilled chicken to microwave chicken. But this chicken is a fire chicken in the form of a fighting chicken, so it uses the move, heavenly fire. Kuang Gak immediately gave back the combo, Tien Tui, Tien Mok. Old Snake and his accomplices just dived into the mangrove forest and thought, what kind of trick is this, could it be? He is the destiny of an immortal. Kuang Gak asked, Golden Crow young master Di Hao, right? Just causing chaos here. Suddenly, the government mentioned many names, so the fire chicken was a bit hesitant. When Kuang Gak summoned him, his dragon tails broke off, startling Emperor Hao. He struggled and shouted, what's going on? His body can't control it, get out, get out. Kuang Gak shouted and beheaded. The cutting plaster is immediately lowered, demonstrating how to chop the chicken quickly, beautifully, accurately, without being crushed. The old snake was confused, the young master's cultivation level has weakened countless times, could it be that it is the destiny of heaven? I have to leave quickly and report this matter to that great man. On this side, Kuang Gak intends to end this battle. Then the announcement rang out, warning, the host wanted to break the blood contract, shocking Kuang Gak's people. Because of that, the dragontail's breaking Sin Tram move couldn't be maintained and had a slight reaction. Hoa No shouted in confusion, what's going on? Then there was a voice, Dear Lord, you were finally in retreat. Kuang Gak also looked at the person coming out of the stone gate and emotionally called his name, Kuang Gak. Sun Lam also seemed to be affected by breaking the Kekiai Genkai, she said, look what good thing you did. Kuang Gak did not say a word. Hoa No ran over and shouted, Lord, you have finally retreated. Emperor Hao was stunned, what, the demon master is in retreat. I had to leave quickly, so I thought I would do it, so I turned around and flew away. Sun Lam was angry and wanted to run away. In the blink of an eye, Sun Lam appeared in front of him. Sun Lam touched the chicken's head and asked, Di Hao of the Dai Hong clan, what gives you the courage to challenge me? Do you know that I am the monarch of 10,000 demons? Is the owner of the heavenly devil. Tune the spirit away, and with one move successfully cut off the fiery chicken that had been creating chaos for a while now. Kuang Gak looked at the scene before him and was slightly confused. Sun Lam slowly lowered down with the newly hunted chicken head and asked, Can you see clearly? Do you think your childish tricks are effective? Do you think you can escape my hands alive in this life? Do you think you can still leave Du Sun alive in this life? But then she noticed a different kind of aura. A hand from heaven grabbed Emperor Hao and the cat. Sun Lam realized, that is, the saint of Dai Hong clan. What, want to take you from my hand? Tu Sun Quan supported De Hao and said, Kuang Gak, don't worry too much. Kuang Gak saw an acquaintance defending the wrong person and shouted, he was more worried, Tu Sun Quan. Sun Lam is angry, uneducated person, this is my place, not where you want to come, go where you want to go. Let me show you. In the end when I poked Du Sun, her voice echoed as she chased her prey. Then a few hours later, Kuang Gak leisurely sat in Du Sun hell, not knowing how Tu Sun Quan was doing. Suddenly, I was slapped across the face and woke up. With the mangosteen mark on his face, Kuang Gak smiled lightly. Little fox, if you've already arrived, why don't you show up? Sun Nin appeared angry, you scammer. Kuang Gak made an ignorant face and asked, Miss Annan, why did you say that? Sun Nin was angry, you said it again, that day you said you wanted to go lecture with me, but in the end you deliberately took me to Sun Kok. Is that right? From the beginning, you lied to me, intentionally letting me help you arrange a magic array to harm sister. Kuang Gak touched the fox's head and said, who said I wanted to harm sister? I am your brother-in-law. Sun Nin hates leaving aside, Ti Hoa No told me everything, you still lied to me, a Nin is not that stupid. Kuang Gak immediately defended herself, I saved her life, but she treated me like this, but it's hard to blame, she already had prejudices about me, felt like I wasn't worthy of her. Ah sister. Kuang Gak changed his tone, little and Nin, that day your sister, Feng Kim No, Ti Hoa No, were all saved by me, right? If it wasn't for me that day, I'm afraid it would have been your sister. Sun Nin pondered and said, that's right. But then still stood up, that's not right, why did my sister lock you up? Kuang Gak was helpless, gently explaining to the child, sister, you love me deeply, unfortunately I have great ambition and don't care about my daughter's feelings, she was afraid that I would run away so she locked me up, like isn't this right? As her younger sister, you should help her stay away from love and be devoted to big things, right? Sun Nin ran through his brain and brought up the image of his evil sister playing a game of gold snail and hidden kyo with Kuang Gak. Scared by her own thoughts, she quickly asked, then, how should I help you? Kuang Gak was happy, and Nin, thank you for understanding people's hearts like that, but this matter needs to be done. Long-term planning, come on, put your ear in here. Before he could seduce the children, Kuang Gak realized something and promptly shut his mouth. Since when has Hoa No been here? She smiled and said, removing the chains from his body. Kuang Gak smiled politely, it turned out to be Sister Hoa No. Sister, is your wound better yet? Thinking to herself, this aunt really knows how to choose the time to come and visit, right? Hoa No smiled, if it wasn't for witnessing your abilities that day, I would have thought you were a normal person. Kuang Gak rubbed his wrist and said, since you have seen my skills, are you not afraid that I will run away now? Hoa No approached and asked, Mr. is a top fortune teller, so can you predict if the master will return to the mountain today? Kuang Gak was surprised. Hoa No extended his hand to invite, obeying the master's command, inviting him to go see the master. The two of them went out together when Kuang Gak noticed something. The chicken head and legs were hung up by Sun Lam to dry. Kuang Gak thought, it seems that this Dai Hong clan paid a much greater price to appease the anger of the Demon Lord than expected. The Demon Lord. The Master is indeed the Master of Heaven. When he acts, he takes his life. Hoa No looked at Kuang Gak and smiled and said, Sir, there is no need to be afraid, the Master will not arbitrarily take someone's life, unless that person doesn't want to live anymore. Kuang Gak clasped his hands and coughed. The heavenly Demon Lord was majestic and humbled in his heart. In the Ho Tien Palace, Sun Lam asked, Feng Kim's slave, at first you were defeated by this king did not want to get involved too much. Make you take the initiative to serve me as your master and swear to be loyal to me for the rest of your life, right? The slave Feng Kim kneeling below replied, Yes, master. Sun Lam asked, Are you dissatisfied with me now? Feng Kim's slave replied, I don't dare. Sun Lam was angry, Humph, I think you're very daring, don't you just want to become a saint? Who is that Mr. Qin? Feng Kim's slave said, Master. Feng Kim's slave knew he was wrong, that Mr. Qin seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The slave was suddenly mesmerized by his mind, locked inside, endangering the master. I don't deserve to live, I don't know Mr. Qin's identity, I only know that old snake is called master, using a fake identity to give instructions, but what, he once said, Kuang Gak, you ruined my good deeds. I have a lot of hatred towards Kuang Gak. Sun Lam pondered, it was Kuang Gak again, it seemed that his future husband was indeed not simple. Hoa No appeared and announced that the owner had brought Kuang Gak, so Sun Lam let him in. Kuang Gak also clasped his hands and said respectfully, paying his respects to the venerable. Sun Lam said, 3 months later, it's the wedding, do you have any close friends you want to invite? Kuang Gak's mouth wrinkled but he tried to make a normal voice, the wedding is still going on as usual. I don't know who your majesty made the appointment with, yet you keep your word like that, there's really no need. Sun Lam frowned, Du Sun does not care for idle people, you just know how to preach the sutras, in the future you can enlighten the Du Sun clan, and be responsible for civilizing the unenlightened demons. Kuang Gak smiled helplessly and said, although I am a teacher, I am not a book teacher. Sun Lam asked lightly if he had any opinions, Kuang Gak stiff-mouthed and replied, not daring to do so. Then she asked again, did he know Mr. Qin? Looking at Kuang Gak's surprised face, he definitely knew. In the illusory void, Old Snake also knelt down and stuck to the ground to report, the master, De Hao, tragically lost his life. At the hands of Du Sun Lam, the old man of Dai Hong domain could not stop her, even though De Hao had died. But the essence that he has refined over these years, I have absorbed it all, and one day I will become a second-class demon king. Mr. Qin heard it and found it funny, you sacrificed your body to escape, your primordial spirit was also seriously injured, what kind of level of endurance will you become? He held out his hand and said, you should still let me use it. Old Snake hurriedly begged the master to show mercy, begged the master. Then Old Snake was absorbed into a pill. Mr. Qin said, it's best not to leave stuff like this, it's in vain that this king kept it on you De Hao for so long. Mr. Qin held the powerful pill in his hand. He angrily said, you bastard, Kuang Gak, just wait, let's see who is better than an escaped person like you or this king. After being released, Kuang Gak hurriedly ran back, Ka Lak, the master is home. Ka Lak came out of the room with tears in his eyes. Oh, master, you're finally back. For the past few days, you've been missing, making the little monk worried, not eating meat or fish, chanting sutras and Buddha's name, hoping you'll return soon. Seeing his filial disciple like that made Kuang Gak no longer happy and ran over to hug him. This child really understands, tell the teacher what sutras he has been chanting for the teacher these past few days, isn't Ka Lak quick? Slow to speak, still nervous. Okay, don't cry anymore, isn't the master back? He said as he rubbed Ka Lak's bald head, this child following me is unlucky, the usual champion is also locked up in this demonic place. Ka Lak thought about escaping from Du Sun again. The little boy felt happy because of his master's status. These days, the little demons brought meat and fish to serve him every day, so the little boy didn't see anything that was not good. Ka Lak turned around and asked him, if his master would like people who can go out, where do they go? Ah, Kuang Gak replied neither quickly nor slowly, if I can go out then of course I am. His face suddenly became quiet. If I can escape, I will definitely find a place to focus on practicing first, not to mention that Du Sun Lam will spread nets everywhere to find me, and send those great powers to blame. Only staying in Du Sun will be safe. Best. Well, anywhere is fine, Kuang Gak, I'll just be patient here in Du Sun, until I have the ability to tease Du Sun Nam in bed and then regain my position. At that time, I'll see my lustful eyes. Of you, Ka Lak can only clasp his hands and complain, he is ugly and evil, his master is thinking of something rude, he can't help but be greedy when he sees his beauty, he is not only impolite, the little monk is still young. Master, I still need to remind you one thing, being rude to other people is not good, not to mention that nine-tailed female donor is so powerful, Master really has amazing abilities. Kuang Gak heard it and was extremely surprised. Please don't read other people's thoughts so casually. Hearing these words, Kuang Gak's eyes suddenly became quiet, perhaps the day above is really too far away. This time in China. Many people are kneeling before a woman, this person is Tan Tu, long live the eldest daughter of the emperor, long live the king. Tan Tu held 3 sticks of incense and said, this king overthrew the government and built a great empire. It was only because of the guidance of a god that he was able to protect the inheritance of the common people. It was truly a blessing from the heavens. Today, God because of Van Du, this king has no way to repay him, so he can build a small shrine this afternoon. The girl has a dignified appearance, a beautiful face, gold and silver Fuang 9, I hope that this great man will remember the grace of the gods, said Tan Tu bowed low, hoping that the gods will serve the Nan. The statue bearing the image of Kuang Gak suddenly flashed light. On this side, Kuang Gak felt something. He felt the strength coming back. When Ka Lak woke up, he said, Master is finally awake, doesn't he want to take a nap? He didn't pay attention to those words. He raised his hand and saw a spot of light in the palm of his hand, realizing that merit was increasing continuously. Thinking about it, Kuang Gak stood up straight, Hong Hoa's aura was somehow. Damn it, creating karma, who is worshipping me? After Ka Lak heard his brother's story, he lay down on the grass. Ka Lak felt that this was a good thing, but Kuang Gak didn't think so. What do you understand? Ah, there's more, you too. Why hasn't my friend come yet? Reminding Chow Chow that he was coming, pigs and goats happily brought wood. Kuang Gak needed the wooden branches in his hand but felt happy in his heart. Would it be a good idea for the two of you to come play cards? Seeing Kuang Gak paying such attention to the pile of wood, the pig next to him asked him curiously, not knowing Mr. Kuang. What do you need this wood for? Kuang Gak was still paying attention to the wooden branch. He didn't pay attention to the pig's question but asked, these wooden branches are at least 100 years old, isn't there a higher age? Hearing that, Goat immediately replied, if it were a piece of wood that was thousands of years old, I'm afraid it would have already become crystalline, so there would be no way to cut it for you. To put it bluntly, the demon form is in Daung Gwyn Cave, the true form of the spirit is the universe. Pillars are struck by lightning and become crystals. Plants becoming crystals is not easy, it probably takes 3,000 years. So Kuang Gak asked his good brother to go get that thing. When Pig Goat heard that, he quickly refused. This was really difficult because the two of them were not familiar with that demon general, and moreover, they did not fight back. But my intention is not to bring them to death, as long as the two of you give this to the demon general, he will understand. Sneak, suck, the two looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. On this side, Kuang Gak bit the tip of his finger and blood spurted out. He recited the magic, using the mantra himself, he invited the Buddhas, ghosts, and spirits from all directions to come and bow. Under Kuang Gak's magic, a wooden tree slowly rose. Boom, the wooden body was torn apart, inside was Kuang Gak made of wood that was created in the next minute. I need to take this wooden statue and can't help but exclaim, after all, it's just 100 years of digging and I can't stand too much incense and fire, so I hope you two just give this thing to the peach monster, please. Taste. At this time, at Daung Gwyn Cave, Du Sun Palace, a person spoke in an extremely angry tone. That makes sense, the demon general in that Tam Na Fong was bullying people too much. Another person chimed in, but he dared to come to the door and ask about the general's 3,000-year-old Dao Tam Mok. This matter cannot be ignored. Let's report it to the demon lord Lin Tian. Dao Mok demon general heard this and was angry. Shut up. He held up the wooden man shaped like Kuang Gak and said, what a great opportunity, in this world, who would give their own incense to others. No wonder he was chosen to be the king's husband. What kind of great power is this? Don't tell me he asked me to choose a small wooden heart. Even if I had my heart and liver, I would still give it. At this moment, Kuang Gak suddenly sneezed. Who is remembering me? Below, Pig is extremely happy when holding the statue that Kuang Gak gave him. Is he really planning to give it to me? Of course, Kuang Gak answered firmly. The two of you have the merit of getting peach heart wood, so you should accept this object. This object is served by Hong Hoa, the owner can get merit from it. Hearing that, the pig and the goat simultaneously knelt down, tears streaming down their eyes. The two of us have been cultivating for thousands of years. Otherwise, we are not even half as bright as what you gave us today. Your great kindness is like our parents. Reincarnation of our two brothers. Without much formality, Kuang Gak reached out and brought it to the two of them. Besides, I still have something to bother you too. Kuang Gak's voice became unusually cheerful. My wedding with Tianma Master is coming soon. To show my sincerity, I want to create merit incense and fire for the sentient beings of Du Sun as a meeting gift. I invite you two to spread the word. If you want to go out, go to Tam Na Fong to get this idol. These words made both children gasp in surprise. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Prince Dai Nia, your husband is a god. Dear Dian, you give us very equal guns. The screams of pain were deafening, the screams seemed to go deep into the human mind. Sun Nin was held tightly by two people on each side. No matter how much he struggled, he could not escape. Min absolutely did not admit his guilt. Sun Nin was thrown in front of Sun Lam. You're really stubborn, do you know what I want to ask you? Seeing that it was Sun Lam and Sun Nin, two streams of tears flowed down. If I didn't get there, I would go into seclusion with the billionaire. I also wouldn't tell the billionaire about the terrain in Du Sun, and I wouldn't secretly break into prison to visit the billionaire. And it is all slander and slander. Oh ho, Sun Lam now realized that this whole lie was actually hiding a lot of things from herself. She asked Sun Nin Kuang Gak if he had said anything to his sister. So Sun Nin quickly answered, the brother said that he loves him very deeply, but the green melon is not sweet, let him go. These words made Sun Lam feel a bit shocked. She asked again to be sure, was it really her brother who told her about this? Yes, Sun Nin answered firmly, her brother said this is called blindness. Love, unrequited love, bad love, love for handsome men, will not have a good ending. Hearing these words, Sun Lam's face turned gloomy. It seems like you have learned quite a lot with him recently. The slave hung you up and brought me a whip. So Sun Nin was hung up. Even though he struggled, he couldn't get out. Next to Sun Lam, he asked his servant if anything happened today, because he didn't see anyone. Hearing that, Hoa No cautiously replied, their master, went to Tam Na Fong again. What? Sun Lam said with a serious face, tell your name Kuang Gak, you have to go see how many other deceptions he has. Hoa No next to him heard that, she knew that Kuang Gak was more or less good and bad for his future wife. Hybrid. A moment later, Sun Lam and his maid arrived at Tam Na Fong. Outside, they could clearly hear the extremely loud whispers. This makes Sun Lam's temper hot like powdered cream mixed with anger. Without saying a word, she pushed the door open. Hearing such a loud noise, Kuang Gak turned around and scolded, who doesn't have rules like that, Lord Tianma? Before he could finish his sentence, Kuang Gak felt a cold aura covering his body. Looking at Sun Lam's gloomy face made Kuang Gak extremely shy. Leaning from behind her from here, Sun Lam opened his blazing eyes and looked at him, using the name of his position to oppress others skillfully, right? It's nothing. Kuang Gak walked over and scratched his head and said, Lord Heavenly Demon Master, don't pay attention, my cultivation base is low, it's just for self-protection. Hearing that, Sun Lam immediately ordered his servant to retreat. She slowly walked towards the stone table, conveniently holding a statue of Kuang Gak's face. If your excellency does not like me to be called your wife, then just leave this matter and we will return. Before he could finish speaking, a look that threatened to kill people entered Kuang Gak's eyes. Ha ha ha. Kuang Gak was scared by that look, his voice became even weaker. Speaking of it, you must have come at the right time, I still have a gift for you. Hearing that, Sun Lam put on a calm face and asked me to take my gift. Suddenly, a giant Kuang Gak image appeared in front of her. Kuang Gak here was very happy with his gift. He said happily, if I am not here, my lord can look at the things to remember people. The previous 2 times I was interrupted, but this time it's different. I'm ready to go to the place that makes Kuang Gak scared to pee. On this side, Sun Lam looked at him and said with a serious voice. I don't know how many people on the path of practice have built a temple of incense in order to collect incense fire. Even if they turn into demons and ghosts, they still have to compete for the incense. Harmony with humanity, yet you still clasp your hands and hand it over to someone else. Sun Lam then put down his sword. Seeing that he was safe, Kuang Gak immediately replied to her, how can you say that you hand in hand to someone? These are all listed prices. Origin fire is the power of thoughts of thousands of people. Receiving fragrance flower is receiving countless thoughts. My cultivation level is too low, receiving incense fire is difficult to control myself. Simply put, the water is too deep for him to understand clearly. But there's one thing that Sun Lam doesn't understand. If that's the case, then where does this person's original power of incense come from? I don't know, Sun Lam's eyes hurt as he looked into the distance. Rumor has it that in all ethnic groups, the Qin kingdom was in chaos. The new king of England rebelled and changed the country's name to Chen. Now Kuang Gak realized, it turns out that the merit of this incense fire was brought to me by young Master Tu, but she did good deeds, I have merit. If she did bad deeds, of course it would increase her karma. I have to check my future family or else I can change someone else's fate at will. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's talk about the main thing. Sun Lam looked at the sculpture in front of him and felt a stir in his heart. She looked straight at the wall in front of her and said, is giving me this thing to please me? Kuang Gak simply wanted to let her know that the two of them were not enemies. Looking at the fierce eyes glancing at him, Kuang Gak stammered, why did you room me like a robber's room? Where did Kuang Gak get his strong courage? He walked up to Sun Lam, their eyes met, he said the agreement, don't you think I'm more trustworthy than Ti Hoa slave, Phoenix sword slave? This look touched Sun Lam's heart so much, she blushed and spoke with vague words. Kuang Gak continued, sometimes we are tied together and are about to become spouses. Ask who in this world pays more attention to the life and death of our Lord than me. He looked straight into Sun Lam's eyes without fear. Scared. This moved the hot and cold girl like Sun Lam. Her face was now as red as a tomato. She gently said, no matter how much you talk today, what exactly do you want? Kuang Gak was a little hesitant, don't be so wary of me, can you help me lift the ban and let me move freely within the area of Dusun? Nuang Tu, what are you doing? The atmosphere was still good just now, my lady, I can't stand this servant's unkindness. Ah, your majesty, spare your life, spare your life. After a period of physical and mental torture, Kuang Gak is now sitting thoughtfully on the bed. Looking at Kuang Gak so pitifully makes Sun Nin next to him a little suspicious. It's not what you said above. Astronomical information under the geographical wall, but you can't imagine that money back. It's very humiliating, but there's nothing I can do. Kuang Gak can't help but explain, Sun Nin, women are not for hitting, women are for loving. Even if your martial arts skills are higher, you won't hit them. Dear sister, this is the lady's self-abuse. I have told you 1,000 times, I consider the lady as my first love. Wow, Sun Nin feels that this matron is really a good man. Even though I can't go to Dusun, my sister has lifted the ban for you. From now on, you can stay in Dusun and have security to play with you. Again. Suddenly Kuang Gak's voice became low, Nin, I have something I need your help with. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Nin scolded him. You also said the same thing before. As a result, Nin was hung on the foxhole for several days. I agreed with you that I will not help you with anything. No help, no, Kuang Gak said and pulled out a bag of spirit stones in front of Sun Nin. Is this enough? It's true that matter determines consciousness. Sun Nin happily agreed. If there's anything the husband has to say, just take care of security. Then Kuang Gak pulled out a letter from his pocket and told Sun Nin to send it to Bok Noyat Lake. In addition, help me explore a little, how is Tu Xian Quan who was captured to do Sun with me? Looking at the book in front of him, Sun Nin feels a bit resentful. But what does a rich guy like Kuang Gak do to make someone suffer when working for him? After this, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Kuang Gak pulled out a piece of jade pendant and kept it. Be careful with this, once everything is settled, use it to inform me. Right now in a castle floating in the sky. Sun Lam is playing Go with an old man. This person's name is Dan Sun Tsong, he has extremely long eyebrows. Suddenly he woke up from an unusual sleepiness. He immediately looked up at Sun Lam and sincerely apologized, the Lord forgives his sins, he is already old, where did he say what he said just now? As a person with strength as well as power, Sun Lam does not accept anything. Mr. Dan Sun, did we just talk about Kuang Gak, the husband who was kidnapped the other day? Sun Lam had a dirty jade pendant in his hand, he needed this jade pendant at that time. Looking at the jade pendant in front of him, Dan Sun Tsong said, I took this piece of jade pendant that she requested like that year you should not have taken this jade pendant, but it would have been better to give the money to that old woman. But in the end, who would have thought that the person holding the jade pendant to come to him was actually a normal but still grown man? Suddenly, Sun Lam tightly grasped the jade pendant and said firmly, Kuang Gak is not normal. Dan Sun Tsong realized that his superior had moved his mortal heart. If your majesty makes a decision, this old man can only support it, but with one thing. There is one thing the old man has to say. Okay, please ask Dan Sun Tsong to speak. Your majesty's successor, let the little girl An Nin go. After all, your majesty's future child only has half demon blood. Hearing that, Sun Lam's face turned a little red. She turned away and said in a serious voice, tomorrow Kuang Gak will come to Lin Nai to teach, please arrange it. At night in the dark forest, a familiar figure was running fast. Kuang Gak was still half asleep. Isn't it true that the beginner class starts tomorrow? Are you so impatient? No, they'll just think it's my sister telling you to come, Sun Nin said next to me. Firm, absolute security will not be able to go back on their word. Sun Nin pointed forward, the entrance to the blessed land of the barrier can only be entered by the true demons of Du Sun, but my treasure can help his brother, the brother hugs me. Go. Hearing that, Kuang Gak immediately hugged Sun Nin on his hip, then what, just flew there. As soon as he heard the word flying, Kuang Gak felt like he had no strength at all. He turned away to hide his fear. I think I should go back to sleep and leave tomorrow. But if you have worked hard to come here, how can you leave like that? Sun Nin transformed his body into a giant nine-tailed beast with Kuang Gak on his back. On Sun Nin's back, Kuang Gak felt extremely excited. He had not yet reached the stage of transformation but he had already learned magical powers. It was truly extraordinary. Being praised for being Sun Nin makes me very happy, of course, the security is very powerful. Kuang Gak sat on An Nin's back. When he saw the scene before his eyes, he was not surprised. In front of us is a high cliff with countless small caves. An Nin loudly told those caves to come out quickly. Inside, countless pairs of eyes suddenly appeared, they kept talking about An Nin stealing a human here. Hey, An Nin finally ate human flesh. An Nin must have lied to us again. Where did An Nin pick up this human? Kuang Gak couldn't help but sweat when he heard what they said. An Nin heard that and angrily shouted something nonsense. An Nin did not eat people. This is my sister's husband. The next second, countless figures rushed out from the caves. A group of foxes appeared around and constantly observed Kuang Gak. An Nin told them, he is my brother-in-law, I have long said that I will bring my brother-in-law to meet you. An Nin is not lying to anyone. The foxes couldn't believe it, how could this be possible, he, without even a tail, the Lord's husband, must have 3 heads and 6 arms, know how to breathe fire, know how to spray water, a 1,000-year-old demon with ultimate power is right. Kuang Gak listened and was dumbfounded. Then hastily explained that I am your majesty's fiancé and that you are definitely genuine. He sat down in front of the foxes and told them, do you want to know why the Lord wants to marry me? Then it must be said that a long time ago, a fox accidentally crossed the boundary of 2 demon clans to the land of the people. The foxes heard that and their eyes lit up. A few days later, Dan Sun Tsong praised young Mr. Kuang Gak for being truly powerful. In just a few days, he helped more than 10 little foxes of our clan speak, and a few foxes even had a breakthrough in transforming. Scene, travel like heaven and earth. Kuang Gak held a cup of tea and politely replied that Dan Sun Tsong did not exaggerate. Even if my teachings of the Heart Sutra were better, without the practice methods that you taught me, I'm afraid it would just be an empty theory. Dan Sun Tsong, his face wrinkled due to old age, smiled and said to him. At first, the Lord announced that he would marry the little mister. The elders in the clan all secretly criticized him. Now it seems that if it is true, blind, so we old men are really bastards. Having said that, what I'm talking about today has some meaning for you, young lady. Kuang Gak heard that and said, Dan Sun Tsong, please speak. Dan Sun Tsong bowed his head and picked up the teacup and said that the human race was rebelling. The Huta clan was also involved. We have sent a high power to the Chen country. When Kuang Gak heard that, he was suspicious and asked Huta Tuen, is Huta so bold, arbitrarily harassing the people and causing internal chaos in the nation? Do you think there is no one left in the nation? Dan Sun Tsong replied to this. Mr. Young Master is wrong. The Huta clan is a big clan in our Van Diemen nation. Its strength is not inferior to our Du Sun clan, it's just that they don't have a character like their superior, not to mention this time they got the national army. Invited by the Chen country, blessed with blessings, if there were great powers from the human race to help, I'm afraid it would be difficult to distinguish. Suddenly, a nin appeared out of nowhere and called husband and wife, making Kuang Gak startled. Kuang Gak looked at the little girl pointing at this place and said to a nin, in the lecture hall you must call me sir. Come with me, brother, I will take you to see the excitement. A nin didn't care that the little girl bit Kuang Gak's sleeve and pulled him away, causing Kuang Gak to say sigh, wait a little longer, my clothes are about to be torn, I'll say goodbye to Dan Sun Tsong and I'll pay my husband in the afternoon. Back home, Dan Sun Tsong lamented in the back and said, when will this girl and nin be a little more like your sister? In the future, Vanyu nation will have to be handed over to a nin. Inside the wooden chest is a person locked. This is a human race and a girl. Kuang Gak hid to the side and asked an nin, the person who had dragged him here, why the Vanyao nation had so many ethnic groups. An nin replied that he had heard his brothers say that in the past, many great demons in the Vanyao nation nurtured the people. We also have Du Sun, but after you became the demon lord, we chased these peoples out of Du Sun. Kuang Gak asked the little girl what she was doing to raise the nation. Brother, don't look at me with those eyes. Our Du Sun clan is quite honest with the nation. The little girl has been telling me honestly all along. Don't let us eat human flesh. Kuang Gak heard this and slightly held his chin, thinking that if these people think that they are being controlled like animals in the Vanyao nation, then I'm afraid the situation is not good. But the woman at the top seems to have an unusual status. The person guarding the prisoners bowed to Lord Huin Kim Quan. Master Huin Kim had already brought the prisoner. Huin Kim Quan glanced at the girl inside the wooden chest and asked who this woman was. Someone replied that this woman was the only daughter of the leader of the Immortal Alliance Lam Tan Wai, a fourth-grade monk of the universe. Master Xianjian suffered a very serious loss when the Immortal Alliance secretly attacked our heavenly demon region this time. His subordinates were irresponsible, but it was not entirely a mistake. Having said that, that person respectfully presented a sword. In addition to picking up this woman, my subordinates also have a few things, I hope the Lord can show them to the Lord. Huin Kim Quan bowed his head and looked at the sword and only let out a cry. Kuang Gak is happily returning to his residence. Then he suddenly realized that someone was coming to look for him, making him feel so scared that he lost his dignity and respect. Du Sun Lam looked at his gentle expression and asked if he was surprised to see me. Kuang Gak explained that His Majesty was busy, so why did he have free time today to come to the place where he was sitting and playing? Du Sun Lam was a little embarrassed and scratched his face and said tonight was the full moon night. Hearing this, Kuang Gak immediately said, don't worry, I will absolutely not cause trouble today. Du Sun Lam blushed a little and told him later, you and I will go to the retreat. Kuang Gak stared at her, thinking in his heart why the great demon king was so cute at this moment. With his mouth, he said that if he still has time, would his lord want to stay here to eat? Blue sky, white clouds, it's an extremely nice day. Suddenly a voice rang out, chicken soup is here. Kuang Gak brought up a plate of food and then spoke to several people already sitting at the table to eat. Seeing Ka Lak eating Du Sun Lam's pork leg, he couldn't help but ask if the monk also ate meat. Kuang Gak heard that and smiled, pointed at the boy and said he was a fake monk. Hearing that, Ka Lak held the thigh of meat in one hand and pretended to be Amitabha Buddha in the other. The little monk was a real monk. Kuang Gak pointed to the thigh in the boy's hand and said that the monk really doesn't eat meat, so you can remove the thigh. Chicken come down. Hearing that, Ka Lak bit his thigh and replied that the little monk was no longer a real monk. Du Sun Lam next to him also tried a bowl of soup. In the next moment, when Kuang Gak asked his superior aunt how he felt about his cooking skills, he spat it all out. Then he wiped his mouth and replied that it didn't matter. Kuang Gak enthusiastically introduced the food to her. "Your Majesty, try this seasonal vegetable dish. It's very fresh." Du Sun Lam coldly gave him a bucket of cold water. "I don't like this dish." After finishing eating and drinking, the two of them got down to business. Du Sun Lam looked at the sword placed on the table and told Kuang Gak that this was something he took from the trader's body. "Surely you can see what's unusual. Before the Jinsha River was formed, the great demons had a habit of raising people as servants. Since this seat was in this position, I originally intended to find a place for them to restore their vitality. But they established a different alliance based on rescuing slaves to amplify their power, often attacking the territories of great clans." Hearing that, Kuang Gak picked up the sword, looked at it, and said that this fairy sword looks like it hasn't been forged for more than 100 years, but where did the people of that other fairy alliance get it? Du Sun Lam told him that he didn't know, he only knew that this type of magic weapon, each member of the other immortal alliance contributed a little, and there was a seal engraved on the hilt of the sword. Du Sun Lam's eyes became serious and he told Kuang Gak that Tu Kung had gone around the Kim Sa River. Kuang Gak asked her if she had gone directly through Vanyao Quoc. After that, he quickly explained that I had been kicked down the mountain after a few months in the Tu Palace. I was still not considered a disciple. I was really not close to them. You are a nation and know how to draw hexagrams. Tomorrow, Du Sun Lam looked at him and said you should go to the dungeon to meet those rebels and see if you can tell where this magic weapon came from. Kuang Gak said, "Your Majesty, I teach your clan every day, and I also have to probe for intelligence so that you can get paid." Du Sun Lam then stared at him. The next day, Kuang Gak went to the prison to investigate. The prison guard is a mature pig who guides him. The prisoner is the blue-haired girl from last time, Lam Tan Wai. Her eyes looked coldly at the person who had just arrived. Kuang Gak stood outside with his arms crossed and asked the person inside if he understood what I said. When Lam Tan Wai heard that, he snorted in contempt and scolded him for being a hunting dog. Hearing that, Kuang Gak waved his hand and said it was okay to communicate, the general was waiting outside, then help her take off her shackles. The prison guard heard this and told him that only Mr. Kuang here really did not dare to untie this person. This person is extremely powerful and still there like this, it is already a universe. When Kuang Gak heard that, he was surprised. I suddenly interrupted the warden's words. "Wait a minute, you said she was a wanton, then let's pretend I didn't say anything and continue tying her up." When the prison guard heard him say that, he clasped his hands and said yes. Waiting for the warden to leave, Kuang Gak turned around and said to the blue-haired girl. "First, this position is mine. No one can spit it out. Don't waste your saliva. Second, I'm just a wandering warrior captured in Du Sun realm. Enlightenment is not much better than you, I came to help you on Tuesday, besides." Lam Tan Wai heard him say that and suddenly realized what it was. This Min then mysterious general can make the fairy listen to what I say, but as I spoke, 2 armored celestial generals appeared behind him. Lam Tan Wai saw this and got excited and asked him why do people also know the art of using mystical soldiers to control generals, which disciple of 36 heaven god are you, and why are you in Du Sun? Kuang Gak heard this and rubbed his chin, thinking that this woman could actually recognize his own body rejuvenation technique and even know it. With his mouth, he said 36,000 gods, 36,000 heavens is not the same. When Lam Tan Wai heard that, he was surprised and said that he did not know how to master the 36th heaven, but understood the mysterious army to control generals. Kuang Gak was the little master in front of him. My father's little master was a disciple of the 36th heavenly chain, Fong. Lam Nok's son, the young master, came to his rescue. Kuang Gak rubbed his chin and asked her, "You said you are the master of Chi Min Tien, what is the positive person?" Lam Tonwai quickly replied that he was his father's teacher. In my heart, I secretly thought that he was truly a member of the Tu sect, but on the other hand, I asked her how long her father had been in the Van Diemen country. Lam Tonwai honestly replied that only his father knew how long he had been here since his disciple was born. When Kuang Gak heard that, he was immediately certain that it was impossible. He had only been in the Tu palace for less than 5 years. "How did your father know of my existence?" Lam Tonwai said that a few days ago, a fellow student of his father's came to the Immortal Union. The news of the little master was also transmitted by that person. He did not expect that he was in Dusun. Kuang Gak immediately smiled enthusiastically and said that this story would be too long to talk about. Seeing each other is a chance. Do you need a little master to see if it's good or bad for you? Then he opened the handcuffs for her. She was a little surprised and asked, the little master even knew how to tell fortunes, but he still needed a pen to write on paper. While holding the piece of paper, Kuang Gak replied that he knew a little bit, but in fact at that time the system reminded him that if he checked Lam Tonwai's fate, this fate would consume 1 million sky points. In his heart, he secretly cried to God, "Oh my God, it's so expensive. A normal 4th grade monk absolutely doesn't need to use that much." It seems that Lam Tonwai's extraordinary destiny can only be divided into segments to see, just by mouth. I'll ask you again, when did your fellow disciple give you the information to come into contact with the other Immortal Alliance? Lam Tonwai rubbed his wrist and replied roughly a month ago. At this time, the system reminds you that you have chosen to see Lam Tianwai's destiny from a month ago. This time you only need to spend 10,000 destiny points. A month ago, a mysterious person brought countless magical weapons and magic pills to another world. My father, Lam Nok's son, went to meet that person alone. Father summoned me and my subordinates and asked us to go to the Van Yao nation to find a senior named Kuang Gak. His father called him the Little Master. I heard that he was the younger brother of the master of the royal palace of Tu Sky. After coming into contact with that sect leader, my father began to become worried and continuously encountered a few strange people. I vaguely felt that they had demonic aura on their bodies. My father summoned the generals under his command to discuss attacking the territory of the heavenly demon lord. I was forced to obey orders, went through a fierce and disastrous war, and was finally captured here. Kuang Gak listened and said he understood, your headquarters is at Sun Moon Lake. When Lam Tonwai heard that, he was surprised and said, Little Master, what kind of magical power is this? Kuang Gak bowed his head and asked her if she was curious, your cultivation level and your fathers were able to cross the Jinsha River on their own, so why did they still stay in the Vanyao kingdom? She bowed her head slightly and replied that if I were to leave, what would my compatriots still remaining in the Vanyao kingdom do? Hearing that, Kuang Gak waved his hand and said nobly, but if you bring other compatriots with you, you cannot go to the nation's territory. Why do you want to stay here all your life? Lam Tonwai heard that and unexpectedly asked Kuang Gak if he could return, he only needed a big boat. He only told her the truth. How big a boat would you need to fit hundreds of thousands of people, let alone the level of cultivation? For most of them, it's impossible to get through it. Lam Tonwai did not give up and continued to say that it was not necessary to cross the Kim Sa River from the northernmost point, cross the ice plateau, follow the ocean current, and then avoid the Kim Sa River to enter the sea area of the human race. Kuang Gak said it first. Not to mention the fact that under the eyes of the 10,000 demon nation, creating a ship would not be possible on this road because there are sea tribes and places where it is extremely cold and many people will die, right? Lam Tonwai's attitude is still very steadfast, it is better than staying in the Van Demon nation for life after life and being humiliated. After asking, Kuang Gak returned to report to Du Sun Lam. When Du Sun Lam heard him tell everything, he asked if you said the demon clan colluded with the alien alliance. Kuang Gak replied that although he was still not sure, he was a god. That secret may not be the people of Ventu Palace. They gave the magic weapon with the seal of Ventu Palace to the foreign immortal alliance to incite them to attack the Van Demon nation. It is very likely that he is plotting something bad to slander the god of Tu Kung. Du Sun Lam asked him, didn't you say that mysterious person was looking for you everywhere? If he could bring so many things to the Van Yu nation, he would definitely know the way not to cross the Kim Sa River but still be able to enter Van Yu. Your country can also take this opportunity to run away. Kuang Gak's eyes sparkled in his heart, thinking that he thought so, but the mysterious person was still not sure whether he was a friend or an enemy. For now, he should hug the lady's leg first, but on the outside, he said the Lord's honor. Still don't believe me, wandering around half my life searching for just a peaceful place, now in this world there is no safer place than being next to my Lord, why should I go? When Du Sun Lam heard him say that, he softly snorted and said, what do you think? Kuang Gak clasped his hands respectfully and told her to hand over Lam Ton Y to me so I could contact her. Let's see who's behind it. At this point, his expression became serious. Du Sun Lam saw this and looked at him teasingly, saying that Lam Ton Y was also a beauty. Kuang Gak was startled when he heard her say that. Lam Ton Y was quickly released, she followed behind him and asked the Little Master, why were those demon generals so respectful to you, and later you came to Du Sun, you surrendered to the enemy. Why, Kuang Gak replied that it was like you were taken to Du Sun. I didn't forget to sigh and say, but I'm also about marriage, my future wife is the demon lord of the Van Demon Nation, Du Sun Lam. Lam Ton Y heard that and asked, but isn't even the Little Master an opponent of the Blue Mountain team? Kuang Gak said that although I have fought with her before, it is a pity that I am not her opponent yet. She bowed her head and thought a little, thinking that even an immortal like the Little Master could not compete with Du Sun Lam. It seemed that the Demon Master was much more terrifying than expected. Then he said that if that's the case, Little Master should definitely run away with us. Kuang Gak replied that I would like to but my strength won't allow me to. I still have a few things to deal with at Du Sun, but... Then he smiled and said I could still do it if I took you out. Hearing this, Lam Ton Y excitedly ran to hug Kuang Gak's arm and asked the young master what to do, making Kuang Gak startled and blushed. He blushed and thought to himself that this little disciple's physique was really good. Suddenly the two heard a cough and looked down to see that it was Ka Lak. The boy spoke up and told Master Kuang Gak that the woman was in trouble. Kuang Gak saw him and said that he heard that you were called to Du Sun Lam's place that afternoon. You weren't scared by that female ghost. You can't talk nonsense like that. Ka Lak looked at him and smiled sarcastically, replying to his master, in the future, if there are some words, don't say anything, and don't think about some things, there will be retribution. After that, Kuang Gak angrily threw the boy away and told me that I also did not believe in Buddha and that my ancestors could not control me. Lam Ton Y turned to ask him, what were you thinking just now, why did that little monk advise you not to think? Kuang Gak dares to tell the truth and can only answer lightly, it's just some sad and sentimental things, right? Nothing. In another corner, Ka Lak sadly said that his master did not want to betray him, but it was true that the supermodel gave him too many chicken thighs. Sitting under the peach blossoms, Kuang Gak called, Tu Lam. Lam Ton Y heard the call and looked up in wonder. He said, if you let someone choose this little master of yours and the mysterious person behind helping you fellow immortals, who would you choose? Lam Ton Y asked again, why did little master say that? Although according to my background, it's not a problem for you to call me little master, but I already no longer have anything to do with Nantu Palace. There are many people who want to kill me in Nantu Palace, but the person who secretly helps you, I'm afraid, doesn't have good intentions towards me. After hearing this, Lam Ton Y replied hesitantly, I'm afraid this matter will make the little master disappoint my father. While speaking, Kuang Gak interrupted and said, don't rush to say that I really can't help you with so many resources for the other immortal alliance, but the conditions I propose are not something that other people can offer. Under the Kim Sa River, there is a secret passage between the two demon worlds. My condition is to take you home. After hearing this, Lam Ton Y immediately stood up and asked, little master, is this true? Kuang Gak crossed his arms and said, whether it's true or not, you just need to pass the word to your father. Lam Ton Y continued, so we don't need to build ships to go around the cold places in the North Pole. He replied, don't rush to celebrate that passage in the west of the Heavenly Demon region. If you want to borrow the way, you have to go through the entire Heavenly Demon region. How can the demon soldiers in the Heavenly Demon region have countless hundreds of thousands of demons from other immortal alliances? Can you pass? Heavenly Demon region is the area managed by Sun Lam's family. As long as there are enough benefits, this may not be impossible. Lam Tonwai still doesn't believe it, but your little master was captured here. Kuang Gak walked to Lam Tonwai's side and smiled cunningly and said, I know my words have no basis, you will come to my room at the second watch of the night. Hearing that, Lam Tonwai blushed and thought, what is the meaning of coming to his room, Master Tu? That night, Sun Nin went to Mr. Sun's room and called to see if the billionaire was home. Seeing no answer, Sun Nin looked at both sides and said, where is the brother-in-law? Then he went inside and suddenly Sun Nin shouted loudly in the dark, brother-in-law, why are your breasts so big? Along with that sound, Lam Tonwai also shouted, little master, why do you have so much hair? Then Kuang Gak used fire to light the candle. Looking over, I saw two people touching each other. The other two looked over and saw him standing there and also looked at each other and shouted, ah. Kuang Gak asked bewilderedly, I'm just going to pour some tea, what are you two doing in my bed? Sun Nin jumped up on the table and said, okay brother, you're done, but you're hiding a woman with big breasts in the room, I have to tell you, sister. Kuang Gak picked it up and said, come back, sister, you know. Sun Nin used her hand to reach for his face and said, Kim Oc Hidden Kyo doesn't keep his father's teachings, how could sister know and not care? She is the meanest person. Kuang Gak bent down close to his ear and whispered, security, don't forget the purpose of calling you here, don't you want to make money anymore? Then I introduced myself, this is the sister of Sun Nin, today I will take you to a place, she is the one I called to help. Lam Tonwai blushed and looked at him and asked, my little master, where should we go? Sun Nin heard that and shouted, big-breasted woman, I'm telling you that my husband is a flower and already has an owner, don't think nonsense. Lam Tonwai also yelled back, you fox crystal. Sun Nin lowered his head and asked, what's wrong with a Nin who is originally a fox crystal? That night, under the starry sky, the three of them rode cranes. To the place where the bird landed where you said, it's here. Lam Tonwai saw him going first and reached out to call, little master. Kuang Gak was walking and turned around and said, it's okay, you're coming here too. Lam Tonwai also stepped in and said, can the little master actually bring people into the Kim Sa River without any harm? He replied, it has nothing to do with me, the whole place is like that. After speaking, he looked at Sun Nin and said, security don't come here, you stay on the shore and keep an eye on my crane, otherwise next time something good happens, I won't take you there again. Sun Nin saw this and asked, why, if a woman with big breasts can go, why can't I come in? Kuang Gak frowned and said, she is the person you love, how can she be the same? If you enter the map below, you may not be released. Hearing that, Sun Nin sighed and said, okay, I know. He looked at Lam Tonwai and asked, are you ready? Lam Tonwai didn't understand and asked again, are you ready? But before I could finish the question, it was as if some force was pulling me down below. Both fell into the river. When he landed, Lam Tonwai held Kuang Gak in his arms. Landing on the ground, he smiled and said, thank you, if you can let me down, this position makes me a bit embarrassed as an elder. Kuang Gak looked around the cave. After looking at it, he said, feng shui borrows from the place where yin and yang correspond to each other for decoration, no wonder it can be maintained for 10,000 years without losing its effectiveness. Suddenly there was a bright light. Lam Tonwai stood behind him and said, little master. The other statue opened its eyes and spoke while pointing at a statue. But he raised his hand to stop him and said, don't point your finger at these seniors, these are the heroes of the human race who martyred themselves, besides these people are still alive to see. Looking at those statues, I wondered, still alive. Then hugged his hand and shouted loudly, ah, he looked over and said, don't be afraid, this is the method of destiny that borrows from heaven and earth to maintain. These people rely on the Taoist marks on the earth to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, but because they cannot bear it, they are assimilated by heaven and earth into stone statues. Even though their current immortal consciousness is probably only a little. Just instinct. Not only these 5, others also died because of martyrdom, and I'm afraid they won't live much longer. Lam Tonwai asked, why are these seniors here? He replied, of course, the reason is to guard this place to deter the demon race. If the great calamity of humans and demons happens again, then it will be time for them to go out and behead the demon. Kuang Gak then summoned 3 incense sticks. Then he bowed and said, the predecessors guarding this place, for the sake of the human race, admire the younger generation, light 3 sticks of incense, the merit can help the predecessors maintain their immortal consciousness for 100 years, and respectfully request incense. Having finished speaking, Kuang Gak put down the incense and the 5 statues inhaled the fragrance. The 5 stone statues gradually absorbed it. Then those 2 people came in and asked, "How long does it take for your 100,000 miles to move?" Lam Tanwai replied, "Probably about a day." He continued, "Relying on 2 magic talismans would probably be about the same you took me there." Hearing that, Lam Tanwai didn't understand and asked, "Huh?" After Lam Tanwai picked up Kuang Gak, it made him think, this position makes people very humiliated, it's okay to leave if she doesn't care, so be it. Kuang Gak took out 2 talismans and read them out loud, asking him to honor the Real King. As soon as he finished speaking, they were both sucked inside again. Sitting on the throne next to the immortal palace, Sun Lam said, "This paper is the piece of paper written, the voice of the master, the middle path of the demon 2 in the golden river can let Lam wear the genius and earth treasure of the demon wind like that, should this mountain bastard say it?" After reading it, she angrily clutched the paper, gritted her teeth, and said, "Ha ha ha." Kalak quickly waved her hand and said, "Master's mother, in fact, sometimes Master did not call people like that." Hearing that, she was so angry that her eyes turned red and asked, "Oh, what else?" Kalak also answered honestly, "The little lady is a domineering female devil." Sun Lam was so angry that he radiated anger and said, "Kuang Gak really has a big dog's guts." Kalak clasped his hands and said, "Buddha's mother Amitabha must be gentle, Master is not used to being beaten." Sun Lam thought to himself, Kuang Gak is planning to make the other immortal alliance lean towards him. Has he thought of a way to deal with that mysterious person? The other immortal alliance returning to the human race is not important to Tu Sun. The key thing is that this seat can secretly help the alien alliance eliminate the mutants in the clans. The trade between the 2 demon clans was just for the sake of making money, so his real purpose was to help the slaves of the 10,000 patriots return to the human race, or did he want to take this opportunity to help that person from the Qin nation, or let your name Kuang Gak is about to become this king's husband, but he still remembers his love forever. After that, he went to the Hoa No palace to invite him into the palace. He clasped his hands and bowed his head and said, "Your Majesty, I intend to let Lam Tanwai leave the mountain." He thought to himself, this lady is so arrogant and self-indulgent that she is completely out of touch with common sense. Convincing her is not an easy task. Easy. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at him, cold air starting to come. It made him feel cold and scared. Sun Lam bowed his head and said, "Yes." Hearing that, he suddenly asked, "So we have agreed, or should I tell the Lord why I am doing this?" Hearing that, she said loudly, "Shut up," he replied, "Okay." Then Sun Lam stood next to him and clasped his hands and said, "Less than 2 months until your wedding day, and I remember carefully that if you were already my husband, if your cultivation level was too low, wouldn't it make people angry? Why should I laugh at you? Today, when I have free time, I will personally instruct you on your practice." Kuang Gak was scared and quickly waved his hand and said, "How can I bother the lady to personally point me out?" Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Lam started to move his hands. After a while, the 2 animals carried the bandaged Kuang Gak out. Lam Tanwai saw this and called out, "Little master." Kuang Gak looked up and said, "Don't worry, I've convinced Du Sun Lam and she agreed to let you go." Hearing that, Lam Tanwai thought wryly, "For my little master, he fought a great battle with the heavenly demon master and yet had to pay such a painful price. I will definitely not die loyal to my little master." Seeing Lam Tanwai so determined, he thought to himself, "Don't let me down, this time I have committed a big crime." Then Lam Tanwai said, "Little master, rest assured that you will definitely convince your father." A month later the peach blossoms bloomed. Hoa No stood next to the newspaper, saying that the owners of most clans had returned the invitations and said they would send messengers to attend the wedding. Only Dong Hai Yuan's 5 immortal grains Chi Dang town still did not have one. What response? Sun Lam took the paper and read the message, sending the son of the demon king to always go to the mountains, peaches, fields, caves, red bloodlines, wind, carrying this king's orders, to envoy to these clans. Ti Hoa No bowed her head and asked, so has the envoy to Dong Hai Yuan chosen anyone yet? Sun Lam said, let's find a slave so that she can take the horn of the sacred beast of the sea tribe to decorate the wedding room for her. Ta. After finishing work, Sun Lam turned to ask, saying that Kuang Gak is resting today. Ti Hoa No replied, yes, Mr. Kuang is resting today. Ti Hoa No asked, why has the owner always mentioned Kuang recently? Sun Lam gritted his teeth and said, today he had nothing to do but pointed out his cultivation level and called him here. Ti Hoa No said, the owner actually still had a lot of official duties to handle today, but looking at her eyes she quickly replied, yes. After a while of calling him, he came and asked, Your Majesty, could I have another excuse next time? She immediately replied, no. Kuang Gak said, for the past 2 days, I have also wanted to find an opportunity to meet Your Majesty. I want to. Before I finished speaking, Sun Lam interrupted, no, he said, but I haven't said anything yet. She said, there's nothing to do but tell me to change your demon guard into a female demon. Kuang Gak said, is this what you are like in the eyes of Your Majesty? This time I came mainly because I wanted to go to Sun Moon Lake for a trip. Sun Lam came closer and asked, why are you coming to Not Noyat Lake? He said, among the 10,000 demons that can be called good friends, there is only that old dragon god alone. I want to go out to visit my friends, my lord. The guard can come with me too. She bowed her head and said, there was no need to let the demon guard come with him. He wondered in surprise, is the blue-haired thing so clear today? She continued, Kuang Gak quickly waved it off and said, I'm personally going with you, Your Majesty, I actually don't want to go. Suddenly I remembered that the school had to hold exams this month, but she still ignored it, just make that decision and leave 3 days later. At Sun Moon Lake Dong Hai Sun. In a house there are 2 people guarding it. There are people inside. Looking closely, it turned out to be Lam Ton Wai tied up. Suddenly someone walked in and some objects collided and made a sound. At this time, Lam Ton Wai also woke up dimly. She woke up, raised her eyes and asked, what exactly did he want to do? Fong Ton Tu smiled sinisterly. Lam Ton Wai continued asking, Dad, aren't you the one who always said that your lifelong wish is to lead your people from the demon tribe back to their homeland? Why don't we choose to side with the little master? While speaking, she suddenly stopped, Father. Fong Ton Tu's smile became even more distorted at this time. There are a few ghosts behind Fong Ton Tu, smiling and saying, Hi, he calls you father, why doesn't the slave family remember that there is a younger sister? Why are you in such a hurry? We wait for her consciousness to dry up. It's not okay to directly steal this body, so why go out? Third sister saw this skin and was afraid we would steal it. Her 3 essences are almost gone and she can take action. She has a body and we sisters still don't have it. Lam Ton Wai asked uncomfortably, what exactly are you guys? Fong Ton Tu said, shut up and I haven't asked Kuang Gak's story yet. Who let you guys out? If we delay the master's work, we will all die. Lam Ton Wai shouted even louder, who are you, what have you done to my father? Shouted after the wound in the middle of his forehead began to bleed. Fong Ton Tu continued, don't be so angry, be careful of harming our bodies, it's in vain that we gave you so many supplies if that stubborn old man, Fong Ton Tu, submits to his master. Why should I risk occupying this old man's body? Looking at her appearance like this, there's nothing better than letting me take over her body. Would you rather let me take over her body and bring Kuang to hear that Kuang's appearance is handsome? 2 perhaps. Fong Ton Tu heard that and shouted loudly, maybe what, that Kuang Gak is the immortal of cause and effect, no evil, no ghosts like you who don't have a body, they still want to touch the damn Kuang Gak. If I die, don't drag me into the water. Come here, this woman's body belongs to you, the ghost appeared and said, obeying orders. After that, the shadow entered the hole in the middle of Lam Ton Wai's forehead. She screamed in pain, then collapsed. After a while, Lam Ton Wai, as if possessed, looked up and said, why don't you let me go? The convoy is ready to depart. Kuang Gak sat with his arms crossed while the little fox was excited. He said, take the photo and don't hurt my eyes. Isn't it just taking someone out for a visit? Do you need to be so excited, Do Sun Nin? Excitedly looked around and said, this is the first time people go out there, of course they are excited. Du Sun Nin continued, my husband is really nice, but he told me he would take me out to play. Kuang Gak looked at him sitting with his arms crossed and said loudly, of course, what good thing do I have to do that I don't remember you? Kuang Gak immediately picked up Du Sun Nin and happily said, this time not only taking him out to play, but also taking him to make a lot of money. Du Sun Nin immediately frowned and said, brother, did you do something behind my sister's back and make him suffer? Kuang Gak immediately stopped writing and cried, slander is indeed slander, Nin, I really didn't expect you to be such a fox. Du Sun Nin's blood boiled and he rushed towards Kuang Gak and shouted, brother, in your eyes, am I a woman who is easy to fool? Kuang Gak then flicked his finger on Du Sun Nin's forehead and said, this person doesn't even turn into a woman, so come here, my brother-in-law will say a few heartfelt words to you. Next to another carriage, Sun Lam's voice rang out, this time you keep an eye on your master, if he has any unusual thoughts, immediately tell him if he knows. Ka Lak immediately said, teacher, what is unusual thinking? Ka Lak asked while eating chicken thighs. Master often thought of pressing him to bed, beating, his, counting. Sun Lam immediately said angrily, there are some things you don't dare say in front of me, but you dare to do them. Ka Lak immediately replied, Amitabha Buddha, the little monk understands, just like the story of the last full moon night, the master cut off the hair of the master's tail to make a scarf. When Sun Lam heard that, he immediately realized that it was no wonder that his tail felt cold these past few days. They finally arrived. Ngao Huin, in front of him was a group of people waiting. Those people seemed to have been waiting for Sun Lam's car for a long time. Sun Lam gradually opened the curtain and walked out. The sound of fireworks exploded in the sky. The people in front bowed their heads respectfully and said, welcoming Heavenly Demon Lord, warmly welcoming Heavenly Demon Lord to teach. Sun Lam's expression at that time was extremely serious. Sun Lam looked around and said, I haven't been to Not Noyat Lake for a long time, is it still as bustling as this? At that time, Kuang Gak also happily opened the door and walked out. But Kuang Gak was greeted with extremely resentful eyes. Sun Lam immediately walked towards the Dragon King and said, before, I heard the old dragon god mention this husband of mine as his longtime friend, with a close relationship, and logically speaking, he should be a distinguished guest of Sun Moon Lake. Why do you seem to hate my husband today, my dear? The Dragon King heard that and immediately thought, calling him husband so naturally, this is, close. It was clear not long before the Iron Gate that he always borrowed his golden talisman to deal with Kuang Gak. It seems old brother Kuang is also quite powerful. Dragon King then walked to Sun Lam's side and said, Lord Tianma didn't know, before Kuang Tu was extremely enthusiastic at my place, he gave hexagrams to many goblins at my place, there was no longer any love that was cold. I know a few things like how tragically I will die, whether my wife or concubine will commit adultery, or if there will be disagreements between brothers, but Kuang Tu Hong has the ability to know what will happen. And it will definitely happen. I didn't pay attention at the moment, until I discovered that the Demon Kings were all pooling money to find an assassin to kill him. Little friend Kuang, after hearing that, immediately packed his luggage and left Sun Moon Lake that night. Kuang Gak, standing behind, heard him say, hey, I heard it, at this age, you don't need to say bad things behind your back anymore. And finally the banquet inside the Dragon King's main room began. Kuang Gak stood next to him, bent down to pour wine for Sun Lam and said, Tun Thuong, actually these things can be done by someone else, but look how boring Ti Hoa No is standing there. He immediately puffed his cheeks and thought, something will definitely happen to you kid. Sun Lam immediately said, today you are using the identity of my husband to go on a mission, if you don't let me do this kind of intimate thing, who will do it? Kuang Gak held the wine bottle in his hand and said, husband and wife must be equal. Sun Lam immediately said, if one day you can receive one of my moves without dying, then let's talk about equality. Suddenly Kuang Gak picked up food for Sun Lam, while Sun Lam looked in the other direction in surprise and said, this. Looking at the dancer dancing on stage, Kuang Gak's eyes clearly showed two heart shapes. Cough cough, Sun Lam immediately signaled to Kuang Gak. But Kuang Gak didn't pay any attention, causing her to slap her hand on the wine cup. Water inside. The wine went directly into Kuang Gak's eyes, causing him to cry out in pain, stinging. The Dragon King sitting above looked down and said happily, the relationship between Tianma Master and her husband is so harmonious, making others jealous. Sun Lam then looked sharply at the Dragon King and said, if the dragon god's clothes are not good, I can send some magic doctors to Sun Moon Lake. The Dragon King immediately said, I see that Kuang Tu is very satisfied with these weapons. If Tianma Master doesn't care, I will give him a few. Sun Lam immediately replied, do you think I don't care? Kuang Gak heard this song and was extremely happy, thinking, is there such a good thing? Kuang Gak immediately went to the Dragon King's chair and said, Brother Ngao, do you have a cat-eared girl? The Dragon King asked, what is a cat-eared girl? Kuang Gak immediately said, it's a demon cat, black. Is the best. On the other side, Sun Lam immediately shouted and poured wine. Kuang Gak immediately happily jumped down to pour wine for Sun Lam. The sky today is extremely beautiful, the falling leaves swaying in the wind. While Sun Lam stood outside, Kuang Gak also followed. Kuang Gak said, Sun Thuong doesn't need to think that I Dao Long Then is my old friend, we haven't seen each other for a long time and I'm going to review the past. Sun Lam immediately turned around and said, old story, I'm afraid I'm asking for a dance. Sun Lam left and slammed the door. Kuang Gak then entered the room with magic in hand. He then gently touched the Dragon King's forehead. Kuang Gak immediately opened the system from the Dragon King's brain. The Dragon King said in surprise. Little friend Jiang, what is this? Kuang Gak immediately said angrily, your old man, when he met with Prophet, he forgot his righteousness, sold his friends for glory, the feng shui station here is what I arranged for you today, I will destroy it. Hearing that, the Dragon King immediately woke up. He used one hand to push the wine cup forward. The wine hit Kuang Gak's hand directly. The Dragon King immediately ran in front of Kuang Gak and happily said, don't, old brother Kuang, let's discuss anything. I used a lot of talismans in this feng shui department to exchange with you. How can you say that destruction is destruction? Okay. Kuang Gak immediately shouted, your Ao Dai still has the face to say such a thing, if not for not concealing it and then handing over the golden command to Sun Lam, why do I have to fall into this situation today? The Dragon King will be in trouble. I understand, what is the situation? Isn't it very good now, husband of heavenly demon lord, this is something that you can't even dream of, is there anything like getting married, someone finding a support? Extremely large, that's right. Kuang Gak shouted again, but his little life was almost destroyed. Kuang Gak immediately crossed his arms and said, leave, I don't know what to tell him, in short, this time I've been mistreated by him, the Dragon King immediately replied. To become a saint in the 9 realms, we have reached the pinnacle with just one step left. Kuang Gak then realized and said. He is even more powerful than Sun Lam. The Dragon King then smiled and said, don't think about it anymore, my old dragon has lived so long, it's all based on his cultivation to supplement his longevity, and that lady of yours is still young and has already reached the 9 realms, if that's true. If you take refuge, the loser will at most come back to you for treatment and after recovering, they will come to you again, but when they accept you, they will only lead the way to death. Kuang Gak immediately continued to question why his son Moon Lake had not yet accepted the immortal alliance. The Dragon King immediately took out an object and said, because of this object. Kuang Gak held that thing in his hand and said, the animal skin of the God Tu Palace, do you want to go to the God Tu Palace? Fong Tan Tu actually entrusted this job to you, isn't he afraid of being accounted for by the master? The Dragon King then slowly said, that's how it has been ever since my heart opened up, after many years I've encountered so many extraordinary prides, I've been able to love people as well. I've been able to overcome the difficulties. There are very few scenes that can bypass the heavenly gates and transform into immortals, but even if this person steps onto the fairy bridge, they will eventually return to the human world. And the majority will soon be depressed and die. Now currently, there is only one person who has ever guided the door to cross the fairy bridge without dying, and that is the god and the owner. The Dragon King continued, the old dragon wanted to ask a question, that year when he formed the weapon using Tam Hoa at the top, surpassed the first level, was guided by the heavenly gate, asked the fairy to lead the way, why did he step up to pray to the fairy and then turn back? Again, passed through the heavenly gate but did not enter, what was the fairy bridge on the other side, what was the additional gate behind? Why did the people who had seen it say nothing to their descendants, returned and then died one after another? Kuang Gak thought at that time, living beings quarrel with each other, deceive each other, it is because of that little greed in the world, the strength and background like the old dragon finally cannot avoid the day when both hands give up. I want to find a source of life for myself, as a human being. If I know how to fight, I will still live, if I don't fight, I will die. The Dragon King continued, that normally cute Tam Ko Ma Lu, I'm looking for someone to refine my chi. Kuang Gak refused 10 with a sincere heart. Liu Bei personally went to Zhuge Liang's grass hut to invite Zhuge Liang to help. Until the third time we met, even if I asked someone to teach me a magic item, there were still 1 or 2 people who wanted to add ingredients, but I didn't expect that they were all here. Dragon King looked at Ngao Huin and said, these things are all given away. Yes, it is truly a waste of heaven. Kuang Gak immediately walked towards Ngao Huin and said, these things will be said in a moment. This time I say it is an important matter and need your help. Ngao Huin immediately bowed his head to greet Kuang Gak and said, my benefactor has the grace to save my life. Willing to go into the fire and smoke with his benefactor without hesitation. There is no such danger. As he spoke, Kuang Gak gave something to Ngao Huin's hand. Look at this. Ngao Huin picked it up and looked at it and said in surprise, where did this benefactor come from? As soon as he looked at the Dragon King, he recognized it, the treasure of luck. Kuang Gak immediately said that this thing was given to him by the Red Dragon of the Qin Kingdom. It was originally intended to be delivered, but unfortunately more than half of it was destroyed by artillery, leaving only this blade remaining. The Dragon King immediately said, if you say so, then this thing is condensed into form by the will of thousands of people, just like a god, not someone with great merit cannot be controlled. Little friend Jiang, what exactly did you do in the Qin country? But there is a train like this, Kuang Gak immediately replied, just a small matter not worth mentioning. Kuang Gak continued, is it possible for this thing to become a divine weapon? Ngao Huin was a bit surprised after hearing this, benefactor, I'm afraid my subordinates won't be able to help. Hearing that, Kuang Gak's expression looked a bit sad and said, is there no way for you? The Dragon King immediately replied, this treasure of fortune is connected to the energy of a country. If it is to be repaired, it is necessary to provide incense and fire to thousands of people, and enjoy the offerings of the people of the dynasty. Only then will it be possible. Restore past magical powers. In the midst of the fires of thousands of people, Kuang Gak immediately thought of the image of himself being served by the people. Kuang Gak immediately said, still bothering Ngao brother to teach me. That day, it was a beautiful sunny afternoon, the sunlight shining down looked extremely beautiful, the scene here looked extremely peaceful. Inside the room is Tan Wai sitting in front of the table and looking in the mirror. Tan Wai looked at the mirror angrily and said, disgusting, after being eaten by the soul of the 3 elements, this bastard soul is still stubborn like that, full moon in January, full moon in July, full moon in October. Tan Wai's 2 hands holding a long needle and her expression were extremely difficult to understand. Suddenly she held the dirty needle up high, then stabbed it directly into her body, the ketchup splashing looked extremely scary. Tan Wai then collapsed on the table. With those extremely indignant eyes and frown, Tan Wai finally smiled and said, little bastard, you still robbed the old lady. Tan Wai raised his hand to rub his chin and smiled and said, Kuang Gak, do you think he can really save people? He doesn't even pay much for my master. I said Kuang Gak, why are you so excited? Could it be that he is the person you like? Haha, you like him, he may not have paid attention to you, rest assured if he really sees me. The one who enjoys his taste is using this body of yours. Suddenly there was a voice calling, the young master, Ho not Noyet sent a letter. Tan Wai immediately turned to face the door and said, bring it in. At that time, it was a moonlit starry night, the moonlight and stars illuminated the whole forest, each tree's foliage swayed with the gentle breeze of the forest. Fong Tan Tu then read Kuang Gak's letter and immediately said, Kuang Gak, I want to personally go to another fairyland. Tan Wai immediately said, Mother, this is a great opportunity. Kuang Gak left the protection of Sun Lam and was just an 8th grade monk. With just one breath, my mother and I could make his soul fly away. Already. Fong Tan Tu immediately said seriously. How could an evil power like Kuang Gak measure his strength with his cultivation base? Not to mention the owner is not here. This is definitely not a good opportunity to deal with Kuang Gak. Auras immediately appeared and said, "Ma'am, big sister is right, Kuang Gak, he is just a small monk after all, not to mention with big sister's strength, dealing with him is as easy as it sounds. Turn your hand, ma'am, this is the merit that came to you, don't let it go, ma'am, the day you get scared, it's because you're afraid that the master will be so excited that you'll give us your body to us sisters, you can't control us anymore, star. Shut your mouth." A shout and a crab attack scared the other three undead, a bunch of brainless bastards. That Kuang Gak, as a human being, even his master must be afraid of it. You evil and evil creatures, are you not afraid of his magic technique, or are you not afraid of his golden light merit? Fong Tan Tu said while using a whip, continuously whipping the evil spirits, causing them to cry out in pain. "Please spare my life, please spare my life, I know I'm wrong, please give me a gentle blow, big sister, save us." Tan Wai immediately walked closer to Fong Tan Tu and said, "Mother, if Ni knows that Kuang Gak of Ha can invite Thuong Thieu, the technique of inviting relatives needs to choose an auspicious day, take a bath and change clothes for 3 days. Prepare in many ways, if you don't prepare for 10 days and a half month, you won't be able to take the strategy test. You and I both have the body and don't need to be afraid of his golden light. What kind of lake should we drink now? All intelligence is in our hands, and at that time, even if we don't step on it, we could die completely." Fong Tan Tu immediately put his hands on his chin and said, "Today's messenger is the envoy of that old dragon god. It can be seen that the relationship between him and Kuang Gak is not ordinary. That old dragon of Sun Moon Lake is someone that even the owner doesn't want to mess with." Suddenly, Tan Wai leaned close to Fong Tan Tu's ear and whispered something loudly, "Mother, it's better than this." Tan Wai continued, "Ma'am, if you can kill Kuang Gak, it will be a great merit, and at that time, the master will reward us and our mother." After hearing this, Fong Tan Tu excitedly said, "Okay, then try it as you said." In a cellar, Kuang Gak was practicing Dharma. His expression is now extremely focused. Suddenly Kuang Gak shouted loudly, and with it came an explosive burst of power. Suddenly, a circle of shelter appeared around Kuang Gak. "Every talisman is now on fire," Kuang Gak said, "the bow may turn to the dragon, the way of heaven is at the foot of the king." Suddenly, from behind Kuang Gak, the image of a god king appeared. At that time, it was as if they had become one. The divine lord with one hand positive energy and one hand negative energy gradually appeared more and more clearly. Seizing the opportunity, Kuang Gak shouted loudly, "Tu tu tien tai ho chan quan, tien hu dai quan, tien hu tu tu tai ho truong quan, save suffering and rescue true monarch, Xian Dao's patriarch, blessing tu tu dai quan, mei truong on kan." Suddenly all the powers and gods simultaneously attacked the furnace in front of Kuang Gak. The water inside the furnace bounced up, revealing the liquefied jade. Kuang Gak then raised his hand to his forehead. Then he took out the yellow string from his forehead. Kuang Gak did not hesitate and shot straight to the front. Kuang Gak's power mixed with the liquefied dragon jade from the warehouse just now. Soon a sword appeared. The remaining power suddenly shot up into the sky extremely powerfully. Heaven and earth, under the bright moonlight, the voice rang out again, "Immeasurable amount of destruction, save suffering, save true king." The dragon king on this side was extremely surprised and said, "Did you invite me like this? Inviting me did not invite like this. How could you invite like that? Where is the Dharma altar? Where is the sacrifice? This is clearly common sense." Newspaper. Brother Ngao on this side was extremely interested in the results Kuang Gak created. Okay. Kuang Gak did not say more and then raised his hand forward. Immediately, the sword flew forward. Kuang Gak just happened to hold the sword. Kuang Gak immediately stroked the blade. The blue source of power was extremely powerful. The Dragon King on this side immediately bowed his head and congratulated the little friend on receiving the treasure. Kuang Gak looked down at the hilt and said, "This sword should also be renamed. In the future, you will be the great swordsman." Kuang Gak looked at his sword with great satisfaction. In the middle of the night, a column of light emitted from the sky. Sun Lam, sitting in seclusion, also felt something strange. Hoa No said next to him, the divine weapon appeared. It seemed that the strength of the old dragon god had increased another level. This divine weapon is not necessarily the old dragon god, Sun Lam said coldly. Why did the master say that? Hoa No wondered, can't you hear the prayers of thousands of people? Sun Lam smirked. Then she suddenly remembered to ask, what about Kuang Gak? Hoa No immediately replied that he was in Yin Yang cave and heard that it was. At this time, Hoa No suddenly woke up and thought to himself, Tu Tu Tian Chan Quan is a great Qianjin emperor, does Kuang Gak have an impure relationship with the female emperor of the nation? Sun Lam lightly tapped his finger to give an order, sending someone to send another wedding invitation to the female emperor. Yes, Hoa No bowed and obeyed. Hoa No thought as he walked, could it be that the master was jealous when he sent the wedding invitation? No, the master must have wanted to take the opportunity to intervene in the human race's internal turmoil. This time, the master has a big plan. On the contrary, Sun Lam's cold expression was curling his lips in reproach. Why hasn't Kuang Gak come to the other fairyland yet? Are you so stupid that you don't want me to know and can't find an excuse to lure me away? On Kuang Gak's side, Long Vong stood motionless for a long time and asked worriedly, is there anything wrong with the letter? I didn't expect that some people who were very straightforward when they first met and wrote a letter would turn out to be such a tsundere. Kuang Gak felt very unstable when reading the letter. What is tsundere? Dragon King did not understand Kuang Gak's strange language. He left as if I had not said anything. Kuang Gak did not want to explain too much and hid the letter. Kuang Gak's face was dark as he crumpled the letter tightly in his heart, thinking, his thoughts were hard to suppress at night, he had a hard time sleeping, preparing his bed, waiting for something. What the hell was he waiting for? If he didn't clearly write down the promise, could this little disciple of mine look at us? Already. I plan to make a trip to Dong Nai Sun in these 2 days. Kuang Gak said, my little friend is still here. Is there any way to let him know? Long Vong asked worriedly for Kuang Gak. Where did Ngao Huin come from? He said, this trip is dangerous. Why do you have to go personally? Let your subordinates go. Kuang Gak raised his hand to stop, this is not a small matter, should still go personally. Ngao Huin bowed his head respectfully and said, since it's like that, I hope my benefactor wait a moment. Saying that, Ngao Huin clasped his hands and chanted something. Then Ngao Huin raised his hands to start the organ that emerged from the ground. Countless treasures appeared in front of me, hoping that my benefactor would bring these things with me. Kuang Gak looked at Ngao Huin's heart in surprise and exclaimed, is this being exaggerated? Ngao Huin closely followed Kuang Gak and enthusiastically said, without exaggeration, benefactors who enter the Dragon Lagoon and Tiger Cave must pay attention to safety. Kuang Gak sighed, intending to refuse. This time, I have my own way to go to Di Tian Min, not to mention that in the area of Sun Moon Lake, I can always call Ngao Huin to come to the rescue. Ngao Huin spoke the truth with disdain, hoping that his benefactor would understand himself. When being told this, Kuang Gak could only stay silent. In his heart, Ngao Huin wanted to say, do you know how great your ability to cause trouble is? Even if you go to a safe place, there will still be disasters. The benefactor let his subordinates serve the wearer. Ngao Huin offered to help Kuang Gak and had to sigh and accept the truth. The next day, at the practice site, Sun Lam was already waiting. She changed her outfit to a more comfortable purple outfit. In contrast to Sun Lam, Kuang Gak is equipped with iron armor from head to toe. The two people stood under the ring just waiting for the other to make a move. The two people sitting and eating melons were Ka Lak and Sun Nin. Sun Nin was worried, he was doomed, he was about to be crippled by his sister, and his fate was indeed miserable, even worse than a Nin's. Ka Lak said while chewing candy, sister and Nin will not be disappointed this time. Sun Nin immediately ended Ka Lak's belief, you are still a child and you don't understand. Except for me, my brother is the only person who was beaten by my sister and still did not die. He was beaten before but he beat me. A few more times. Oh, it started. Sun Nin was immediately attracted to the match. Kuang Gak opened his mouth to challenge, this time the lady pointed out that she had to be a little more careful. Sun Lam just grinned. Without saying much, Sun Lam rushed forward to attack. Kuang Gak immediately took out the bone fan from the pile of equipment given to him by Ngao Huin. A wave of the fan created a cross slash. Sun Lam rushed straight in, but she quickly used her feet to jump up high to avoid it. With one turn in the air, she was right in front of Kuang Gak. So it was a loving punch. Give it to Kuang Gak immediately, knocking Kuang Gak dozens of meters away. Kuang Gak had no time to defend and had no choice but to slide to the ground. Kuang Gak cried out in pain. His hand pulled out a medicinal pill and put it in his mouth. But Sun Lam, who was faster, grabbed Kuang Gak's mouth and forced him to spit out the pill. Sun Lam turned Kuang Gak's face to look at each other. Kuang Gak stammered and said, "Your Highness is too rude." In response to Kuang Gak, Sun Lam gave him a series of rights and kicks. Finally, Kuang Gak raised his white flag in surrender, "No more fighting, surrendered." Sun Lam put his hands on his hips and asked, "Did you come to Sun Moon Lake to extort money? Cultivation ultimately means having to rely on yourself. If you keep relying on things outside your body, it will become troublesome." After some guidance from Sun Lam, Kuang Gak only dared to scratch his head and say that his wife's teachings must be very correct. Sun Lam turned half of his body to look at Kuang Gak without speaking. Looking at her current demeanor, Kuang Gak suddenly blushed. Sun Lam suddenly asked, "How does this compare to that great female emperor, the demon lord of our 10,000 demons?" Kuang Gak suddenly thought, this is a dead question. The venerable really wanted to know. Kuang Gak leaned in close to ask. Sun Lam gently hummed and waited. Kuang Gak thought inexplicably, what does he mean? Whether a woman wants it or not is really troublesome. Ignoring this matter, Sun Lam announced that there is some movement in the Hu clan and we will go there tomorrow. "Your Majesty will be gone for a few days," Kuang Gak asked. "I can return in 2 days," Sun Lam coldly replied. "This time your Majesty leaving makes me a bit reluctant. If I can't bear it, will you come with me?" Sun Lam asked. And receiving in return is Kuang Gak's excitement. Leaving early and returning early has a smooth road. Right now Sun Lam just wants to blow away this stupid Kuang Gak. Sun Nin sat next to him and asked, "Tu Ka Lak, how do you know that? Do you also know how to tell fortunes like a billionaire?" Ka Lak said arrogantly, "Of course I know." Ka Lak held her blushing cheeks and thought with sparkling eyes. Every day the master thought about kissing the master's mother in bed. The master's mother also listened every day to wait for news of her master. Between the two of them was everything. Often say love. On this side, Kuang has gone to the gate. Seeing Kuang Gak and the others immediately recognized him. A man ran to the front to greet him. "Mr. Kuang, please come with me. Our young master has been waiting for you for a long time." "I'm sorry." Kuang Gak was taken to a room on a cliff. Kuang Gak sat at the tea table waiting for someone. Kuang Gak held a cup of tea and softly called, "A Nin." Sun Nin used his foot to hit Kuang Gak's hand. He understood and sighed and said, "Let me boldly walk in like that." Could it be that the mysterious person who secretly helped D. Tien Min was not there, or was it? At this moment, there were footsteps approaching. Tan Wai happily called Kuang Gak, the little master. Kuang Gak's eyes were full of vigilance. Tan Wai saw that and also paused a bit. Kuang Gak's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, happily reaching out his arms to Tan Wai and calling, "Good boy." Kuang Gak hugged Tan Wai, but Tan Wai screamed and stiffened. "What's wrong?" Kuang Gak worriedly asked Tan Wai, who was in an unstable state. Tan Wai pushed Kuang Gak away and raised his hand to stop. "No, it's okay, it's just that I haven't seen the little master for a long time and I'm a bit excited." Tan Wai silently cursed in his heart, "What the hell is this person? He's a good person who has reincarnated for hundreds of generations. It's not as good as that, but it has such strong golden light merit. Little master also really misses someone who hugs him a little more." Kuang Gak still carelessly invited Tan Wai. Tan Wai, on the other hand, was startled. I retreated 3 meters away before daring to say, "Wait, my little master has something to tell you." "What's going on?" Kuang Gak asked. Tan Wai closed her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. But who would have thought that Kuang Gak would suddenly hug Tan Wai? "Okay, don't care anymore, what's going on in a moment and then say, 'Good boy, I miss you to death.'" Kuang Gak's merit spread out extremely strongly. Tan Wai seemed to be suffocated and cursed. "This Kuang Gak turned out to be an even more perverted person than me. How could you cultivate such dense golden light merit?" Tan Wai was stunned by the merit and sat down on the floor. What's wrong? Kuang Gak looked at Tan Wai in confusion. Come on, little master, help you up. Kuang Gak reached out to help Tan Wai up, but Tan Wai reacted even more violently, stepping back and refusing. Stand up yourself, stand up yourself. After a while, Tan Wai still tried to stand as far away from Kuang Gak as possible and bent down to offer tea. The young master had a hard time walking, so he drank the tea first. Tan Wai smiled evilly and thought, Kuang Gak, even if your abilities are greater, your cultivation level is still at a low level. You just need to drink this soul-destroying tea. Kuang Gak didn't think much and picked up the teacup and opened it. When the tea was almost brought to her mouth, Tan Wai was extremely impatient in anticipation. But not according to Ms. Kuang Gak's wishes, she gave the tea to Tan Wai and said, Is your little disciple that you have to look like that? If you're thirsty, just drink first. Tan Wai was startled and raised his hands to refuse. The young master invited him to drink if he was not thirsty or thirsty. Kuang Gak brought the teacup to his mouth again. Tan Wai's anxious expression was repeated again. The tea was cold. Kuang Gak put down the cup of tea and didn't drink it. Tan Wai wanted to curse in his heart, You better have something to do, brat. Tan Wai still said warmly on the surface, so the disciple should exchange another cup of tea for him. Kuang Gak waved his hand and refused, saying, If we don't drink any more, we should still discuss the main issue. Tan Wai gritted his teeth and silently scolded, Your mother. Kuang Gak asked, How is the matter that I gave you before? Tan Wai replied, I came to tell you that father agreed to meet you. So let's go meet, you follow me. Tan Wai leads the way while Kuang Gak follows. Coming outside the cave entrance, two guards respectfully greeted the young master. Tan Wai's eyes turned red and glanced at the two guards. Those two men's eyes also turned red. The two guards were successfully controlled by Tan Wai. When Tan Wai walked out, followed by Kuang Gak, two soldiers raised their hands and prepared to attack. In the soldier's hand was a deadly weapon, rushing to sneak attack from behind Kuang Gak. Tan Wai also has a deadly weapon in her hand, so if she turns around, she can attack Kuang Gak immediately. The two gatekeepers took the opportunity to slash Kuang Gak's back. Luckily, he was able to lean forward in time, only tearing his outer shirt because inside he was wearing a layer of armor scales. The other two men rushed forward to attack him again. Kuang Gak gently clasped two fingers and blew out a cloud of fire that burned the other two men. The other two people became unconscious. The two souls inside were looking for a way out. Tan Wai jumped behind them, reached out his hand to suck out some vital energy, and pretended to be worried and said, Little master, be careful. The two unfortunate people immediately dried up. Fresh blood flowed from the top of his head. He fell to the ground and said goodbye to him. Tan Wai pretended to go forward and ask Kuang Gak, Little master, are you okay? Kuang Gak covered his chest in fear and said, Oh my, you scared me to death. Luckily I'm wearing this armor, otherwise it would be dangerous. It's dangerous. Tan Wai secretly scolded him, The 9 of us who have been practicing for 100 years have more than enough, even a low-grade weapon is hard to come by. This Kuang Gak, his cultivation level is only 70%, 100%, and yet he is successful. Wearing a high-grade weapon like this on his body. It's truly a waste of heaven. If I give Kuang Gak to my mother, I'm afraid this treasure will. At this time, Kuang Gak asked her in confusion, Little disciple, what is this? What is this? Tan Wai frowned and replied, Little master, the situation has changed. I'm afraid that mysterious person wants to kill me. Sir, I don't have time to think anymore. I will escort you and leave first. Kuang Gak immediately started walking, so let's go. After a few steps, he trembled and knelt down and said, No, no, my legs are soft. Little disciple, you carry me. Let's go. Tan Wai was so angry that he couldn't refuse. He gritted his teeth and silently scolded Kuang Gak, This damn useless little white sword. Thinking about it, she raised her hand and bit it hard, causing blood to flow out. Then used two fingers together to cast the spell. From a pinch of blood, human-like arms and legs grew. A blood-red person was summoned and appeared in front of Kuang Gak. He was extremely surprised and turned to ask, Where did you learn this blood talisman magic? Tan Wai was too lazy to make up an explanation, so he quickly said, Little master, now is not the time to consider this. Go, she said, she sped up and ran. The red person immediately carried Kuang Gak on his back and followed. At this time, the ghosts were surrounding Tan Tu, asking his mother, "Mother, if Big Sister's side was going well. We should go there too. If we don't get there, I'm afraid the good part will be taken by Big Sister." "Clean, that's right, ma'am, Big Sister is best at sucking out people's humanity. I'm afraid this time Kuang Gak's bone marrow has also been sucked out by that libertine." Nuang and Tan Tu heard them babbling and asked, their heads hurt, so they reached out to take them back in. He thought to himself, is Kuang Gak such an easy person to deal with? The owner has such profound means, he still hesitates to take action. Now I hope that libertine can do things a little more carefully. Suddenly, something wanted to come out from his chest. As the soul of the real Tan Wai, she stretched out and wanted to run away. Tan Tu opened his mouth angrily and shouted, "You bastard, how dare you!" Back here, Tan Wai is speeding up and running away with the mannequin carrying Kuang Gak. Kuang Gak turned to ask her, "Little disciple, it's been so long since you've been back, do you know the name of the Taoist of Tu Kung, and where he is a disciple?" Tan Wai glanced at him, trying to distract herself and say, "Little master, this is not the time to talk." Suddenly in the forest, a loud noise rang out. Kuang Gak was startled when the red person stopped suddenly. He asked, "What is this sound?" Tan Wai looked panicked. "Gone, mother, no father knows you want to take people away. I'm afraid the others are also on their way to capture us." Tan Wai once again raised her finger to her mouth and bit it. "Then hold it in front of your face and recite the spell. The magic power will be at rest, and you will fall asleep. 1. Request the 4 directions to worship the Golden God. 2. Request Dong Fuang at Wood God." Sleeping with magical powers, she held out her hand, only to see half of her fingers flying like darts in front of her. Kuang Gak wondered behind him, "Isn't your forte the way of swordsmanship? Why do you use this magic power?" Tan Wai lied without blinking an eye, "Your father is a disciple of the divine palace, of course you are. I also know some of the magic of the Tu Kung god. Little master, don't bother me to develop any more, let me focus on controlling the god's sleep, maybe I can find a way to live." Kuang Gak smiled faintly and continued to ask, "But Qi Duongtian's master hates the most magic that uses blood to nourish ghosts and gods. Fong Tan Tu is Qi Duongtian's disciple. Where did he learn the 5 magic powers? This question makes me wonder." Counterfeit Tan Wai suddenly became speechless. On the top of the mountain, there was a figure with foxtails standing there. That person was none other than Sun Lam. She pursed her lips and angrily scolded Kuang Gak. Didn't he know that he had brought a few more assistants? Was he about to attack? Isn't he usually very smart? This time he's being so rude. Has he been with me for too long? Has he lost the sense of panic? But if he takes action now, he knows I'm watching him right away. At that point, the spy will be exposed, so wait a little longer. On this side, Tan Wai looked a little suspiciously at Kuang Gak behind him, wondering if this guy had seen something. Kuang Gak saw that he couldn't figure it out, so he smiled faintly and replied, "But it's normal. Even though this sect of ours has the power to attack, it can still level up and kill monsters, but the time it takes to deploy the Dharma is too long. It's too long. The fun of using your own blood to raise ghosts and gods can reduce preparations, and you can also check the results of raising pets. Your father secretly learns a lesson or two, there's no problem." Tan Wai immediately smiled happily, "Oh yes, the little master was right." At the same time, a group of soldiers carrying weapons entered the forest, loudly saying, "The master said, catch the thief, reward 100 pieces of top-grade spiritual stone, 1 middle-grade spiritual weapon, don't let them run. Escape, kill." Tan Wai looked urgently, showing the way to Kuang Gak, the little master on this side. The two came to a gate guarded by 2 people. When they were stopped, Tan Wai shouted loudly, "Are your dog's eyes blind? Can you see clearly who I am? Don't get out of my way." A subordinate frowned and pointed at Kuang Gak and said, "Young master, aren't you making things difficult for us? I don't dare to block your way, but this person must stay." Tan Wai raised his voice, "What if I say no?" The 2 guards immediately placed their hands on their swords and were ready to speak. "Then don't blame the villains for offending, even after all you are still the young master, not the league lord." Tan Wai didn't say much more, raised his hand. She inserted a needle into her hand that lacked 5 joints, ordered, "Sleep god, immediately come back. Inside the forest, something is rushing." 5 knuckles gathered together, listening to the command to return. They quickly returned to where Tan Wai stood. From the back of the finger, flesh and blood swelled up, looking extremely horrifying. It grew larger and larger, from which streams of fresh blood dripped down. The 5 fingers became 5 red human figures, exactly like the one Kuang Gak was riding on. The 2 guards stepped back in fear. Young master, how do you know this kind of evil magic? Tan Wai viciously ordered 5 bloody people to kill me. The 5 red people heard the order and rushed to the other 2 people. Go away, a voice rang out. Tan Wai turned around suspiciously. Kuang Gak, who was behind him, had already chopped up the mount, smiling faintly and said, Venerable little disciple, you also accept this kind of thing that hurts the world, you also accept it, please God's technique, it's not like you use it. Behind Kuang Gak, 5 giant gods appeared. Tan Wai was horrified to realize that he was the commander of Huin soldiers. A few gods rushed towards the red people, brandishing their swords. How dare you be so rude in front of this king, just die. The red person was quickly pierced. Turned into a cloud of blood, turned into thousands of pieces. It turns back into a normal knuckle. Tan Wai gritted his teeth angrily as he looked at the knuckles returning to his hand. She trembled as she looked at Kuang Gak. Kuang Gak smiled faintly and said, Little disciple, be patient, you ghost is using too much sound and virtue to feed your flesh and blood, it won't do you any good, I'll help you deal with it. A little bit. Don't use your left hand to point at me, you only have 1 middle finger left, I feel like you're scolding me. The gods quickly dealt with all the remaining red people. Tan Wai collapsed, held her arm, gritted her teeth and scolded, Kuang Gak. Kuang Gak jumped into the air, grabbed a knife and rushed over, saying, Tsk, it's so hot, it's not suitable for riding. He forcefully pierced the last one's chest. Then he jumped and rushed towards Tan Wai. Before she could react, the knife stabbed straight through her head. The soul escaped from Tan Wai's body and angrily scolded, Kuang Gak, you knew it long ago, you knew it long ago. Tan Wai replied sharply, Stupid, your master never told you, don't play the way of ghosts and gods in front of me. The soul shouted, You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Lam Tan Wai's 3 principles were destroyed, I replaced her 3 principles of fire. If you kill me, she will die immediately. Kuang Gak's sword stopped in front of that soul. He looked towards Tan Wai, a part of her soul was still attached to her body. Kuang Gak didn't say a word, embracing Tan Wai who was unconscious on the ground in his arms. He suddenly glanced at the 2 gatekeepers. Both of them stepped back in surprise. They saw Kuang Gak mutter. After that, sand and sand flew everywhere. He didn't know where Tan Wai had disappeared to. As soon as they reported this matter to Tan Tu, he angrily shouted and asked, You disappeared, why did you suddenly disappear? The guard, who had been possessed, immediately said, Ma'am, that's exactly right, he really suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes, and I heard that Kuang Gak's sword was very scary, 1 knife could be used to cut people away. The big sister got out of Lam Tan's body. Tan Tu angrily cursed, that bitch really deserved it, I told her long ago, Kuang Gak is not easy to deal with, she still dared to have such an intention. The guard immediately took the opportunity to boil it, Mother, the 9-child ghost mother, the ghost mother has not been exterminated, the 9-child mother is not dead, as long as the mother is okay, the eldest sister cannot die either. Tan Tu shouted in excitement, I just wish she would die, that bitch would have died, and now she's falling into Kuang Gak's hands, I'm afraid, if things have come to this point, we shouldn't bother. We're also involved. If new Kuang Gak runs away, the mission our master gave us will be over. If that's really the case, we'd better die in Kuang Gak's hands. He frowned and summoned his children whose bodies had not yet come out. He said in a loud voice, You guys go find everything for me. If Kuang Gak can't find it, then bring all the people of the other immortal men out to the temple. A while later, in the village near the mountain, Kuang Gak took Tan Wai and hid on one side. He heard the soldiers frantically looking for him. The master gave an order. If we can't find that human monk, our heads will all fall off. Hurry, over here. No, go to the other side and take a look. Kuang Gak thought for a moment and then put Tan Wai on the ground, thinking to himself, no way, there are too many people practicing like this, carrying him like this is not the way. Sun Nin was next to him, pouting, "Brother-in-law, you are so weak." Kuang Gak saw it and was extremely surprised. "Oh, why is the security here?" Sun Nin looked at him like he was mentally retarded and asked again, "Brother, what kind of memory do you have you forgotten? This story must have happened 2 days ago." Night fell, Sun Nin was still sleeping soundly in bed. Only when someone pulled him away did he suddenly wake up. Sun Nin asked confusedly, "Sister-in-law, what do you want to do?" Kuang Gak said with a serious face, "Security, I'll take you to work." Sun Nin was scared and asked again, "Do you want to take me away from home with your boyfriend?" "Sister, I just left. Isn't this okay?" After listening to Sun Nin's story, Kuang Gak suddenly remembered, sat down and smiled wryly. "Oh, so there is still this story." Sun Nin glanced at him, mumbled, saying that he took someone away from home with him. Kuang Gak smiled faintly and replied, "First let's not talk about leaving home, I have a mission for you." "And Nin, can you grow bigger like last time?" Sun Nin refused immediately without thinking. "No, I said I would only let you ride once." Kuang Gak pointed to Tan Wai who was unconscious and said, "I'm not asking you to let me ride, I just want you to help me carry this person." Sun Nin immediately turned away. "That's no good, I'm the master." Son, yet he became a slave for a slave. Kuang Gak didn't force her, he touched her chin and said, "That's it, now I can only think of a way to wake her up." Sun Nin wondered, "Brother-in-law, when did you discover that she was wrong?" Kuang Gak replied, "From the beginning." Sun Nin asked again, "If you discovered it from the beginning, then why didn't you cut her at that moment?" "Me." Kuang Gak leaned closer to Tan Wai to observe, while answering Sun Nin, "I originally did not want to take action, I just saw that she wanted to kill people of Tianmin. This little disciple is the person who tried to kill her. After waking up, you will definitely feel like you killed those people. At that point, you will hit a dead end and it will be troublesome." Seeing him so close to someone, Sun Nin angrily rushed to bite Kuang Gak's sleeve and pulled him away. "Brother, what do you want to do? Take advantage of someone's accident, I have to go back and tell sister." Without saying much, Kuang Gak handed out 2 pearls. Sun Nin immediately bowed his head and nibbled them. "Please continue walking. I haven't seen anything yet." Kuang Gak couldn't say anything, so he turned around. He looked seriously at the 3 flames appearing on Tan Wai's body, silently cursing, "These wild ghosts have no bodies, but they use such a way to take away the body and damage their own virtue." Tan Wai's eyes slowly opened. Seeing Kuang Gak nearby, staring at him, she was confused and embarrassed thinking, "What's going on? Why is the little master here? Haven't I been robbed? The little master is really beautiful, so close. What do you want to do? Do you want to kiss him? What should I do on my own? He's so strong, I can't resist." So she puckered her lips and waited for the kiss. Kuang Gak raised his hand to cover her mouth, smiled lightly and said, "Little disciple, have some self-respect." Tan Wai was confused and hesitated. I thought it was that, it was about the little master, this thing." Kuang Gak interrupted her and pointed to Sun Nin next to her. "I understand, but my sister-in-law is still next to me." Sun Nin then walked past Tan Wai and said in a loud voice, "Brother." She woke up and quickly killed her. Tan Wai was so scared that his face turned pale. He just kissed her. Before he could even kiss, he would be beheaded. Was Two Sun's family law that strict? Kuang Gak immediately flicked Sun Nin's nose to remind him, "What are you cutting? This is the real thing." Tan Wai looked at Kuang Gak like a falling stalk to save her life, thinking to herself, she didn't expect that the little master would personally come here for her, not even afraid to work hard to save her. In such danger, she grabbed Kuang Gak's hand and said sincerely, "Little master, you shouldn't come." Kuang Gak smiled faintly and said, "It's almost here. Tan Wai, tell me what happened at Tianmin first." So Tan Wai said with a sad face, "After I returned to Tianmin, after drinking a cup of tea, I lost my consciousness, then I was always locked in the dungeon, after that." After telling everything, she excitedly told Kuang Gak, "Little master, father was also taken away by them, you really shouldn't come here, Tianmin is very dangerous now." Kuang Gak coughed in a deep voice. "Whether it's dangerous or not is up to me to decide." He looked at his swollen hand, pouted, loosened his grip, unlucky child, such great strength. He quickly stood up, pointed the Dai Kandao at Tan Wai's body. Little disciple, this evil darkness is still in your sea of consciousness, you temporarily close your eyes, endure it for a bit and it's over. Tan Wai was extremely confused but still obeyed and stood still. Kuang Gak asked, do you believe me? Tan Wai nodded, yes. Then she felt something inside her. The remaining ghost inside then jumped out, crying, High Immortal, spare my life, High Immortal, please spare my life, beg High Immortal to keep this small person's life. This small person will definitely know, he will say, if he says then he will say it all. Kuang Gak coldly replied, I don't need you to answer, I ask you, do you want me to tell your fortune? The soul froze, huh? Kuang Gak pointed his sword at its neck, sneered and asked, do you really think that the 9-child ghost mother and card mother will not die, and your precious child will not die? If I keep your soul here, nurturing my 5 Yin gods, do you guess how long your ghost mother can persist in not leaving your dead ghost alone? Sun Nin stood watching and pursed his lips, thinking, the brother-in-law is so scary right now. The threatened ghost trembled and said, Kuang Gak, do you really want to force me? Do you know that if I die, this little disciple of yours can only become a lonely ghost? Do you have the heart to do that later? Who would have thought that Tan Wai would say, little master, you don't need to be afraid of me, killing that evil thing is important, at worst I will disintegrate the cultivation orbit. Kuang Gak told her, there is a young master, the group is here, you can't die, just rest assured. The ghost was frightened and began to struggle with thoughts. If he revealed his master's identity, the master would not forgive him, but if he did not obey him, Kuang Gak would definitely make his life miserable. The only current plan is. She suddenly burst into tears, Mother, Nuni knows it's wrong, Nuni knows it's wrong. Kuang Gak's knife cut across the dead man's body. It cursed, Kuang Gak, in my next life I will definitely not forgive you. He frowned and realized, it wasn't good, the ghost seemed to want to run away. Kuang Gak raised his hand and recited the incantation, the 5 syllables obeyed the order to detain this soul, fetch and give it to me. 5 sounds immediately appeared, holding that soul back. Kuang Gak realized that something was coming in the surrounding air. From the cliff, dozens more souls emerged and rushed towards this direction. They laughed loudly, Big sister, why are you so disheveled? This time you are really angry, Big sister is miserable, hi what else can you call Big sister, waiting for her to come back to life will be the weakest. The ghost gradually disappeared, but the mixed beak continued to scream, you bastards, Kuang Gak, you and I are not on the same page. Kuang Gak quickly brought the unconscious Tan Wai to lean against the wall, calling Sun Nin, Mr. Nin. Sun Nin quickly rushed past. The ghosts now released a strange aura. It turned into a rope, immediately binding Sun Nin's body. They looked greedy and rushed to the place where Sun Nin had been overpowered. This body is so beautiful, I will take this body, no one can take it from me. Kuang Gak suddenly rushed in front of Sun Nin, stopping the ghosts from getting closer. He raised his hand and called, 5 sounds and 5 gods, listen to my command. The 5 gods appeared and attacked the group of undead souls. Sun Nin lay on the ground weakly calling, his brother Kuang Gak reached out to break the ropes. I comforted him, it's okay, don't be afraid. Suddenly at this moment, rocks and soil loudly flew in all directions. A huge, rusty monster rushed here and said angrily, Kuang Gak, you killed my daughter. The ghost mother came to find him, she was very angry, Kuang Gak, you killed my daughter. Several souls rushed out from the monster's body. Countless hands are rushing towards Kuang Gak's place. But when they got closer, they discovered Kuang Gak had disappeared without a trace. Tan Tu's eyes widened in disbelief, why did he disappear? How could he disappear? Find me, immediately find Kuang Gak for me, he shouted angrily. On this side, when we arrived at a hidden cave, Sun Nin wondered, brother, why don't you kill all those demons and use the powerful things you arranged at my sister's place to retreat? That's a powerful thing, Kuang Gak told him, the feng shui department is not that easy to arrange, it's a borrowed formation. There's nothing special about the feng shui in this mountain cave. It can't be arranged. Sun Nin asked again, so what should we do? Or should we go back and call sister here so she can conquer them? Let's escape, aren't you afraid of being tied up and beaten by your sister? Kuang Gak hesitantly said, not afraid. Sun Nin pouted, you're not afraid but I'm afraid, Kuang Gak said, okay don't worry, we have an assistant. Sun Nin is in a hurry, so what are you waiting for? Quickly call the assistant. Who would have thought Kuang Gak refuse? Now is not the time. Tan Wai, who had been unconscious for a while, finally moved. She trembled and cried out, as if she was encountering something in her dream. Kuang Gak put 2 fingers in front of his chest. Then the luck is transmitted to Tan Wai. 2 nails were pulled out by his strength. Tan Wai coughed loudly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kuang Gak immediately took out a talisman and placed it on her forehead. Kuang Gak told Sun Nin, her 3 principles are broken, this pacifying talisman can only temporarily stabilize soul fetch, security, you should take her back to Sun Moon Lake first. Sun Nin asked a little worriedly, what should the husband do if the security leaves? Kuang Gak smiled faintly and pulled out his sword. I mean, of course I'm going to kill for fun. Back here, the group of other immortals are actively searching for Kuang Gak in every corner. Hurry up, move quickly, go over there and take a look. One person asked curiously, what was that captain just now? The captain said, it was an enemy who invaded our other fairy alliance. His name was Kuang Gak. He was skilled in the magic of ghosts and gods, the thing we just saw. It was definitely that monster Kuang Gak who was at the command of that person was scared. It turned out that he was still the captain who knew a lot. The captain loudly told everyone that the immediate urgent matter was to quickly find Kuang Gak. If we let him escape and reveal our station's location to Lord Tian Ma, then the world will be different. We'll surely suffer disaster. At this moment, those people suddenly showed fear, pointing behind him, Captain. The captain was startled and turned around. At this time, Kuang Gak came himself, holding a vase in his hand and asked, are you looking for me? The captain raised his voice, Kuang Gak. He immediately signaled the people behind him, why were he still standing there? Catch this guy. This captain was actually taken from his body. He thought silently, if he fought alone, he would definitely not be able to defeat Kuang Gak. Big Sister would have fallen into the same fate. This body was very difficult to take over. I absolutely don't want to be a lonely ghost. The group of people listened to the captain's words, grabbed swords and rushed to Kuang Gak's place. Kuang Gak's people quickly jumped up, wanting to finish Kuang Gak. The demon-hunting dog must die. Kuang Gak suddenly puffed up his cheeks. Ejected a stream of red air, blowing the other person away. The guy said angrily, his voice was too loud. Seeing him fall to the ground unconscious, the rest of the group were angry. He killed Big Brother Zhang, avenging Big Brother Zhang. Kuang Gak stood to one side, clasped his hands together, said one word, then 2 streams of red and blue air flowed out from the vase. The captain in the back watched the whole team being swallowed by the gas cloud, thinking in confusion, what is going on? What is this? He realized that the gas was also coming towards him. It very quickly swallowed him up, too. Kuang Gak's sword cut through the air. When did you rush in front of the captain? The captain was so scared that his face turned pale. Kuang Gak circled behind and knocked the soul out of the captain's body. The soul is scared and wants to run away. Kuang Gak did not stop and quickly approached it. He threw his sword like a large catapult towards the soul. The ghost was immediately pierced by the sword, screaming in pain. Kuang Gak pulled out the talisman from his chest. Then asked the restrained soul lying on the ground to see if it's a fortune teller. Seeing that it did not answer, he raised his hand holding the sword and shook it back and forth. The soul was in so much pain that it burst into tears. The upper elf spared its life. Kuang Gak asked again, see? The ghost screamed, Mother, Kuang Gak is here, save me, save me. Kuang Gak stood up and called, the 5 syllables obeyed, immediately they tied up the soul. Kuang Gak threatened it, if you obediently listen to me, I have a way to help you not be restrained by the ghost mother. In the future, to help you remove the demonic energy, it is not impossible to be an underworld god. 5 Een also contributed, if you don't listen, then make food for us 5 Een gods. The ghost was extremely scared, so he said, I surrender, I surrender. A voice rang out, if that's the case then go away yourself. The talisman that Kuang Gak applied to the soul was burned. The body of the soul also gradually disappears. A cloud of green gas covered it. The ghost screamed loudly, don't ghost, no, mother, girls know they're wrong, girls know they're wrong. Kuang Gak frowned as he looked at the blue gas that swallowed the soul. After being completely destroyed, only a black marble remained, falling. Kuang Gak went to pick up that marble. He was a bit frustrated, having been discovered by the devil. On this side, Tan too was extremely angry and shouted, "Kuang Gak." The ghost that once entered Tan Y immediately laughed, "Huh, it seems you are not the most pathetic person." Tan too angrily scolded me, "Shut my mouth," she thought to herself, "because I let the older child come back to life, I have wasted a lot of my energy, now I have no choice but to kill my second child, here." It's like suddenly cutting off a layer of cultivation. What's even more ridiculous is that until now I still haven't really been able to compete with that guy Kuang Gak. She swore that this hatred would never end. The ghost next to him said, "Ma'am, the important thing now is to call the remaining sisters back. Kuang Gak knows how to capture souls, you want to be alone later." Tan too closed his eyes and called, "Return everything to me." The ghost asked again, "Mother, but the sisters have all gone home, what should we do with that Kuang Gak? If he wants to run away, it seems we have no way to hold him back." Tan too said with a dark face, "He couldn't run. Before the owner left, he left Fu Kong Dao behind. With that treasure, where could he run?" The ghost urgently said, "Mother, are you crazy? If you activate the Fuang Kong Island, the owner will definitely know. Don't you want to return to Bok Kot Cave later?" Tan too's eyes became fierce, she said, "As long as Kuang Gak dies, any mistake will become a success." She instructed her children who had just returned, not to pay attention to Kuang Gak for now, let D Tien Min's people pull his leg, "You guys protect me," the ghosts obey, "Yes, ma'am." On this side, Kuang Gak is still surrounded by soldiers. He said in a low voice to them, "Everyone, please make way." Those people stubbornly set up a formation, "Love the way, just die," set up a formation. A sword appeared and rushed towards Kuang Gak. He waved his hand, releasing many talismans. The two things touched each other, creating an explosion that shattered the sword. Several people in array simultaneously spat out several mouthfuls of blood. They still did not give up, angrily shouting, "Kill him, protect the Alliance Master, protect the other immortal alliance." Kuang Gak lightly tapped his head and told them to think. At this moment, Tan Y appeared with Sun Nin, shouted loudly, "Stop, stop for me." Some of them were surprised to recognize you, young master. Tan Y went to where Kuang Gak called, "Little master." Sun Nin helplessly explained, "Brother, she woke up halfway, kept wanting to go back, I couldn't fight back." That soldier shouted loudly, "Young master, this person is a henchman of the demon race, the Union Master wants us to capture him." Kuang Gak silently turned his head to look at him. Tan Y also stepped forward and asked them, "Who allowed you to treat my little master like that? He is my benefactor." Those people were bewildered. "This, young master, what is the matter?" Tan Y explained to them, "My body was taken over by evil spirits. If it weren't for the little master, I would have been possessed by the spirit. Not only me, my father, and junior brother No were all robbed of the little master's body. Your ancestors are the elders of your father's sect. Who in your cultivation level is capable of receiving teachings? If you don't care about me and your father's reputation, do you really think you can still survive?" At this time, the captain was helped by another person and told everyone that what the senior sister said was true. "I was also taken away by evil spirits. Have you not seen that our personalities have changed much in the past few days?" Star. One person frowned and argued, "The young master and Captain No both had talismans on their heads, they could also have been trapped by this demonic path." Fatch, don't believe it, everyone. Tan Y strained his neck to argue, "This is a soul-fixing talisman that the evil spirits took over and damaged my Tam Nguyen. If it weren't for this little master's talisman, I would have lost my soul." The other person said doubtfully, "How can this be proven?" Tan Y hesitated, not knowing what to say. At this time, Kuang Gak stepped forward in front of her, raised his voice and said, "Your Union Master hasn't shown his face yet, can it be that you still can't prove it? If you still don't believe it, come with us to meet your Union Master. You are okay." A few minutes later, the group went together to meet Tan Tuesday. Kuang Gak asked Tan Y in a low voice, "I'm already gone, why are you coming back?" Tan Y smiled and said, "This is originally the matter of my other immortal men. If the little master helped, it would be too embarrassing. Even if I could help the little master a little, it would be good, Kuang Gak asked with concern. Body, it's okay, Tan Wai replied, there's nothing to worry about for now, the little master's talisman is very useful. Little master, thank you, I will repay this favor. Kuang Gak nodded in agreement. Okay, remember to repay. The answer made Tan Wai spray with glue. Isn't it only common sense to politely say that you don't need it? Suddenly at this time, lightning appeared from the mountain and some strange vines appeared. Kuang Gak was surprised and thought, what is going on? A soldier urgently said, Sir, you should go and see first. Everyone simultaneously backed away from Kuang Gak and looked up cautiously. It was the monster that Kuang Gak saw before, now it was even bigger. A soldier asked in fear, that's the Lord, has the Lord really been taken over by evil spirits? Kuang Gak frowned and silently assessed it. What the hell is this, Mingbai? This nine-child ghost mother dares to show her true form in front of many people, what is she preparing to do? Tan Tu's head protruded from the monster's body, shouting loudly, immeasurable heaven. Since ancient times, there have been so many returning souls, immeasurable immortal nature, the path of longevity, few people have it, there is something happening in the sky, 36 heavenly pillars of gods, the whole body of a monster surrounded by aura evil. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kuang Gak loudly called everyone to step back, everyone to step back. Tan Tu smirked and called him, Kuang Gak. 36 heavenly powers have a master, so why do they have a womb? Kuang Gak gritted his teeth and cursed silently, how did she know who her master was? He reached out and took out a talisman, cast magic on it. Then launch it straight into the sky. A fierce light shines down. Tan Tu smiled coldly and asked, Kuang Gak, you are calling for an assistant later, okay, you have such a good mouth, no matter where you are, there will be someone to help, but don't be in a hurry, just call, I know that God Tu Ti Bao has a pre-existing creation sutra, but there is still another treasure, today, I will open your eyes. With great strength and power, does Kuang Gak, this island in the sky, look familiar? A large island appeared from the sky. Kuang Gak's eyes widened in disbelief, how could this be possible? Tan Tu smiled very proudly, Kuang Gak is willing to die. That big island is getting closer and closer. Sun Nin called worriedly, Mr. Tan Wai also wants to rush forward, little master. Suddenly at that time, an unexpected force blocked the island. The power is extremely great, even causing the island to explode. Kuang Gak opened his eyes wide in surprise. Seeing Sun Lam standing in front of him, raising one hand to the sky, it turned out she was the one holding the island for him. Sun Nin happily ran to ask, brother, so you invited me to come, then it's okay, I'm here, no need to worry anymore. Who would have thought that Kuang Gak was still stunned and wondering, the person he invited was clearly, no, that's not true, why is Du Sun Lam here, Du Sun Lam, isn't he following him? The most shocked person at that time was Tan Tu, she screamed loudly, how is this possible, how is that possible? She cast the spell again, the world still has 9 heavens, the world also has 9 heavens. Sun Lam frowned and turned his head. She vigorously jumped closer to the demon mother. The ghost mother released the spirits and ordered, stop her for me. As soon as they got close, the air around Sun Lam froze. She coldly asked the ghost mother, do you want to kill Kuang Gak? Tan Tu angrily asked, who are you, why? Its tendons began to appear all over its body. Then a hole appeared in the front of his abdomen, spewing dark black gas towards Sun Lam. Immediately, that black mass became a small monster with arms and legs and crawled towards Sun Lam. Tan Tu was furious and shouted unwillingly. The old lady struggled in the white bone cave for thousands of years, devouring so many monsters to get to where she is today. How can I die here, what? I.e.